So we should be live with any luck now. So welcome everybody to IKS Grand Austerlitz with Carter McNish and Dave Pumphouse. Yeah, I think I don't know how to start this other than say I'm very excited. I've been watching the umpires set up for the last about an hour or so. Setting up this battle and having a chat about last minute preparations. And I'm very excited. How about you, Carter?
I am also very excited, Dave. Today's going to be a really interesting battle. It's been a while since we've done a Napoleonic game of decent size. The big live games that I can remember are Grand Gettysburg and then the Antietam series and Bull Run. So we've mostly done Civil War battles kind of as our big live games. So um, I think this is going to be a good kind of change of pace. Get the Europeans more involved. We've got a lot of European players today. We even started a little bit earlier than we would on a normal open Saturday to allow Europeans to not have to stay up as late into the night as they might otherwise do. But yeah, today's going to be a great battle. You know, we've got Austerlitz on the anniversary weekend, which is very cool. Just if you're looking at the map, just the amount of blocks on this table right now.
It took immense. A while. It took a while to load in, and yeah, Austerlitz was pretty huge, but when you look at it from a tabletop simulator point of view, and the amount of space these players have to play in, I'm hoping for some nice maneuvers. But I think this game actually did start a few weeks ago as like a play by email to start with, and players got a few turns to set themselves up the day before. And as you can see, that the fog has descended, and they're just about to clash into one another. But and we're just joined by Achilles. He's found us. Hello, Achilles.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Yeah, Dave. One quick thing. You might want to end your Discord stream since it looks like the YouTube stream is suffering a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
So I can keep up with the Kardashians on the YouTube screen. I'll just be a few seconds behind.
No worries.
For those of you in the audience, only one of us is actually going to be on the table because they need all the rest of the slots in the room for the umpires. So I'm going to be commentating this, watching the same feed you guys are. But Dave, our intrepid Dave, is our expeditionary force to the table, who will be giving us the visuals of the battle today.
Yeah.
So very cool.
Unfortunately, my internet, as many people will know, it isn't the greatest, and but hopefully now that I'm not streaming to the Discord and YouTube, that will be fixed. Yeah. But have you had your morning coffee, Achilles, yet?
No, I have not.
Are you a coffee drinker, Achilles?
Very rarely. Most of the time, tea.
Okay. Well, fitting considering the European setting that we're in. You know, tea is a little bit more popular over there, so I'm told.
Depends.
This is true.
Depends. But we're not here to talk about tea.
That's right. That's right.
I think maybe, just to start with, I know Blazer's probably busy wrangling the umpires and giving them last minute pep talks and of how to do stuff. But maybe we should all just jump into the umpire chat and see if we can maybe just have 5 minutes of Blazer's time just before the game starts. What do you reckon?
Yeah, let's see what's going on, because even if he's kind of given the umpires the last minute tips, that's really interesting, you know, having umpired a few of these monster games myself.
Oopsies. Cut Carter off there.
I'll tell everybody to please rename themselves to the historical name, because Yeah, I think most people have, but we could sort of.
Hello, gents. So,
Also,
are we? Oh, sorry.
you go ahead. It's just admin stuff.
No, I was just going to ask. How things getting on? Are we all gearing up?
Yeah. If someone wants to remove the players from their core planning channels, while I set up we're just deciding who's taking which players.
Or rather, Dave, if you can make the co-location channels read-only, and take out for the French side the division commanders from the core level channels.
Felix, do you want to do Napoleon, since they probably won't be giving that complicated orders?
That sounds good.
Could you maybe take Kutuzov as well, since I mean
sure.
it's basically just one token.
Yep.
But yeah, so you're quite busy at the moment, Blazer. But we were going to ask if it's going to be all right at some point soon to just grab 5 minutes of your time, just to have a quick chat for the benefit of the stream.
Yeah, sure. Maybe when I get 3 minutes after the game started.
Sure.
If I do, then. But looks like I think we might have another umpire joining as well. So that's good.
Okay.
Also, something we still have to tell everybody to read the. Don't let players talk too much about the orders.
Yeah. If players are taking too long, make sure they get their orders in quickly, because we've got 29 players and we need to get it running quickly. So don't let them write, a novel of their orders. Just
The certified Carter solution is always just to interrupt them mid-sentence and say thank you for your orders and leave. So after that, they'll learn their lesson.
Yeah.
I probably won't be that abrupt, but I'll say you have 1 minute to give your orders. Go.
And we'll go through all the players and give them all reports, and then go back and take all their orders. So at least they've got a couple minutes to think while you're giving reports to the other players. Oh, hi, Achilles. Are you commentating? Is that right? Or
That is correct. I am. And I was thinking, you could do the method I used in Los Angeles for the convention. Just start counting 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I've been using that, but I ran a World War II low-level, like platoon level game, and I used that quite a lot the other day.
Yeah, that's the Dr. James Starrett method.
Anyway, so we've got Ropa. You're fairly experienced umpire, aren't you?
Yeah, sure.
You can take. I'll give you. Third column and the Austrian Advance Guard.
How about giving Kaiser up front, Joseph on top, because he's not going to do much either.
Sure.
Okay, commentary team. Maybe we'll jump to Napoleon and if he's around and chat with him first and see.
He's around.
He's around. Let's do that.
Dave, let's go back and head to the commentary booth here.
Okay, we'll do that first.
Hey.
Just a quick note. Miguel Diwali, who's watching the stream, says the volume's a bit low, so I don't know.
Volume is a bit low. Okay, let me just see if I can put the master volume up ever so slightly.
Yeah.
I'd like to mention that I can't see anybody else's. Never mind. Okay, I got them now.
Okay, yeah. Alright, so if the volume issue's fixed, hopefully that'll help.
Hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah. I just always find it... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Dave, you're streaming. Carter, do you have the stream on?
I am just watching the stream on YouTube, that's right.
Yeah, because the table's
well.
full. Yeah, so...
Yeah, I am as well. I was just wondering if if one of us was keeping tabs on it. So.
I think we all are.
I'm reading the chat a bit, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I just always find it interesting the pre-battle prep. You know, I've been through it a couple times myself, and you know, it usually is pretty hectic, but they seem pretty quiet. Though then again, they started meeting. I guess it would have been 8:30 at my time this morning.
Yeah,
I was still sleeping.
They've been talking for an hour and a half, so yeah, they've been.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. He's running a tight ship.
He is. Yeah, tighter than the ships I've ran.
As I understand it, they did a lot of prep work prior to today as well, right? So a lot of the planning and organizing, especially for the sides, the two sides, was done in advance. So that's I think a lot of help trying to get these things running and started early or started on time. You have all of the things that need to be done by the umpires and that sort of thing, but one of the biggest delays is just the teams trying to organize themselves and say, okay, this is what I want you to do and everything else. Just on a normal open Saturday, that always takes a lot of time. And so the more of that you can do in advance, the better, you know.
Let me see
Indeed.
Let me see if I can just. So is it me coming through soft, or is it other people? But let me just see if I can just adjust the decibels a little bit, and then let's see if that works. I'm hoping so, but sometimes.
Well, you were coming in soft. What was it, yesterday? As well, Dave. So.
Jeez.
Yeah, I had to crank the volume up on my computer just to hear you.
Damn. Well.
Yeah, it is. It's mostly you, I think, that's quiet. Yeah.
Well,
it's just you, Dave.
It's a live broadcast, folks. It's a live broadcast. We thought
Riley, we're doing it live.
Exactly. We thought we had the technical issues sorted. But
we did have some issues prior to the stream.
The show must go on. But yeah, let's maybe go have a chat with Mr. Miller down in Napoleon and see.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do
Le
that.
Empereur.
Le Empereur.
Yes.
On his this historically it would be what 1 year since he got.
It was the anniversary of his crowning himself emperor.
That's it. Yeah. So let's go down and have a chat with him.
Yes, okay. Hello, Monsieur Emperor. Would you mind speaking with us for a moment?
Yes.
Oh, you would mind? Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bonjour.
So, you looking forward to it?
Yes, very much. Well, we have some problems in our deployment, but overall, it should be fine.
Well, could you elaborate on the problems? We're kind of curious. What's
well, we wanted to retreat behind Stepanitz, behind the hills, and leave the coalition the hill, since it would shorten our line, and we could be very flexible with our reserves and, for example, send them to the south if we wanted. Since we have a good defensive position right now, but the deployment was to be made during the night, and some people or like commanders didn't give their orders in time. So, for example, First Corps is really exposed, and the Imperial Guard is a bit exposed, but they can probably get behind the lines in time. And yeah, I hope the cavalry can save them, since I fear an attack from the coalition, since we got reports of Austrian troops to the north and Russian troops, so it probably is going to be a big attack, which we hope we can absorb with our new defensive line.
So you are
So-
sticking to a defensive kind of stance then.
Yes, like the hill east of Stepanitz that we are leaving to them should be like our Pratzen Heights, like in real life.
So you're going to, are you planning a sort of counterpunch strategy? Let them wear themselves out at one point and strike back, or
Yeah, once they are overcommitted near Stepanitz, we are going, and like we are waiting where they are going to strike, which will probably be north. And we hope that they will ignore the fourth corps in the south from Sud, so that we can shift troops to the south to him, and then strike their flank and roll them over.
I see. Okay, interesting. So in some ways, very much precisely what happened historically, and in philosophically what happened in historically. Anyway,
Yeah, you could say that.
yeah.
Do you have any kind of big fears? What the enemy might do, or
Well, I kind of fear they will maybe attack immediately and destroy first corps, since they are really exposed. Or that they won't attack in the north at all and will attack Sud in the south. But he has some good defensive positions to fall back to, so I don't really fear anything for now.
Well, always good to see that the Emperor has no fear. So
And if he did, he couldn't let anybody see it.
that's right. That's right.
You don't get to be emperor by showing people you're afraid.
That's right. Well,
well,
thank you, Sam.
yeah. Let's
Good luck.
jump back to the commentary box and decide where we're
Yeah.
going to go next.
Yeah.
So, I'm pretty surprised that Sam Miller is still choosing that defensive kind of tactic, but
Definitely not definitely not the normal. That's for sure.
it's definitely not
Unusual for
Napoleon-esque. Well, it's not usual for Napoleon. So yeah, we could. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, shall we go? I don't know. Go to Emperor Alexandria first, or Kutuzov, or let's have a look
I
and see
think
where
they're
they
all
are.
together, if I'm not mistaken.
Are they? Let's have a look. Oh yeah, oh yeah, they are. But I know that Sam was co-located with Marshal Lance, but I don't think he was in the same room. But we'll have a butcher's and see if we can scroll down there.
Let's listen on this big coalition meeting. Yeah, I want to see what
Yeah.
they're talking about.
Yeah, let's
Hold
do
on,
that.
before you guys go.
Yeah.
I do not see the coalition forces. Oh, never mind. Oh, there they are.
Yeah.
God, there is so many people in this game. There are so many people in this game that the list that I have to scroll down to find anybody is enormous.
Yeah.
That's
It's a
how
pretty big
popular,
game.
kids. That is how popular, kids, this kind of thing really is. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going down to the coalition, right?
Coalition one.
Right.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Oh, correct. Greetings.
Yes. So you find yourself stationed on beyond the southern flank. Your job is to conduct reconnaissance to make sure that the French do not flank us around the south, and to delay the advancements of the eventually incoming reinforcements from the Vienna Row. And above all, to preserve your own force, gather information, and preserve the force of the Russian advance guard.
These are your orders. If you have any questions,
These are your forces.
yes, correct. Thank you. I will want you to conduct that reconnaissance as soon as you're men. Your cannons must be secured, and we must be aware of what is beyond Telnitz. So, yes.
Tell us.
Where you don't want to just ride out there are cannon positions near Telnitz. So
Yeah,
we're not
you
coming.
just need to find out what's.
Okay. By the way, just to confirm again, our attack on the right will not begin immediately. We are first waiting for the French to engage second column, right?
Yes.
Yes. That is me.
However, the Austrian advance guards movements will take some time, so it is advised that you begin moving. However,
Move if the third column doesn't move in front of me.
I just wish to say something.
See?
it's true. You can take the northern path.
Can I fit that entire
The
column?
roads are open there.
I'll
Oh,
try.
that's third
It is
column.
questionable. I'm not sure.
I just wish to say something. As a joke, while commentators are here,
We can fit through that.
I need a boat, and I need to know where Napoleon is. As the morning is.
I think I'll just wait for third column to get at from ahead of me, and then just
Yeah.
gap open. Is that
Yeah.
That's fine by me.
enough room there?
I've got a question for KB.
Yes, sure.
What if French come north and go through the hilly terrain around our stuff? Around our
And they
route?
will find exceptionally hard resistance, as this is where our force is concentrated. And I think that would be a mistake from the French.
They will not. They will not. They aren't
Well-
as stupid as we think they are.
Well, it is not always a good idea to always stack every flank with defenses, but well, we have some reserves and a lot of artillery in the south and cavalry as well, and very heavy cavalry as well. At that.
I think if I was to guess, if I was to plan the French attack, I would want to attack towards through the center towards Krug and Hollowitz.
But do they not know that we have forces here?
They probably do, but strategically speaking, if you take Hollowitz, you can separate the Russian force and obstruct the retreat of the south, where your reinforcements will be arriving.
I mean, if I were them, I would probably, like, maybe. I mean, if I know that, I would attack the easiest terrain, and this seems like attacking straight into a meat grinder, because the flanks could instantly envelop you. But I think this is their flank. I don't think this is really their force, their main force. Because if this was their main force, they need forces here, and the cannons haven't seen anybody yet, right? Right? The cannons haven't seen anyone yet, right? So that could be on the other side here. Yeah, this could be the case. Well, whatever is in front of me, I will drive it forward.
So, gentlemen, sorry to interrupt this interesting little meeting that you're having, but us as commentators, and I'm sure people watching at a later date, will wonder what's your main plan?
Just love
But to beat the French.
Good answer. Good answer.
Kutuzov, we're not the British yet. Come on, man. Can't do that to us yet.
There will be no need for the British.
Well,
We shall cut this empire short.
only a
What
year short.
empire?
That is a
French one.
What empire? It's only a rebellion.
Demon monkey. of
Well,
French.
I just wish to say something to the commentators. If we lose this game, don't expect to see Kutuzov again, or his family. They will no longer be present at our games further.
Oh, harsh
If we lose this
words.
battle, there will be an extensive report on which of my subordinates I'm blaming.
Well, I can say Well, I can say I have a nice mansion in Siberia, so I'm happy.
For
Lovely.
the commentators, the main overall plan is a hard attack on the northern flank.
I will just say that if we lose this battle, Kutuzov is never coming back to these games again.
Well, fingers crossed for you, gents. Fingers crossed.
I have his family hostage right now. He doesn't know that. He hasn't been receiving letters these last few weeks.
Well, I guess there will be no Borodino then.
Well, there's no way.
Assuming that we're gonna lose.
There's no way Kutuzov's wife is sending less letters than Napoleon's wife. That's all I'm saying.
Does any other commentators want to ask any more questions before we duck out?
I think it's pretty simple. They want to beat the French.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've got everything that we need from this meeting. But yeah, let's duck back to the commentary box and have a chat.
Good luck.
Hurrah.
Yes, good luck to you both, everyone.
Thanks.
So what did we think of that? Threatening each other already. They're supposed to be a team.
Coalitions, you know. I believe a famous French emperor once said, "I'd rather fight allies than be one."
Yes, yeah.
Yes. Oh boy.
But I think the northern attack, just a courteous kind of look at how the French are set up at the north, they are a little bit sporadic. And speaking with Miller earlier on, I think he was expecting to draw forces down to support a southern kind of advance, or if I understood him correctly. But do you think that's going to cause a problem?
I thought what Napoleon said was that, what was it that he was most afraid of? Was an immediate attack on First Corps. Wasn't it First Corps that was in the north?
Yeah.
Because they're exposed.
Hmm.
So if the coalition forces actually get moving soon enough, quickly enough, it could be a real problem for the French.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, it looks like both sides are, at this moment, poised to strike equal and opposite blows on either end of the line.
Well, Carter, you've seen this before. It's called First Bull Run.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, so I think we've got an interesting fight on our hands, gentlemen. I think this is going to be... I think it's going to come down to who holds ground best, because both of these offensives have some meat behind them.
Yeah.
So it's going to be up to those French commanders in those extreme forward positions, up to the Imperial Guard and Fifth Corps, whether or not the day is good for Napoleon or bad.
Well, shall we? Carry on, Achilles.
I was just going to say, and I agree with what Carter said, and also the art of committing reserves, the timing and art of knowing when and where. You know, that's it. That's always, that is more often than not the deciding factor in a Napoleonic battlefield anyway, and it's probably going to come down to that here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest that we find Marshall next, considering we've hijacked his his channel. I think it's only the courteous type of thing to do, but yeah, let's have a look, see if we can find Marshall.
If we pop into let's test that a bit, because if we pop into his channel and you hear snoring, right?
Yeah, that's right. No, I don't.
Looks like he's with Napoleon right now. So maybe we can be flies on the wall for this conversation that's going on down there.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go back down.
All right. Okay, do I need to go, guys? I am co-located, but
No. We're just. Don't mind.
Yeah, we're flies on the wall.
you guys are. Oh, okay. Here I am. I forgot. I was like, oh man, the empires are about to bum rush us. They're coming in threes now.
Quick, Dad's coming.
Right? You know.
No, we just thought we'd come and find you, Marshall, considering we've hijacked the IKS stream, and come and see what your thoughts are going forward. I mean, we did do a brief interview with Napoleon, but now you're here. We'd love to hear what you think. Your what's your
Well, I'm terrified that my losing streak is going to remain unbroken. We have Sam in charge as Napoleon, which means we'll probably be doing bonsai charges into enemy grand batteries at some point. But for right now, all is well. I've just met with Napoleon. He gave me a very good briefing and update. So I actually know what my purpose is starting out in today's battle. I am looking at a hill to my front, and I really want to grab that hill, but I also know better than to go full Dan Sickles. You never go full Dan Sickles, you know. So I'm going to hold in my position, and I'm going to wait for my emperor to give me orders. I'm going to be a good marshal here, and just bide my time, and we'll see. I'm going to trust in Sam to bring us victory. He's a very experienced player, and I'm going to trust in him in that. So that's all I've got going on today.
I have a question for you, sir.
Oh, damn.
Is it worse to go full Dan Sickles or to go half Dan Sickles?
Oh man.
There's that whole question of commitment, you know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna say the correct answer is it depends, right? You know.
The correct answer to everything is that it depends.
That's a cop-out answer. Come on, take a stand.
Well, I guess if you're gonna take a stand, you go full Dan Sickles and pray that the army supports you, and if they don't, pray that you get surrounded and destroyed so you don't have to stand court-martial, because that's what's going to happen.
Well, Carter can tell you that there is an entire school of thought that argues that Dan Sickles actually helped save the Union Army by doing that.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he certainly created a pain for the Confederates that probably disrupted their plans.
He was quite good at giving a pain to pretty much everybody around him, regardless of side. So
and the Union could afford it, whereas the Confederates could not afford the disruption and the distraction. So there's that. They could have used those men somewhere else.
Yes. So you are General Lon today?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
And I'm sorry, I'm not. I haven't quite figured out where everybody is. Where is your corps located on the field?
Okay, I am located just north of Stepanitz, and I think that's supposed to be a T. And all the way up to the woods, which is just north, or I'm just south of. It's called Kirsten or something, or let me see if I can move these pieces out of the way too.
You appear to be. Your location is essentially the center of the French lines, or south.
It's the north. It's not the northern flank, but yeah, it's the critical portion north of Stepanitz, and all the way up to the woods to my north, and then north of that we have the Imperial Guard.
Yes.
Or at least some of them. So I'm expecting that there's going to be a big left hook at some point today.
So you're anticipating considerable action in your core area today.
Right. Yeah. In order for the left hook strategy to work, the enemy's got to commit somewhere, or I've got to commit against him, hold him in place, just stand firm while the main punch goes in. If that's how he's planning to use the Imperial Guard, if Napoleon is using the Imperial Guard as a left flank reserve, if they're the 20th Maine, since we're talking Gettysburg references here, or the Brigand sharpshooter, if we want to be technical, if that's what they're doing, then the battle will unfold differently. But I have a suspicion that, that's what the Guard does. They're the ones who deliver the coup de grace. So I would imagine that at some point I'm going to be very heavily engaged, and I'm going to have to hold while these guys go in and roll up the line.
I see.
So that's my initial read of it. Of course, what actually happens will be entirely different. In fact, it's because I predicted it. It will be entirely different. If I hadn't have said anything, it would have totally gone that way.
Well, I'm
Once
glad
you
we
open
got
your
you
mouth,
committed. Then, I'm glad we got you committed on tape so that we can replay it later.
Yeah, well, that's just my initial read. But I'm not a psychic. If I were, well, I'd win a lot more Kriegsspiels.
Yeah, that's probably true. Nobody would let you play anymore.
No, they wouldn't. But I'd be winning the lotto a lot. So.
You could hire all new friends then.
That's right. We could have live action roleplay Kriegsspiel. I'll just rent the Shenandoah Valley or something for a weekend.
Well, speaking of it, while we're here, we should give Marshall an opportunity. I'd like to ask this because I found yesterday that tragically in my household, we were incredibly short of mugs.
Oh,
and
no.
Oh, I know, and this is a problem I'm sure that many in our audience have experienced as well. And it was at that time I said to myself, where could I find really good quality mugs that I would be proud to use and serve with my friends? Marshall, could you help us out with that?
Yeah, go to Kriegsspiel.org and then click on shop and go to our Etsy store where we have the best mugs ever. We've got 11 ounce, which is for people who hardly drink anything. And then we have 15 ounce mugs for, people who actually drink coffee. And, go in there and get your mug. That's the bread and butter of the IKS. It supports the organization, keeps us in business.
Not to mention it's winter. Not to mention it's winter, and we need and you got plenty of hoodies, right?
Yes, we do. We have lots of hoodies. We got pullover and zip-up hoodies. So there you have it. And if you're in the United States, you should get free shipping now because I figured out how to do that. So in the United States, free shipping.
But Blazer is here.
If the advertisement's done, do you mind if I give a report?
But wait, there's more.
All right, let's get the heck out of here. Let Blazer do his
Yeah.
job.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So you are.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah.
And Federoy is in here. How did he get in? How did he get in? Oh, he's an umpire. Hello.
Commentator.
Hired?
No.
Well, then why are you here?
Why am I here? Sorry, I thought it was the spectator booth. Sorry.
We're not the spectator. Well, in a way, we are the spectators,
We are.
but we're the spectators with noise.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Are you not entertained?
That's right.
I mean, I'm.
Dave is going to strip to the waist and start yelling. Are you not entertained?
No, I don't think I've got the physique for it, but
okay.
yeah.
Oh, come on. You can easily beat Russell Crowe in a physique look contest right now anyway.
Oh.
Maybe not back then, but right now you definitely could.
Perhaps. Well, anyway, let's. I was. Yeah. So, what did we think of Marshall's analysis there?
Well, I think this is quite fascinating because since the coalition is planning to come straight at him,
yeah,
that does seem to be their plan. and it's interesting the placement of the Imperial Guard on the far left. Okay, this is something Napoleon would, never do. So never even contemplate putting the Imperial Guard in harm's way like that without absolute necessity. It's quite interesting. Yes, Imperial Guard will do great damage to anybody that comes at them, quite naturally. But once those guys are worn down, they are your true massive decision.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see where or how Sam plans to create that massive decision, because he really, that's what's going to make the counterattack happen and effective.
Well, the way I'm looking at it, I take your point on board about how putting the guard on the left is not the wisest decision, and Napoleon always kept the guard in reserve. But let's just imagine this right hook from the coalition here going all the way down to Krizovich, is it? And maybe they don't run into the guard, and maybe Blazertrail over here does something sneaky, tries to, I don't know, put the guard into the woods and try and let the fog work with him, and then come at them on their flank as they're attacking. Maybe they won't even run into the guard.
That's also a possibility. In which case, the guard could become superfluous, since they wouldn't actually be defending anything because nobody attacks them, and they're not in the area of the field where he intends to do his counterattack.
Yeah.
So essentially, the guard could just be sitting there in the woods all day with nothing to do.
What's your thought, Carl?
I think this is just one of those classic, quote, Kriegsspiel moments, end quote. It's we asked Sam, what's your biggest fear? Oh, an Austrian attack on this part of the line would be devastating. And then we go to the coalition. What's your plan? We're going to attack this part of the line. And it's right. It's the classic.
Exactly.
Sam doesn't even know he probably does know what's coming. It's going to be ugly, I think. Of course, the problem with this Austrian assault is that they're massed in these huge columns, and so it's going to take them, especially if they advance deployed, it's going to take them forever to get to where they need to go. Right? It's probably going to take them at least an hour or two. And so, the fog has its advantages in concealing this assault, but also its disadvantages in that it's going to cause them to slow down. They're not going to be able to see each other as well. So I think it's going to be interesting watching this Austrian attack press forward, especially with these French forces so far advanced, whether or not they're going to serve as kind of a delay. The Austrians could very easily encounter one of these isolated French divisions and then just pounce on it, and all of a sudden all of your forward momentum is gone. And so these advanced French forces, as exposed as they are, could actually, in a somewhat morbid way, help Sam
in a Dan Sickles kind of way.
Yes. He might lose his leg, so to speak, but but he will stay alive.
It's interesting, but I think that's a critical point. Those exposed, Sam was most worried about his exposed corps there, and he's quite right to be, because if they get clobbered early, he does not have much behind them. There's a hole there, but if you look at the dispositions, the coalition doesn't seem to have much to put behind that to exploit it either.
Hi, I've got about 2 or 3 minutes if you want to do a quick interview.
Yes.
Although it needs to be relatively quick.
Really quick. Okay. Well, I have a few questions for you, and I think I did mention a few, but What made you choose
Yeah,
Austerlitz? Was it just because it's in December, or do you have some kind of special affinity? Is it your favorite battle? Tell us.
Few reasons. So first of all, the anniversary. I was originally going to do it on the anniversary, but we had issues with umpire availability, so it's the week after the anniversary. But so there's that. There's also it's relatively small. It's not like Leipzig or Borodino or something like that, where it's so big it's undoable. It's like I think the French have 4 corps, and the coalition have like they don't use corps, but they've got 10 players on the coalition side, so there's 29 total players. So it's not unmanageably big. Then it's relatively famous, so there's sort of appeal to it. It's not, it's like a well-known battle, so it's easy to recruit players and things. I think they're sort of the main reasons. The anniversary, it's not enormous. I think it's quite sort of tactically interesting as well, with the terrain, and the two sides are using different organizational systems and that sort of thing. So there's problems you can get from that.
Nice. And you're using your own system, is that right?
Yes. So
tell us a bit about it.
It's loosely based off Marshall's K22 system, and also takes quite a lot from the original 1824 or whatever rules. Although it's a lot faster than 1824. And it relies quite a lot on the umpires judging things, judging the odds of combat. The basic mechanic is the umpire picks a die, and the dice have different odds to them. So they'll judge, I think that X side has such and such a chance of winning this, and then the die will give them the exact results as to what actually happens.
Nice. So
I'm curious. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
I was only going to ask what's like the turn times. Is like 15 minutes, half an hour, or
15 minutes? Yeah.
Okay. After you, Achilles.
Is there this is the Grande Armée at its height, obviously.
Yes.
And there is a very different organization and style to the coalition forces. They have not yet evolved to fight more along the same way as the French, particularly the way their command structure is set up. With the Austrians, that it takes forever for them to even give an order down to brigade level. Do you have any kind of national characteristics, modifiers, or anything going into this system?
Yes, well, it's less modifiers and so on, and more just the French are organized a lot better. The coalition have much larger forces, so it's a lot harder for them to coordinate each other. They've got a lot more brigades per player. The French usually only have 2. The coalition might have up to 6, and so they're not even really going to be able to see their whole command at once. They don't have a corps level. They just go straight from the army to columns, which are sort of like very large divisions. They've also got so they have Kutuzov, who's the army commander, but then they've got the 2 emperors who have technical authority over their own nation's units. So we've had a lot of interesting disputes over who has authority to give certain orders to certain units and things, and we'll probably see more of that throughout today. That
will be fascinating to see play out. I really think that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out.
Also, their units take a little bit longer to respond to orders the players give as well, so there's that.
Right. With a lot less flexibility. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one last question then. Who's your money on? From what you gather over the last couple of weeks for play-by-post and stuff like that. Who do you think's got it to get together better?
Probably, I'll say the French. It's quite narrow though. I think it could definitely go either way. But if I had to place a bet, I'd put on the French.
Nice. Carter, do you have any questions?
No, I think that pretty much covers it for me. He probably should get back. It's been a bit more than 3 minutes.
I need to go.
Yeah. Okay, man. Thanks for your
come
time.
back at some other time, but yeah, bye.
Sorry for interrupting. Oh, that is already gone.
Yeah, he's already gone. Yeah, they're already dragging him back to the table. Oh.
Help! Help!
He's an important commodity. What can I say?
Yeah.
Yes, he is going to be He's going to be exhausted by the end of this, I suspect.
But I mean, just from looking at the first turn, it already looks like Napoleon is pulling first corps back, by the looks of things.
And the guard too. So we were talking about the guard being exposed and that being a risk. He's pulling them back. So yeah, the whole French line seems to be contracting.
Yep, and that flexibility that Blazer mentioned is really going to play out critically here, because the French are going to be able to respond faster and move faster, and they may be able to get themselves really well set for the blow that's coming in the north.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like the main coalition attack has even started forward either.
Yeah.
It looks like they just are chilling in place.
Yeah. I guess maybe
and the
we're
Russians
just waiting for the fog to lift, but
yeah. And the Russians pulled back off the edge of the ridge, I think. So, or maybe not. Maybe they were there the whole time. But yeah, definitely marked French action versus coalition. Just their content to sit where they are.
Well, shall we go have a chat with Bernadotte and ask him, you know, what his orders were there to pull back? Maybe
Bernadotte. Do we have to talk to Bernadotte, really?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's something that happened, Achilles. So you know, I mean, why not? Or you know,
yeah,
I mean,
let's go.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking that we definitely need to go have a chat with Jan down in the south at some point. But yeah, maybe not keep it all French talking. But as you said, the coalition hasn't done much on the first turn. But it's your choice, gents.
Yeah. Let's go talk to Bernadotte. It looks like they just finished getting an umpire report. So.
Sure.
All right. See if I can find Bernadotte. Where's he at?
First corps.
First corps.
Yeah.
Ah, thank you.
So now we're doing a double recording.
Double recording? Oh my gosh.
I guess we have to watch my language twice.
Echo. Yeah. So Bernadotte.
We're not gonna kiss Selena. Jeez.
Yes, it is I. Oh, no, that's not me.
I was going to say, tell us what's happening.
So, what happened was we had a council of war the previous evening, and we had a new plan where we're going to withdraw behind the Stepanitz Hill with my first corps. And let's say there was some kind of miscommunication. We submitted orders, but they didn't resolve, so we're out of position. The first corps is supposed to be in the center of the whole army, so we were supposed to do a night march. Essentially, the night march, the march that we're doing right now, we were supposed to do the night before. So we're doing it now because we've got the fog at least, and I've ordered my cavalry to kind of screen us a little bit. So we're not the only ones who were out of position. It seems like the Imperial Guard didn't move either, but it really was, I wouldn't describe it as anyone's fault. It was definitely just a miscommunication.
Interesting. So what do you think of the plan so far? What are your expectations? What do you think the coalition is gonna do?
Based off of what we saw in the play-by-post aspect of this game, or I guess the previous day, if we want to talk in character, they made that heavy deployment to the north on that hill. I guess we can call that hill something, right? Let's call it the Belititz Hill. Belititz Hill? Is that right? It sounds rude, but they put a lot of artillery there. And we had some troops up there that kind of got a little blasted, but they got out of the way just in time. I think they may have intended to make some kind of hook up there, because that's the only place where we really saw a large concentration of infantry, other than Blazertrail. We saw some Russian infantry there just as night fell. So we're not really sure where the enemy's hook is, but our plan is kind of very flexible, and this is something that Jan came up with, or Marshal Solt. So he kind of had this idea where maybe the Stepanitz heights can be our Pratzen heights, where if we pull off of it completely, we'll shorten our lines and be in a more flexible position to react to where the enemy is. And I think that was a really good plan. So we're kind of keeping it flexible, and we're kind of playing off the fact that we know that our emperor has a reputation for being aggressive. So we think we're going to disrupt the enemy plans by pulling off of our forward positions and also not continuing to attack.
So taking advantage of the psychology here of what they anticipate from his history.
Yep. We're definitely. We think that the coalition. We kind of expected some big plans out of them. We don't know what their plan is, but we expect that they're going to make a big show, because this is the big, the big game, the big battle, the very famous one, and we expect them to make something grand. And so we're going to keep our plan simple and kind of try and take advantage of their expectations, or at least we hope to.
Very good. Very good.
Fantastic.
So is it working? Can you guys tell us?
So the Martians have landed behind you. Yeah. The Martians have landed behind you, and they will be approaching you at any moment.
All right.
I saw
somebody
some XCOM
let Marshall. Somebody let Marshall in charge of the briefing.
Yeah, I heard the ghost of Robert E. Lee actually showed up at Napoleon's headquarters, and
the ghost of Robert E. Lee, like just. How was Robert E. Lee in 1802?
Don't think about it. Just roll with it.
What about it? It could be his father.
Light Horse Harry Lee.
Light Horse Harry Lee.
Oh dear.
He
Oh boy.
Told Napoleon, one day there will be a General Robert Lee, and Napoleon was like, this information isn't helpful whatsoever. This has no bearing on my life.
Sure.
Well.
Well, thanks very much for your time, gents. We'll move on and try and work our way around the table. I think. Let's go back to the commentary booth, guys, first, and to what we do, because I have spotted something quite interesting. But yeah, let's do that.
All right.
You can share it.
No, can't. We really can't. So I've spotted a rogue. Hi. I've spotted a rogue piece behind the Russian lines. I've spotted Van Damme. I don't know whether. Yeah, I don't know whether that is supposed to be there or what. But there is a stray French piece, and I'm thinking, when I saw it, I was like, "What is that? A French column coming onto the board, or what?" I kind of hope not.
No.
Oh, goodness.
But we'll see.
I'm
We'll have to
hoping that's
see.
a mistake.
I'm hoping that.
I'm hoping it's a mistake. Yes.
Yeah.
They've really done some deep infiltration scouting.
They have.
Well, the problem is he's all by himself, so I'm not really sure how effective he'll be.
His staff captain is like, maybe we should go back to our own lines. He's like, no, we'll be in Moscow by the end of the month. Let's go.
we're going to cut off their route of supply.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think maybe we should interview someone on the coalition side and maybe go for the cavalry column down in the south. How about that?
Maybe.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to get moving. So
yeah.
Maybe we should find Van Damme and ask him where he thinks he is.
Well, apparently Van Damme is right next to Salt at the moment, so I think that's just maybe a misplaced piece. But the umpires will no doubt see it. But I thought that was pretty wild. Like, I saw it out the corner of my eye, and I was like, what the hell? But yeah, let's... Okay.
So where's the cavalry column?
I don't know. It's just Coalition 7, Coalition 6.
Is that would be General de Cavallerie, Michael von Kienmeyer? Maybe, I don't know. Is he co-located with the Kaiser? I don't know.
Let's have a look. We've got advanced cavalry column. Let's see. It is dog pilot.
He is a. Okay.
It says a dog pilot is in commands, but dog pilot isn't at the table.
Well, Kienmeyer is a cavalry division commander. He is located with the Austrian Emperor.
But I'm talking about down in the south near Hosterudek. Klein Hosterudek.
I don't see
this guy. I know you can't.
I don't see a friendly
moment.
neighborhood cavalry column commander. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't know where dog pilot is, but okay, that's scrapped. That idea of interviewing him is scrapped.
It also looks like the Austrians up in the north, that big attack column.
Yeah, they're on the move.
They're pulling back, right?
I think they're literally going a wide round the north. Because I think that's march columns going through Poznitz right now.
That's an interesting play.
Yeah.
So they think that the French are going to defend that. And of course the French aren't. So they're going to take a really circuitous route up north. That is interesting. So they're going to just follow those roads then, huh?
Yeah. Although they just moved a brigade, so maybe not. Okay, yeah, they're still in march column. They're going. Oh, I don't know. Maybe we should go have a look at
we should go talk to. Yeah. Let's go talk to. Yeah, let's go talk to that commander there.
Yeah.
See what he's up to.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
How about you tell me?
Oh, we can't tell you anything. You have to tell us. What's the game plan? What are you ordering right now?
Well, right now we have a bit of an issue with road blockage. We have a large mass of bodies and horses behind me. So right now my main objective is just trying to clear the roads so they can get past.
I see.
Be that marching north, south, any which way, just to try to open the path.
And are you expecting a French attack, or are you attacking?
It's a little bit of neither. Right now, I'm just standing put. I think that column behind me has more specific orders to follow than I do, so I'm just trying to let them engage that first, and then we'll follow right behind.
Interesting. What are your orders from high command? Do you have any kind of expectations how the day might go?
My general consensus is that the French are in a bit of a defensive line right in front of us. I don't know how close that is, but considering it's been almost, I think, half an hour or so, we haven't seen anything. I'm kind of worried that they're not going to do much and they're going to wait for us, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. But right now, it's just a waiting game. I've been told to wait, and wait I will until I see blue uniforms marching across me.
Were you given a specific objective for the first phase of the battle?
The objective is to wait.
Yeah. All right. So
it's boring. I know it's not good for commentary, but
no, it's the important stuff. They serve who also. They also serve who stand and wait.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much for your time. We'll perhaps just
Thank
go
you.
back to the commentary box.
All right.
Hurry up and wait. What can I say?
Yep. Motto of the army.
Got to find the commentary box now. There we go. Oh,
Yes, there are so many things on that list, so many people on that list, it is difficult to find.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So, yeah, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave the stream in capable hands. I'm going to have to an hour break or so just to get some stuff done. But I'll be back.
No worries, man. No worries.
Hopefully by then the battle will be in full swing and I'll be able to go. Oh my
we'll-
god!
We'll hold
You know
tight.
what happened?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or you'll just come back in an hour and we're like, we're still waiting.
The Russian
I wouldn't be
columns have just
surprised.
moved.
Yeah, the French retreated. The Russians stayed put. What can I say? Yeah.
But I will say though, I mean, because when we were going into that room, the infantry had marched up north by the looks of things, and then marched back down south again, and Presbykowski was saying, "Oh yeah, I'm just letting the guys behind me pass," but they never did.
Yeah.
I was like,
Well, it looks like the Emperor's heading over there, so
Yeah.
he might have a word
yeah.
to say with them. So we'll see.
Mm.
But anyway, I
in
will
any
see you
case,
in an hour.
See you in an hour.
All right. See you in an hour, Carter. I think it's interesting. There's the idea that look, you go with what you have.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of have to look at that and say, we could spend 2 hours untangling this mess, or we just go with whoever's in front. I mean,
Yeah.
Why would you not just go ahead and commit with the group that's in front? Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, what's special about the guys behind him that they have to get those guys in front of him?
Well, it looks to me like a bunch of lancers and mixed cavalry, but
So he wants to push his cavalry out in front.
yeah.
Yeah.
But what he was telling us was, yeah, I'm getting out of the way for the cav, and they never moved. And I think even in that time there was like two turns that just are flying by. There's no waiting around in this game. It's pieces moving all the time, which is great. But yeah, nothing too much going on down south at the moment.
And certainly, as you look at it, you can see if all that mass of infantry that's there just starts coming, you know what? I'm not sure why they need the cavalry in front at this point. Actually, the cavalry would be better served to
exploit
to exploit what the infantry does. Now, I understand, of course, with the fog of not just the fog of war, but the literal fog for the morning in this battle, they're not sure where the French line is and who exactly is in front of them, and so the inclination would be to have your scouts out front to find them. But in this particular case, the enemy's there. Okay, you know they're out in front of you somewhere, and it's not very far away. You probably be better to use some of the cavalry to be scouting to find the end of the enemy's line, which would mean sending a portion of them off to the right to try to scout and probe and see if they can find the end of the line.
Yeah.
But you want, you're kind of committed. Your guys are already in front. You're basically taking away your own initiative and momentum by standing around and waiting for another group to get in front of them. You kind of just go with what you got. And if you look at it, that mass of infantry hits. If they were to just go straight towards what's that, Belititz?
Belititz, yeah.
Yeah, they would be hitting the very end of the French line.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be a very interesting position, and with that mass of infantry hitting that thin end of the line there,
and knocking out the guards straight away.
Yeah, I mean, you
Oof.
could be flanking the entire French line if they just got moving.
Well, I'm sure
it's
it'd
quite
be happening if me and you were playing Achilles. What can I say?
No, we'd probably be making some other terrible mistake that.
Probably. But can you imagine, like, just catching the end of that French line? It's it would have been marvelous
that would be a
to see.
dream.
It would have.
That would be a Chancellorsville-like moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is the guard, and if you roll up the guard, the French are really in trouble. Yeah.
Well, I
don't know.
I am liking how these French are consolidating. I think, if they consolidate too much, do you think that the Russians and Austrians, at the end of the day, might even be too afraid to attack up that hill?
It's entirely possible, because you know how the psychology works in this. When what you expect to happen doesn't happen, you get that freeze moment. It's okay. Where are they? And I don't know what to do. And you start getting cautious, and you start talking yourself out of things instead of going more instinctively. And that becomes a very dangerous moment for a commander on the field. He starts to second guess everything, and that's when he kind of just becomes very hesitant. And you could just sit still while you miss the opportunities, or the enemy does something to you.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the art part. I mean, there's a science, what we call military science, and then there's the art of it, and the art of it is what has always fascinated me for, forever, ever since I was a kid. I always saw the great commanders of history as part. I mean, they took the science of tactics and operations and strategy, and then they applied their own particular style and imagination, and that's the artistic part of it. And I always saw them as a kind of artist, because it's creative, but it's within boundaries. There's the old saying about writers and painters. First, you have to learn the rules of the form.
That's right.
Before you can break them. Before you can break them, and so that has always fascinated me. Just the subtlety of that, the art form aspect of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think taking that saying and putting it another way. I mean, history. I mean, that's what history is, right? The winners and losers of history. Like, you got to break the rules sometimes to win. I mean, it's an awful thing to say, but war is war. Not to. Yeah,
there aren't any real rules, right?
Exactly. I mean, and not to mention stuff going on at the moment, but you see the rules of war being broken on a daily, weekly basis, and it's fascinating.
Certainly.
But
in a different kind of arena. I mean, and when you just look at it as on the tactical level, there are a set of rules. There's principles that you go by, like what Clausewitz spells out, and say Sun Tzu and the others.
The principles stay the same, but
yes, the principles are the same. It's how you apply them in circumstance, and the creative way they can be applied. That is the art, and how you create the situation that you want. At Austerlitz itself, historically, Napoleon. One of the things that makes this battle his greatest battle was just his application on all three levels of strategy, operation, and tactics. He made use of everything in order to create the battle that he wanted. He drew the coalition to a place where he wanted to fight. Then he gave them the idea that his army was in terrible shape, and that he really needed an armistice or something like that, so that they would be more aggressive coming at him. And then he set up a very weak right wing to give them the target that he wanted them to go after, because they did not know that Davout was coming, and would have had no anticipation of it, because their entire experience of war was that you can't march 70 miles in 2 days and still fight a battle.
Yeah.
And that's what Davout did. His corps marched 70 miles in 2 days to arrive. You know?
Yeah, and that was something that I was going to ask Blazer, if we are expecting a Davout later on. And that's why I kind of panicked when I saw Van Damme's piece all the way out east. But I think that's been fixed now. I think that's been fixed. I put a little message in the message box there, and I think they were probably wondering where it was themselves, and they've moved that back now. So that's all good. There is no surprise rear attack from the French.
That's probably good, because I think somebody would have been upset.
But yeah, okay. Let's pick a player, Achilles, and we'll go have a word with them.
Okay. I am interested in
someone who's at the table.
Yes, someone who's at the table. Oh, that narrows it down, doesn't it? Well, I see Dogpilot. Let's go down to Coalition 1. There's a meeting going on there with Kutuzov and Konstantin and the Tsar.
Yeah.
And it could be interesting to know what their picture of what's happening is right now.
Cool.
Okay.
One between the advanced guard and I believe that is Gratian's advanced guard. That and in our last deployments, and I think we need some of first column to try and plug this gap. I think we are having quite.
Don't think it's an issue.
Well, do you know if they're gonna attack or not?
Yeah, we're gonna attack them in a couple of hours.
You're gonna attack them, yes.
Well, they are gonna attack them in a couple of hours.
Well, let's see. I mean, I don't think that it's a wise decision.
I do not intend to run around like a wet hen.
Yeah, you have we have superior infantry, that's for sure. The problem is that we don't have men to guard it. Yeah, like we don't know what could be in front of us. They could be cavalry, could be infantry. We don't know. So
what if Sam Miller tries to attack through the gap in our line?
And the
sounds
army
like
comes
something
and we
Sam
retreat.
Miller. Sounds like something Sam Miller would do.
I mean, yeah.
Hi guys,
what
by
do
the
we
way.
do then?
Hi David. Hi Achilles.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great.
Sorry? Didn't hear you, Achilles.
We're doing great. We're all
Yes.
doing great.
Correct. We are confident, eager. The pesky French will not get past.
We came down. We were wondering just how you're seeing the battle right now. How do you think things are playing out for you?
To be quite honest, we can't see shit.
I think my
Horrible
nervous.
weather. Like, God doesn't want us to win this battle. That's the point of it.
I think my nervous second column commander is advancing beyond his orders, and I'm gonna have to go over there and tell him not to do that.
Yes, why is he advancing to meet the enemy?
Once again,
why.
I am warning you, Kutusov. You should tell second column that if he doesn't obey your orders, he will no longer see his family again.
Oh, we're back to that old chestnut, are we?
He's one of those young noble Russian that wants to see the war and gain glory.
That would be more accurate for Bagration, but he's not really that, is he?
Yeah.
So as I understood the original planning, your primary attack was to fall in the north. Is that still the case?
Yes, we have not changed anything yet. However, I'm going to investigate what's happening in the north to assure that everything is right. Myself, personally, yes, you heard it, right? His Imperial Majesty, Tsar Alexander of Russia, is going to expect a situation of it.
I do suspect that the French have not based their main attack in the north and not placed any troops very close to it, because the dispatches I'm receiving is telling me that there's no one there.
So is third column still there?
Adjustments will be made.
Is third column still there, KB?
Third column shouldn't necessarily be moving, but second column definitely shouldn't be moving as far as they are. They're almost at the bottom of the heights, I think, according to the dispatches I've been receiving, and they're not supposed to be going that far.
We'll see. We will see.
I'm starting to get very worried.
Well, Dave, some interesting stuff for us to chew on.
Yeah. Shall we go back to the commentary box for 5 minutes?
I think so. Yeah.
Thanks, gents.
I wish you guys luck. You have a hard job as.
No. We're having lots of fun.
French. Oh, I hope you are. But it doesn't matter, because you're gonna be killed if you say anything. So.
Enjoy.
We know where you live.
There he is.
I'm back. I was being told that they know where I live, and they're even threatening the commentators now, apparently, as much as themselves. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, it's interesting. I'm sure Alexander, when he gets up there, will wonder what is going on in the north, because there's no pressure being put down, is there?
No, they're essentially swinging at air.
Yeah.
And their punch is essentially it's in incredibly slow motion.
Yeah. This fog is more like water at the moment.
I mean, looking at the map, you can see they have this giant mass that is, that has nothing but air directly in front of them.
But I mean, I'm sure I'm going to slaughter the name, but yeah,
that guy, Alphabet.
Third column, the guy who was supposed to attack. Yeah, he was saying, well, we've been told here to wait. I mean,
exactly.
I'm intrigued to see what happened there, where the confusion was. And you know what? I do actually want to maybe go into the umpire table with you and just ask one question. Who is this cavalry column commander? Because Dog Pilot is marked, I see in the Discord, as being an aide to Kutusov. So even though Dog Pilot was in command of this cavalry column piece, I don't know. We'll have to check, because I am curious. I'm curious because there is coalition cavalry on the move in the south. They've just passed through Sternhof and Algist and stuff like that. And
it would be fascinating if, completely against their own design and will, they end up doing exactly what the Allies did, the coalition did at Austerlitz.
Oh, and holy shit, look at this. We've got Davout's column. On the march. Yeah, so Davu is coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's my question answered. Okay, well, proper Austerlitz it is then. There's,
would it not be fascinating if, even with our knowledge of what happened, and the players' knowledge of what happened, and planning to do something different, they end up doing the exact same thing?
It would be glorious. It would be glorious.
It really would. It really would.
Okay, let's go find out on who this cavalry column dude is.
It looks like all the umpires are out into channels right now, except for Felix.
Maybe Felix will know. I think he was managing messages. I think last time I knew. So,
Okay.
Yeah, let's go to Felix. Hey Felix, how's things?
Good.
Yeah. Did I understand earlier that you were doing messages? Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So, the coalition commander on the southern end for the cavalry column, who is that at the moment?
The cavalry column.
Yeah, it says cavalry column command down. I can't ping because I'm a spectator.
Yeah.
Just north of Algest.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find out.
Because I thought it was Dogpilot, but Dogpilot seems to be some kind of...
Was told us earlier he might not make it because he's sick, or he'll try to make it. He wasn't there on time, so we replaced him to get it moving, and now he's still here, apparently.
Okay.
Same. So basically, we just wanted to get on the way.
Sure.
If somebody's not on time,
No,
their problem.
no, that's fine. I was just wondering who the cavalry column commander is down in the south. That's all. Because we just love to go speak to him.
Yeah, it's. Wait a second. 2 hours. Right. No. Wait a second. It's a new guy. Is it EJ?
Coalition 7.
EJ. Coalition 7. I believe it should be EJ.
Okay.
But wait there. Wait until Nick is done with his.
Oh yeah, we're done. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nick just left. So.
Cool.
Okay. Meanwhile.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Yeah,
thank
no
you.
problem.
EJ.
Yes. Hello.
Hey.
How's things?
What you're doing down there?
You wrote to me.
Yeah, we're the commentary guys, so we're coming down to say, asking how you are and how's the game going for you so far.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah,
I can
you're
hear
live on
myself
YouTube.
Later on YouTube. Yes. Okay.
You'll become famous, or infamous, one or the other.
Yeah, I have been listening to these YouTube casts for about a year or half a year at least.
Excellent.
But now I got around to playing this few past weeks. This is my third game.
Yeah, we understand.
go.
We
Yeah.
understand that you got given the cavalry column on the coalition side. So what's your orders been so far? We see that you're on the move.
I have sent. Yeah, I am on the move personally, going to the south. But I have also sent cavalry battalions, I guess, to pretty much all directions, keeping some in reserve on the hill with the artillery, in hopes that the fog will lift at some point.
At some point.
And so behind your cavalry, what have you got supporting you?
As allied troops.
Well,
I
yeah,
have no
I would
idea.
hope so. I would hope it wouldn't be other troops behind you.
No, man. Like I meant if you thought that I had some of my own troops. I have 2 battalions of cavalry on the hill, but on any other commands, I have no idea. I
I
don't
see.
even actually know what their orders or battle plans really are. 'Cause
Have you been
I was
given
a
orders?
replacement commander.
Have
What?
you been given orders by the Kutuzov
Yes.
or Alexandra? Okay, what has he asked you to do?
I'm to scout ahead to the south and pretty much to Vienna Road, but I have not actually located on the map where the Vienna Road is. So that's a question. And then I'm to delay the enemy and save my own troops. So not to comment too strongly, basically. For right now, I'm trying to locate some enemy and then report back.
Okay.
Excellent.
Scouting in all directions.
Well,
so if you have any ideas where that Vienna Road is, the road to Vienna, then that might help.
I'd say Google it. That's what I'd say. Get up
okay.
1802 Google and you'll be fine.
1805 or
Is it 18? I thought it was 1802. No.
No, it's 1805.
Is it 1805? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. I'm getting confused with it being the 2nd of December. That's where I got the 2 from. There we go. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, EJ. Perhaps we'll come back soon and see how you're doing and if you found out where that road
Maybe I
is.
have something to report at that time.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah. Let's go back to. Actually, you know what? Let's go jump and find Jan. It's yeah.
Okay.
It's about time we had a word with Jan.
Where is he? Oh, here he is. 4th Corps.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready. Although he's not in the chat yet. I don't think. Oh, there. Oh, he's up near. Oh, there. Oh, there.
And how are things progressing for you in the 4th Corps area?
It's mostly very calm so far down here. We've just received reports that the enemy cavalry is daring to probe us again. They have been pushed back yesterday by the Grand Battery and our defensive lines, but apparently they want to see if we are still here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I heard from one of the interviews that we were doing earlier with one of the other generals that
you're the brains behind the outfit.
Yes, that this is your battle plan. Is that correct?
Somewhat, yeah. I mean, obviously Sam is the overall commander, and he agreed to the plan. So.
Okay. And so what was your intent with the plan?
So the thing is that the enemy is outnumbering us, and that, I mean, concerning the battle as such, I think it's very difficult if you have such a popular historic battle where everybody knows which forces are involved and how the historic battle went, and what the sort of debate was, Napoleon played and so on. How do you approach that? How do you outgame your opponent? And we thought about sort of doing the same as Napoleon did, just because, you know, the enemy wouldn't assume that we go that obvious way. But we then decided.
Oh, we just lost him.
An attempt on his life was made.
He got shot by a Russian sniper. Sorry.
He just got dropped down to 4th Corps. Okay.
Yeah, I guess he's not. Actually, yeah, let's just go chase him. But we can come back and have a chat with you guys soon. Let's go chase him down in. There you go.
Might be our Pratzen Heights, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Back from those, have the enemy hopefully be confused by that and push forward onto our defensive line. And then when we see where they want to put their Schwerpunkt, we will probably push through the center. That should be then 1st Corps, potentially 3rd Corps Davout arriving at noon. The Grenadiers and the Cavalry Reserve pushing through this sector of Pontowitz and Pratze and cut off the Pratzen Heights, which then allows us to swing sort of or wheel to the right and attack the Pratzen from the south.
So you're intending to use, for example, Davout and the forces that are arriving as the massive decision in this case.
Yeah, I mean, they will probably arrive in our sector down south, and if we need them to plug any gaps, we will do so, but otherwise we will shift them north to our center, yes, and use them together with the Grenadier Reserve and the Cavalry Reserve and First Corps to push through. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Interesting. Sounds like an excellent plan. We'll see how it works.
I don't know about that, but we will see.
Well, you know what happens to plans.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, but for now we are sort of more the passive army. We are waiting for the enemy to come to us and then exploit their weak point.
Very good.
Sorry to interrupt, Marshal Scott. You ride all the way south past your General Saint-Hilaire into Telnitz, and there you encounter two battalions of the 3rd Division holding the town, and you can, right as you come into the town, you can tell that they are shooting at something, and upon asking, the officer tells you that they're skirmishing with what looks like to be a half brigade or somewhere between half and a full brigade of enemy cavalry.
Okay.
And any questions?
No, so we don't have any additional reports to the previous ones. They have just a few squadrons or brigades of cavalry, that's all.
Okay. Then
I will move to meet Saint-Hilaire. Hope he caught that one.
Wow.
So, and how's the battle going for you?
Riveting. It's riveting stuff.
It is quite fascinating watching it play out. I will say that. Yeah, and the different designs on both sides, and what is intended and what is actually happening, and all of those things, you know.
We had quite a hiccup there in the north of the redeployment overnight, which wasn't executed to the full extent. But
yeah, it's interesting just to see how it is developing.
Yeah, I'm very curious to watch the video afterwards and see how the Allied battle plan was and how they managed to coordinate that and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Jan, orders.
I'll move to meet Saint-Hilaire.
Okay. Easy peasy. No.
Okay. Well, let's go back up to the commentary box, Achilles, and
yes, sir.
Do our normal things. But yeah, thanks for the chat, Jan. And
sure, always.
Yeah. All right. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Going up into. No, yeah, it doesn't matter. We can just stay here. Yeah, you know what? I almost forgot my Roman numerals. Trying to find Jan. I was just like, where is he? Where is he? I was looking at 5th Corps. I'm being an idiot. But yeah.
Hey, I once went to a video store. This is back in the days when they had video stores, Blockbusters, stuff like that. And I was looking for Kenneth Branagh's Henry V. And I asked for Henry V, and the guy looked all over the place, and then he came back to me and he said, I can't find that. There is this thing called Henry V. What is this?
I knew that was coming. Yes, can I interest you in Rocky 3? No. Now we've got a request to go back and chat with Napoleon. Yeah, but you know what, I'm almost wanting to go have a chat with Bagration and maybe even Kellerman as well. But yeah, because we've got Kellerman out front in the French near Punterwitz that has just been sitting there. Yeah, still screening this. Yeah, remixing of the rear lines of the French and stuff. But yeah, let's for 2 minutes. Let's go say hello to Bagration. Yeah, make sure we speak to as many Russians as French. But
he's got the umpire with him right now. So.
Okay. Well, let's go to Napoleon then. Let's do that. Where is Napoleon?
He's down with 5th Corps.
Okay, let's do that.
Maybe they want to surrender to us.
Maybe.
I mean, it could be. They could say it's Sam and Marshall on the same team, and Jan. We're just gonna surrender now.
That's the dream team. That's the dream team.
Are you gonna send them a message that says, "I'm sorry, we don't have the facilities to take you all prisoner."
Yeah. Well, we can. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they're coming to surrender. This is a hopeless cause for them.
Yeah, sure. You've seen the.
So, what is your view of the battle at the moment? What are you seeing?
I see just what I see looking out my window right now, which is a lot of fog. Actually, it's getting ready to rain here.
Oh, well, we have gale force winds and rain, really hard rain right now as well.
Yeah, it's coming.
It's
coming. So, yeah, Achilles and I live on the same coast, about 100 miles or so apart as the crow flies.
Yeah, about right.
So,
but
you get it. You get it. About 12 hours or so before I do.
So, Napoleon. If now that some of your troops have understandably redeployed, what's next?
What's next? Waiting.
Nice.
That's not a thing that you do easily, is it, Sam?
No, it isn't.
That's what I thought. Do you have a psychological trick when you need to wait to hold yourself back? Something that you keep your mind busy with, or something?
While moving around.
Mm.
And talk with other people. So I basically am right now moving to many commanders to talk with them.
Mm. Have you heard from Davout yet?
Davout. Wait, let me look. Oh no, I didn't hear from him.
Interesting.
But I think he's coming and going to Sud. Since I had sent him a message to go there.
And is it correct that you intend to use 3rd Corps Davout as part of the massive decision for your counterattack? Is that still the way you're looking at it?
Yeah, since he's moving to Sud to help him. But we kinda have to wait for the coalition attack to see if that's the case. But we know the 1st Corps has sent me a message that they began to move out on the hill near Lesha. But I'm kinda surprised that they are that slow. So maybe they have the same drawbacks as historically with communication and such.
I know you expressed at the very beginning your concern about how exposed they were.
Well, now I don't really have to worry about that, since they already retreated. But seeing that the coalition is attacking really slow, I'm kinda surprised.
Well, Dave?
Yeah, let's go back up to the commentary box because yeah, we've got plenty to talk about for the next few minutes.
All right.
Achilles. So it looks like it's just begun over by Bernadotte at Lescher, as the French just have what looks like just one block holding this little junction here. But I have actually witnessed, and I wish I would have said it at the beginning, because I was wondering if the cavalry would try and make it through this woods, through this trail here, come to Lech and hit them from behind, and it looks like that is where they're gonna maybe go. Kienmeyer is marching the lancers and the cav and everything, completely missing the guards, or what is?
Yes.
Man, this is.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier about how there's just nothing but air up there as the French were contracting, and if those guys recognize the opportunity that they are creating, it could be devastating. Now, of course, the fog of war here, they don't know that they're moving into empty space.
No. But
and that's really fascinating. And those guys behind them, I mean, what would really make this work?
Come on,
is
infantry,
if those
move!
Infantry are up there.
Move!
Yeah, exactly. they're so far away that by the time they get there, I mean,
yeah,
it's a completely different situation.
But
yes,
also
the French left is in the air.
The horse guns have moved up unsupported to Korokov. It's an odd move, but it's I don't want to call I don't want to accuse people, but it's almost like he just knows where to go. It's but we'll see what he does going forward. Will he switch going south if the fog lifts and they're just like, oh, the French are around Christian, and will he make it through this forest over to Lech? I just don't know.
It's interesting because that cavalry up there in the north is essentially doing right now they're doing what they should be doing, which is probing forward to find the end of the line.
Yeah.
And they're not very far away from finding the end of the line if they keep pushing. And if they can get that message back to that mass of infantry up there, and that mass of infantry should be going forward. They should already be at the edge of this plateau here, instead of as far back as they are, to take advantage of this. But if these guys can get that message back to them and they can act on it, they have an opportunity. They have a really good opportunity. It's just that, yeah, they're moving like molasses going uphill in winter.
Yeah. But one quick question. Let me pick your brains on something about this movement from the guy that we Kienmeyer, who's cavalry in column in fog going into a situation where they have no idea what's in front of them. Would you do it? I wouldn't do it.
No. No chance in the world. No. At this point, you're expecting contact. So your movement, your formation should be a formation you want to be in if you make contact.
Yeah.
And you definitely don't want to be in column. You're close to the enemy. You know that your visibility is really small. So when contact does come, it's going to be at close range.
And let's try and find Kienmeyer in the channels and see what he's seeing at the moment. So he is. It wouldn't be that one. Advanced Guard Cavalry? No.
I saw Kienmeyer earlier. I saw his name. Let's see.
So it looks like
there he is. Coalition 5.
Coalition 5. Okay. but I'm wondering what kind of text channel he's using. You know what? Let's just go down and ask him and see him ask him what he's expecting here. Let's do that. Hello, Kai and Maya.
Greetings.
How you doing? How's the game been so far?
Very confusing.
Very confusing. Tell us about it.
Well, the confusion began even before today's live game, because during deployment, me and third column got switched up. So we had to switch ourselves back around during the night, because I'm supposed to be the furthest right flank of our force. And now, during the battle, we have once again shuffled ourselves back how we were initially, so there was no point in shuffling ourselves to begin with. My troops didn't march along the road I ordered them to march around, so I basically marched...
Isn't that always the way, though? Isn't that always the way?
Yeah, so I marched through all of third column, so it's been a lot of chaos. I also tried to find General Wittgenstein, who has apparently begun advancing, even though I don't believe that was ever part of the plan. And didn't manage to find him. So now I'm hoping to complete my Emperor's orders, whom ordered me to defend near Horaliov. I'm deploying my command just west of Beletitz, facing south, and hopefully once we are deployed we will be advancing out into the plain below and attacking whatever is in front of us.
So your orders then are to advance. Let's see. You're advancing west from your location and attack whatever's in front of you.
Well, initial orders were that we would be a flanking maneuver once the French hit our center, but our center has just literally begun advancing and is taking away the positions which we are supposed to be flanking.
Okay. So where do you think the French northern flank is?
Well, if I was French command, I would probably set it up near like Kriegsspiel. But I do not know whether they're there. There's a heavy fog still. Perhaps they're there. If I was French command, I would definitely make use of these woods in securing my northern flank and then attacking from the south in great force. That's what I would do at least. Because the problem we are currently facing here in the north is that there is just not enough room to deploy this great amount of units.
I see. Okay. That is very interesting.
Yeah, and I will. That's why I'm trying to move southwest as quickly as possible to win us some space to deploy on.
Okay.
Nice.
Any questions from you, Dave?
None from me. It's all been answered.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Let's go back up to the commentary box and.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Scroll.
This is really going to be interesting. His picture is good.
Yeah.
He knows exactly where the French flank is, even though he hasn't seen it yet. What he's thinking is correct. And if he makes the move that he intends to make, he's going to run right into the very end of the French line.
Sure.
Now the question is, can that infantry get up there to take advantage of it? To support?
They're not going to be there for a while, and they're not. I mean, we've got one brigade on the go. Oh, it looks like maybe the advance guard and the first brigade. Looks like the third column is on the move. It's going to be moving in between Maria House straight into Kriegsspiel, I think, if they're following this road. So it's beginning. The fog hasn't lifted yet, but it's beginning.
I mean, there's a huge. That's a huge mass of cavalry too. That that's going to hit the guard. I mean, almost end on.
Well, I think the guard has now moved, hasn't it? I think it's just the 61st Line Infantry under
Oh, is it?
under 5th, yeah, 5th division. That's now at
So-
Christian, but yeah, the Guards is.
So it's not even the guard.
It's not even the Guard. The Guard has now been put in reserve just west of Belowitz. So yeah,
There is going to be eventually, oh yeah, Napoleon's up there.
yeah, he is up there. He knew exactly where Napoleon was.
That is going to be really interesting when that fight starts. Yeah.
But it's. I
Wow.
mean, I'm wondering if the coalition is going to be organised enough to launch this, because I mean, you just heard Great Gold just saying, yeah, it was a little bit of a clusterfuck with
Oh, yeah.
just getting started and people not moving. So, but
Well, it does look like the Russian infantry has finally arrived on the end of that plateau. Oh no, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong part. No, they haven't moved at all.
No,
the guys in the far north, they haven't moved at all.
Well, they're just starting to move now, I think. But yeah, it's gonna.
Yeah, they should have been on the edge of this plateau already. Up here. Oh, good lord. But yeah, that is going to be really fascinating when that cavalry starts moving southwest. They're going to run right into the very end of the French line.
But let's have a look and see if we can just have a look at a report channel here, just to figure out the exact time, because I think they're flying through the times. Let's have a look. So Napoleon is currently at 7:30, so we started the game at 6 o'clock, so
3.5 hours. And the fog doesn't lift until, what, almost, like, I can't remember historically, so I don't know.
I'm sure Jim would be able to tell us if he was here, but...
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I think he has that tattooed somewhere on him.
Probably. Yeah, a little heart with Bernadotte on it as well, I'm sure. But I did want to go have a word with Bernadotte, but he seemed to zip around the map really quickly. But I wanted
last I saw his little marker down here, he was in serious trouble.
Yeah,
he was
but
out there with like a single block.
But in our chats to other people, it seems like the game has moved on. But let's go have a chat with him and see how he liked that first engagement there.
Okay, let's see if I can find him.
He's in core 1.
Core 1. All right.
Bernadotte, hello.
Hello.
I understand you got a little face of the enemy over by Lesher. Is that right?
I did.
Yeah. Tell us, how did that go?
I went on a Marshall level scouting mission. I saw. Well, I was with my 2nd Division Cavalry, and I saw the enemy moving up into positions that we kind of occupied yesterday. And I heard some shooting up north, and I'm like, who the hell is up there? And I wanted to take a look, because I was worried that it was either, a part of my column hadn't fully withdrawn, or some other issue had gone with my infantry division, and we still had forces that were trailing behind quite significantly. So I felt that it was worth it to just check. And what I saw was confusing to me, because it was a 5th Corps light infantry holding out in that house, and apparently doing a good job. But I don't know why they're there. So I'm going to the Emperor to let him know what I saw, and tell him that, hey, we've got this battalion of light infantry that's in this farmhouse, and I think they're holding back the whole Russian army.
Oh, but
they should probably leave.
But are you enjoying the game so far, though? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm enjoying the fact that we didn't get smashed completely in our forward position. And it seems like we got away with it.
Good, good. Well, yeah, because we saw it happen. We saw the dice roll, and we had other people to chat with as well. But we were eager to hear your thoughts on that. But yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
No problem. I hope the commentary continues to be fun.
Oh well, you'll have to watch it afterwards and give us your 2 cents, and maybe you'll see us on some sports channel in the future. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, it's gonna be on ESPN.
Yeah, forget
That's
Madden.
right.
Forget Madden. You've got Achilles. There we go.
That's right. We're providing color commentary here. Boom.
Yeah. Right
who's
through the
done
slot.
that?
Yeah.
We're gonna be on ESPN 8, the Ocho.
That's it.
There you go.
Yeah. Sponsorship deals coming in soon, I'm sure. We just, but
Already sponsored by Nike.
Sponsored by Pringles.
You'll have to see that all of our blocks moving forward are going to have the swoop on them.
Yeah, that's right.
And they all of our troops are wearing Nikes.
Yeah. And
I'm sponsored by Pringles and Mogan David.
Oh, okay. Nice.
The combination that all the best dressed people in Florida are using.
Yeah, good.
The only sponsorship deal I can get at the moment is Bird and Blend Tea. Yeah, so there you go. But you know what, Achilles? I don't think we've had a chat yet. And I keep saying I want to go to Bagration because we haven't chatted to him yet. But Francis the Second. Surely we need to go to Francis the Second, right? See how.
Well, sure. If he's not gardening, which he may be doing.
But
where is? Oh, he's right now. They're having a big meeting of coalition.
Yeah. So maybe we
just
should.
let me know what they're. Just let me know what they're saying. All right. And
Will do.
I'll make sure that you get some more sponsorship deals. How about that?
Absolutely.
All right, mate. Take it easy.
All right. Good luck.
Good luck. Thanks, guys.
Heavy artillery versus light infantry they're firing at retreated out of range.
So it's out of the city. Okay. Well,
General Wittgenstein, how the fuck? Why the fuck did you advance?
I was
Excuse
told.
me.
I will come.
No, you were not told
Okay,
to
yeah.
advance early in the morning. You
I
were
was
not
told to
advance.
press the enemy till I meet
You
him.
were not told to do so by me. Or could do so. In fact, he's just as confused as you.
I will read out the orders he gave to me.
He gave this to you when he came to reprimand you for the fact that you fucking advanced without any orders.
The enemy will approach you and might attack you. Either way, it is important that you somehow pin him down early for a flanking maneuver to work. Keep
Well,
him pinned.
that's not, General Kutuzov.
When
has
third
come-
column arrives, destroy him. When the enemy in front of you is destroyed, move left.
Lawrence, can you mute your mic? I'm trying to have.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Look, General Wittgenstein. The plan was clear. You were not supposed to advance early without the permission of Kutuzov or me. And Kutuzov was just as confused as you on the heights with me, and he has claimed that he did not approve your advance forward. This is very disorganized, and we've already dissolved our plan in less than an hour of the morning beginning. So, third column has been forced to begin its advance early. Do you not understand this? Do you understand what I'm going through right
He
now?
told me.
I have no intelligence on what's in front of me right now. It may be the entire French army. We do not know what is beyond those hills and what is beyond your infantry. You were not supposed to advance until we directly ordered it.
All right, I need.
By your moves, you may have just cost us our well-organized plan.
My orders are to hold position, Liam.
Okay. All your.
But can you tell them? Nah, hold position. Hold everything in position.
Everything is to hold position. Understood.
They stopped firing. Firing stopped in the north, right? Musket range
Yes.
shooting. Okay, that's it.
The artillery reports the enemy moved out of position. All firing has ceased.
Okay. I stop. I do nothing. That's it.
Okay, Yords, do you have any orders?
For now, nothing. I'll just advance my artillery a bit to be more reactive, but that's about all.
Your
Really?
horse artillery or heavy artillery?
Both artillery, they will just go on the road, so they are, they can be called more rapidly. They won't leave the rest of the corps. They will just be in the road a bit forward, and that's about all. Thank you.
Lawrence, can you make interviews out here? That's why.
I think we were just coming in just to see what the meeting was about. But I think we pretty much got the gist.
An idea now.
Yeah, we got the gist. Yeah.
Kutuzov, I have been
by
given.
The way, like Wittgenstein, don't assume as me being rude in general. I'm just trying to build character here.
Yeah, I know. I mean, no. If you would be in character, you would always attack in this battle. Remember?
Okay, Achilles, let's go back in the commentary box.
I am. Wait.
Woo. So yeah.
Okay.
It a crisis of command. What are your thoughts, Achilles? I mean, obviously there was a lot of shouting going on and blaming of people, and he was like, "Well, I did as ordered by Kutuzov. What's the problem?"
Well, I think it's interesting. It is something that I see sometimes in these games that this isn't the time to worry about that. It's done. Okay, what is. So basically, you can legislate it later, but now is the time to go forward, to say, okay, here's our situation. It's not where we wanted to be, so this is how we fix it. This is what we do from here. Otherwise, you're essentially wasting valuable time with these kinds of discussions, and you're not achieving the objective. You're taking away from it, and at the same time, it's okay. We need to put our heads together and say, okay, here's the circumstance. How do we go forward from here, and what do we know? What do we know? What's going on? Instead, the recriminations, why aren't you where you're supposed to be? And the other guys, I don't know. I've got these confused orders, so on and so forth. Yeah, you end up with this kind of paralysis, that is fatal.
Yeah, but I tell you what, the key bit of information for me was in that discussion there. He was saying that that the northern attack has to now go in earlier than expected. I thought they were supposed to go in straight away.
I thought they were too. I thought that was the original plan,
but
as I understood it.
Yeah, but now it seems like the whole kind of waiting. That was correct. So I mean, it's mixed signals coming from the coalition. Like I thought they were supposed to go in, but maybe that's just our understanding. I don't know. But yeah, he's just berated him because apparently the attack is supposed to be now going in earlier than anticipated. But I guess that might pay off for him in the long run, because the north is looking a little bit dicey.
Yeah. I mean, there's such a glorious opportunity there that they're not taking advantage of at this point. Now, it's not too late. They still can, but they're putting themselves behind the 8 ball here because so much of their force is in the wrong place, or it's just not moving at all.
Yeah. And I do have to acknowledge some of the talk that's been happening in the chat as well. You know, you've got Sean Mack saying that Special Zendos, being Tsar Alexander, what an appropriate choice. Now, from my understanding of the conversation in the chat, it seems like Special Z is a bit of a larper. So, that kind of gives me hints at how to approach umpiring him going forward in the red versus blue. So I'm going to make a note of that. Yeah, he likes to role play our Special Z.
Question from the old person in the room. What does that mean?
So so basically, proper like role play type of thing. So LARPing, traditionally, it's. I mean, you know what LARPing is? No. Okay,
no.
so
I've never been a role player. I never played any role-playing games ever.
So traditionally speaking, LARPing is kind of like Dungeons and Dragons, but in a park somewhere, and you pretend to be a knight or an elf.
Oh, I see.
In the park, and there's big events like that, and people actually have big battles.
Like the Society for Creative Anachronism.
Yeah, but yeah, they have like battles going on in the woods and stuff like that, and people bring like rubber axes and stuff like that. But,
sure.
Yeah,
okay.
Live action
All
roleplay.
right.
That's what it stands for.
Thank you, Adler.
Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to find the words in my head, but I tell you what, I think it's about time we go to Bagration. I think it's.
You've been trying to get there for so long now.
We have to speak to everybody. We have to speak to everybody to make it a round out. You know.
You keep trying to go there, and then we somehow get pulled somewhere else. So okay, let's see. Let's find Bagration. Oh, there he is. Coalition 6.
Coalition 6. All right, let's go.
Good morning, General.
Are you there?
Are you there?
We've come all this way and he's not there.
Fate has determined that.
Either that or he doesn't have a mic. Who knows? We're live, folks. We're live.
Fill that dead air, quick, Dave.
Yeah. Quick, pick someone else. Kellerman. Let's find Kellerman. If Bagration isn't at the keyboards, we'll come back to him.
We'll find Kellerman. Where is Kellerman?
It's core 3. Core 3 up in the French. There we go. Kellerman, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. I've been keeping an eye on you from the commentary box. You were very out in the front there.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, tell us more about it. How's the game going for you so far? What have your orders been? What's your intent? What's going forward? What's happening?
Well, right now, unfortunately, the plan had been for my division to screen First Corps as they withdrew in the night, but due to a miscommunication error, that First Division was unable to do that over the night. So that's really what I've been doing, and all of First Corps has been doing for the last hour or so. I've mostly been screening, having my my 2 brigades screening as First Division and First Corps with pull back to their intended location in the line. I currently have my 1st Brigade in between Puntowitz and Kobelwitz, and I'm currently ordering my 2nd Brigade to kind of move to a reserve position behind 1st Division. And I'm right now actually heading to meet with my commanding officer and the Emperor in Stepwoods, I believe, is what it looks like.
Right. Okay, cool.
Because, yeah,
Tunis is here. Tunis is here as well. Hi, Tunis.
Well, hello. Hi, I actually need to move Kellerman. He's co-located with the Emperor and his corps commander and a few other people.
Yes.
Excellent. Well,
Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah, fine. Yeah. Just checking in on him. That's all good. Cheers.
Cool.
I see which one. 5th Corps 4, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well, Dave.
Well, let's go back to the box.
We're going back to the box.
So yeah, it's all fun and games, trying to find people to talk to. Yeah, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? You thinking that the French defensive pullback is now playing in their favour a little bit? Are you still worried about the north?
Well, I would be if the coalition had their act together.
Yeah.
The north, the French would be in real trouble in the north, but the coalition does not seem to have their act together well enough to carry out that assault. At least not at this point. Now it is still early, and it's not like the French are making a move somewhere else that's going to defeat the coalition force before that force could get there at this point. It just may happen. It can be a later in the day kind of thing, and it does look like third column's cavalry are making contact up there in the north now with an infantry brigade, French infantry brigade, at Kirchen.
Yeah, I'm right on it. Yeah, Presbiersky is taking what looks like cuirassiers up there, and I gonna see how that goes for him.
He spotted an isolated French brigade, or I'm sorry, isolated French battalion up there on the road, which could get wiped out in a heartbeat if those cuirassiers come down the hill.
Certainly doesn't look good.
No, hey, welcome back, Carter.
Yeah, welcome back. We've missed you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have been missing much excitement and little movement on the for some areas.
Yeah, it looks like, if I'm just at a glance, it looks like the coalition cavalry made a move up to the far north.
Yeah.
This is what we were talking about. I was saying, you see that mass of cavalry up there. They're in a position to come down right on the end of the French line up there.
Indeed, they are.
Yeah.
And you can tell that they're worried about it, because that's 4 generals, including Napoleon and the First Corps commander, right there at the northern end of the French line. So they're worried.
What they don't know is all that massive coalition infantry are still sitting miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's going to take him forever to get there as well. I mean,
it is. Yeah.
Going back to Kriegsspiel 101. Yeah, there was lessons about this ages ago. Like putting an entire corps in column like that, it takes forever to get them organized. And you do have plenty of side tracks and roads. You could get them up there a little bit quicker, but man, that's.
Well, you gotta give them the order to move first. I mean, they can't do anything until that happens, and as long as they're just sitting up there, I kept saying they really needed to have moved up to the edge of this plateau a long time ago. They should have just gone with what was there, but they did not, and now you got this very interesting situation developing up there. That's you see, there's a lot of committee meetings amongst generals going on.
Yeah, on the coalition side, and a lot of shouting.
Yeah.
A lot of blaming.
And on the French side, you've got a collection of the entire, all of the brains of the French army are all sitting up there in the far north.
Yeah.
I like Marshall in that regard. I really don't like those kinds of, gatherings of commanders. You're supposed to be with your command. Let the army commander, or the region commander move around. Corps commanders should move around to their division commanders. Army commanders should move around to their corps commanders, one step down. But you don't need you don't need 4 corps commanders and the army commander all together in one spot or something like that. You know, you need to be with your command. You know,
indeed.
And you know what? We got 15 people watching the stream apparently, according to the numbers I've got right in front of me. So that's pretty. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty high. Yeah, it's nice.
It is.
Nice to have you with us. Great stuff.
And all of you who are Russian bots, please raise your hands.
Well, we did have some. We did have those page 3 girls turning up again. So I mean.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, we had special kinds of entertainment there.
But yeah, I mean, if you haven't smashed the like button already, please do it, because then it might, let other people find us rather than our rather nice niche community that we have. And
we're up to 16 now.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's
fantastic.
We're going up in the world.
We need to break out the 20 bell pretty soon. 17. We're up to 17. Back to 16.
You frightened away a Russian bot.
If you want to.
Oh, Blazer's here. Blazer's.
I've got a couple minutes free if you want to.
How do you think it's going so far, man? How do you think it's going so far?
The coalition's very cautious. I think that's probably the fog and the fact that last night, because we did a day of play-by-post maneuvers, last night the French were up on this large plateau behind the stream in the north, so I believe they still think, because of the fog, that there's a fair amount of French on that plateau, so they're being quite cautious. So that flanking attack in the north with the cavalry, they think it's going to strike behind their line, is actually just going to fall on nothing pretty much. And they might start to see that when the fog clears, and it's got another half an hour to go until the fog clears. Third Corps is coming up in the south, the French reinforcements, so that's going to aid them quite well. Yeah, that's sort of my main thoughts. I think if the coalition had attacked the French while they were, because the withdrawal from that plateau in the north was quite disorganized. Some units thought they were doing it in the morning, some did it last night. So I think if the coalition had attacked first thing in the morning, they could have caught them while they're pulling back and done quite well, but they didn't. But,
well, that's quite literally the fog of war for you.
Yeah.
But I think it's fascinating, this situation in the north, because there's an opportunity there for the coalition. If they've got a massive force on the very end of the French line. You know, I mean, if they come down in the right spot, they could be devastating. So, but their infantry's, just kind of been sitting back there a long ways back.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. If that cavalry up there figures out that they're actually on the end of the line, they could be devastating.
Yeah, they wouldn't be quite, because the original intent is because the French thought, or the coalition thought, the French were right up on that plateau by the first stream, and now they've withdrawn to that second stream. So that's meant to be going all the way around the flank. But now the French flank's sort of anchored by that hill and that area of woodland there.
Well, it's interesting because we talked to the coalition cavalry commander up there, and I asked him where he thought the end of the French line was, and he said that town right there,
Kirchen or whatever.
Yeah, and that's almost that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Anyway, it's been good talking to you, but I've got to go now. But, yeah.
Good luck, sir.
Bye.
And you know what? Special Zendos is actually messaging me right now, saying,
"Oh,
come
you're
back,
kidding me.
Come back, come watch me." So I suppose he's trying to indicate that something is going down. Where is Alexander? Alexander looks like he's taking in this large column of the third column. So or at least so maybe we should go back and speak to him, as long as it's not all shouting and effing and blinding. I don't know.
I wouldn't count on any of that. Okay, I'm gonna go AFK for a few minutes.
Sure.
All right.
So you two gentlemen enjoy.
We'll hold down the fort.
I'll just sit here for a few minutes.
Yeah, so let's go down to Alexander the First, and
Alright.
let's have a chat with him.
Hello, Jeremy.
Hello. We heard a request to come have a chat.
Yes,
So
you must come down.
yeah,
You will watch me have a fit against all the coalition commanders.
we don't want you. We don't want to see you have a fit. We want you know. That's...
I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh, sorry, dispatch. Just a second. So I've just received a dispatch from Bagratian's advanced guard. He's apparently sent some scouts to the western part of the battlefield. Has found something. I'm trying to reach third column to tell them to get their attack on the way, but I don't know where they are. And I'm hoping to reach the advanced guard commander. He does command a lot of cavalry.
I have just a question. Why are we with him?
Oh yeah, why am I with you?
Why are we with him? We should not be with him. We,
1 second, I'm not supposed to be here with you. They
yeah, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, you guys are legit supposed to be. I think we just moved alone. Me and Kaiser.
Yeah, we are completely different from you. Hey, Lawrence, you just
Well,
wanna
that's
go
fine.
to...
I'm just talking to the interviewers. So, I invited you here so that you know that the coalition will win this battle. We have everything under control. Certainly, nothing is dying. Kutuzov is definitely organizing this as I expected, and certainly no delays. We are
Oh, so there's no news. You just wanted to reiterate the news from before that you were going to win. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should we
Okay.
be here or should we go away?
Yes, but I would suggest you come in here next turn, or once I reach the advanced.
Well,
I don't want to say anything I'm doing right now.
We'll go where
I'm different.
we'll go where the interesting parts are. How about that? Okay, let's go back up to the commentary box. Okay.
That interesting.
That was interesting, but I would presume that yeah he's taking this long column in, and there's going to be an attack in 3 or 4 turns. We would hope.
Probably.
But yeah, it's interesting that they were all in the same room, but scattered about a bit. But yeah, not to worry.
Yeah. The umpires will handle that.
Yeah, but I just kind of scoping over the map here down in minutes. We've got one of the cavalry columns finding the southern end of the line. Not that it will come to much, I don't think, because that's not where the main punch is. But yeah, Austrian and Russian cavalry just south of Telnitz in minutes. Just
yes.
And Davout is on his way. Perhaps we should ask him how the marching simulator is going. Go on. Yeah, let's see what he might expect to see in the next hour or so or two. But
yeah.
Davout, where is Davout?
Let's see. Udino.
Oh, he's third corps, Corps 1.
Third Corps 1. Okay.
I'm just giving a report. You can listen in, or you could come back later. I don't know.
Please continue.
It's more that the column's like blocking the path. So you can either have. Do you want to prioritize the cavalry and that you detached, or your main column? You've got to make a decision.
I'd rather prioritize the cavalry
first. Yeah.
Okay. So you'll delay your main column to allow the cavalry to pass. Okay.
Yep.
And any other orders?
Nope.
Is that no? Okay.
Nope. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, gents, how's your marching simulator going?
Great.
On actually, we've seen some Easter eggs inside the map.
Easter eggs.
Yeah.
Do tell us
If you look
about
at the
them.
stream, if you look at the stream, we have If you look south of Brune, there's a town called what's the town called again?
Obergeist.
Obergeist. We call that the Holy Mouse.
Okay.
And then there's also another one. Where is it? Show it. And then there's also another one.
I would love to watch your stream, but I'm worried that it might cut off the broadcast. So but you.
I think Carter sees it. Yeah, Carter sees it.
Okay.
Can you see my channel?
I can, but as I'm broadcasting them, because my internet is absolutely terrible, I am loath.
Just one thing, Devu, you want your main column to continue on to Coolness, is that right?
Yes.
Just standard marching simulator fare, you know, finding excuses to be entertained.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So
yeah,
going forwards, what do you expect to do, guys?
Well, I've gotten a report that basically has told me that the nightmare scenario is beginning, where the enemy has massed infantry in Kabulnitz, and so if they just march to the west, at worst to Toros with little to no resistance, then our force would be cut off from any northern French force. So I need to get more information about the forces in that area, but that'll be my main goal will be to slow down or try to completely halt that infantry from advancing west from Kabulnitz.
Interesting. Okay. Wow.
But currently what I'm doing is I'm detaching some of Francois' dragoons just to hide that there's a valley just west of Sokolnitz and Kobelnitz, and so if he can catch him out on the march on that road with some cavalry, that would be preferable, but at the very least I just want to slow them down.
Cool.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Well, thank you very much, gents, for the quick chat. We'll definitely come back to you soon, we hope, and good luck out there.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Commentary box. Now, did I understand that right? He thought that there was enemy in Kobelnitz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
strange.
Seemed to be what he was saying.
Strange.
Yeah.
Very strange. Wonder what happened there.
That means somebody's doing a poor job of reporting.
Or perhaps it was a Russian disinformation campaign. I'm not sure.
Who knows?
I mean, the only thing I saw there as it was going around the map was cavalry.
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
No, and that's French. That's French cavalry. So I mean, he said that there was a deliberate attack, nightmare scenario of the enemy attacking Koblenitz, and I'm like,
and he's about to march detaching part of his force to go defend an area that's not in trouble.
Yeah.
Very strange. Very strange.
It is.
Of war strikes again.
Exactly. It's somebody messes up writing a report, gives the wrong name for a town or any number of things. Yeah.
Yeah. Very interesting. But you'll have to excuse me, gentlemen. I am going to take 2 to 3 minutes break, and then if you want to go somewhere,
is it tea time?
It may be time to refill my tea. Yeah. So
I'm having the traditional tanker breakfast of Pop-Tarts.
Oh, like every 12-year-old, you know.
Hey, all of us tankers are 12-year-olds. We never get older.
That's funny.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll just step away for 2 or 3 minutes. But if you need to drag me into a room or whatever, yeah, please feel free to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And the fog has lifted. What a time to take a break.
Perfect timing.
So yeah, I'll be right back.
All right.
Wow.
Well, Carter, what do you think?
You know, I am frankly quite surprised, but in almost a pleasant way, that the players just haven't decided in a set piece battle to bum rush each other. You know what I mean?
Yes,
They're
I
kind
do.
of feeling each other out.
Mm-hmm.
I would have totally expected that the moment the battle begun, all the Russian or all the French commanders would have just said full send, and ran right at the enemy. But the fact that they're taking their time and trying to look for weak spots and that kind of thing is impressive to me, because I don't usually expect to see that kind of discipline, especially in kind of like a hobby game,
Right. I mean, there's that feeling of like a multiplayer first-person shooter or something where you've got all these 12-year-olds running around shooting everything. It's like you just kind of expect them all to just game starts and they all just rush out there and start wailing away.
Yeah, but they're clearly putting a lot of thought into how they're handling this, which is very refreshing to see. And now that the fog is lifted, I think that the most important decision they're about to make is, are the Austrians in the north going to realize the really excellent position that they've put themselves in? Or are they going to continue to remain cautious and then allow the French to, in turn, notice the massive force of Austrian cavalry to their north and start shifting their own cavalry forces in this direction?
And that's a question. I mean, how far can they see? I mean, what are the umpires letting them see?
That would be.
I mean, that's an interesting point, because and different umpires are different in that regard too. I know the screenshots I get, as reports from one umpire. One umpire might be very generous, and then another one will be like, basically you're just looking at the end of your foot. I mean, it's like I mean, come on, my eyesight's not that bad. So it kind of depends on just what they're being allowed to see. And there's always that just over the horizon, what's over there. You think, I see something, and you think there's a psychology to that you fixate on it, and you think that's all there is, and then you go racing at it, and you find out, just as you're approaching it, that there was a lot more there than you thought there was, and you didn't see them.
That's right.
It is interesting. I find that this has been one of my themes is the uses of cavalry in our games, the way people command it, and I've seen several people in various games. They're pretty good at the battlefield use of cavalry, but the campaign use of it, the operational use of it, this is where there's not as many people are good at that part. And I mean, it makes sense. It's not something that you get much opportunity to do or practice doing, but it is actually the more critical role.
Indeed.
And it's something that that I kind of been trying to stress, and it fascinates me though, because people think of cavalry, they think of it as in this Napoleonic view, and we're going to see it here, it looks like. But most of the time, what they're really thinking about is heavy cavalry. They're thinking of it as a battlefield tool, as a charge the infantry or charge the guns kind of thing. But in reality, that's not its primary use. The cuirassier is for that. That's their purpose. But for light cavalry, that's not what they should be doing.
Indeed.
And and it is a fragile instrument. I mean, a cavalry commander has to be aware in these battles that once he engages something, he's probably done for the day.
Yeah.
And they really should think like that. You know, it's like, because most of the time cavalry engages in this, you know, at minimum they're going to be disrupted even if they win. You know.
Yeah.
So, but there's a really good chance that they're going to be, you know, in a basically spent kind of position. So, if you think of it that way, you don't commit them to a fight unless, you know, you're okay with the idea that you're probably not going to be doing anything else, you know, after that.
Yeah.
You know, so you got to think of it that way. You got to say, you know, well, how much more use am I making, or what, you know, what's the value of this? Is it worth taking me out of the fight to do this? You know.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
that's one of my pet peeves. I'm sorry about that. My little rant.
No, it totally makes sense. Yeah, I think I'm not sure if we'll see this in the debrief. I won't be able to stay for the debrief, unfortunately. But I think it'll be interesting to see what the operational implications of this battle will be once all is said and done. Because obviously, in real life, this had a huge import on what happened in the following years, kind of after the end of this. It ended this whole war, right? You know, and so it'll be interesting to see which side has, if the battle proves not as decisive as it was historically. It'll be interesting to see which army seems better off, and that light cavalry versus heavy cavalry, the operational implications, that'll be an important factor, I think. Because the French, I think, were historically better at gathering intelligence than the coalition was.
Yes,
and that was in large part due to their cavalry.
And Napoleon understood. I mean, you know, as he said, a battle. Cavalry is what makes a battle decisive. Otherwise, I'm paraphrasing him. That wasn't the exact quote, but it's pretty close. It's there. I mean, there's the three phases essentially. There's the intelligence gathering, the scouting, the screening aspect. Then there's the secure. So, you know, you're using your cavalry to secure the flanks, secure the areas, scout, that kind of thing. Then during engagement, there's that timing of the use of particularly the heavy cavalry on the critical point. You know, where you see infantry beginning to waver, you see a position or you see a gap, and then taking advantage of it. But the final aspect, the pursuit, which goes again back to the light cavalry, because that's what they're for. They're the faster part. That's what makes the battle decisive. You know, it's if you look at Austerlitz, even historically, the battle was really kind of in doubt at various parts. Even though this was a brilliant scheme by Napoleon, the battle was still in doubt in several parts. And it's what happens when the southern part of the coalition force gets cut off and then pursued and destroyed, and you know, that's what turns it into a decisive fight. And again, Jena and Auerstadt, that's probably the classic example of the cavalry pursuit after that is what destroys the Prussian army. You know. But that's what makes it decisive, because what is it, the battles without cavalry are without decision. That's what he said. You know, so you can win the battle, but it doesn't matter. The American Civil War provides ample examples of this, because you don't have the pursuit aspect of cavalry in the American Civil War. So what happens is you win the battle, but you don't destroy the enemy army. And so you're just going to have to fight another battle. It makes the American Civil War an attritional conflict, which by its nature, was going to favor the North, of course, obviously, because they could afford it. But cavalry had changed, and American cavalry had never been the same anyway as the European, because we never really developed a heavy cavalry arm. Our cavalry were always essentially dragoons, almost mounted infantry. And in the Civil War, you don't have many examples of cavalry charges, and you certainly don't have many examples of successful cavalry charges against infantry, because the weaponry had changed so much. The cavalry didn't have the means to pull that off.
Yeah.
And,
I actually have Napoleon's maxims in front of me here. And just exactly what you were saying, he says, it's Maxim 51. It is the business of cavalry to follow up the victory and to prevent the beaten enemy from rallying, right? So perhaps actually what we were saying earlier about the Austrian and Russian heavy cavalry up there in the north staying back is actually to their credit. They're waiting to follow up the victory with that massive force of cavalry to chase them down.
Yeah, the heavy cavalry, that is a battlefield instrument. I mean, their purpose is to break the enemy, and it's about the timing of its use and the location. You need to pick the critical location, and you need to time that attack to a point where the enemy infantry is less capable of fending it off. Once they're dispersed or disrupted and they've been hit by other things, that's when you want to hit them with the heavy cavalry in the critical spot. That's where you break the line. They're kind of a hammer, and then the light cavalry that you see behind them, you can see in that picture you just showed, lancers and hussars and that sort of thing. Those are the guys that are going to follow that up. They're going to pursue. So they exploit the gap that's made. And if you think of it in modern terms, it's what we call the name for armor is the arm of decision. And that comes from the old, the classic tag on heavy cavalry. Cavalry was the arm of decision because it turns what would be a tactical victory into a rout. It attacks at the critical point to break through the line and then exploits the breakthrough. Just like you think of armor, say in the Second World War, if you think of German tactics in the Second World War, that penetration, that breaking through the line and then exploiting the gaps, exploiting the hole. But without it, as Napoleon recognized, and what you see in the Napoleonic Wars, in the later years of Napoleon's reign, he's unable to do this. Dresden is a perfect example. Here's a battle that he wins, but he can't exploit it. He can't make it a decisive victory because he just doesn't have the cavalry anymore after Russia and everything else. His cavalry arm is so depleted that it prevents him from gaining decisive wins even when he wins, and it hampers his intelligence gathering, his scouting capabilities, and everything else. So the 1813, 1814, and so on. But after 1805, up through 1809, you see this slow decline in the French cavalry, and their capabilities, and you can follow the path of what happens for Napoleon's battles along that same line, as his cavalry capabilities decline. So does the impact of his victories. with Wagram really being the last really, kind of major victory. But you see fewer and fewer, it's harder and harder for him to achieve anything decisive.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and
sorry.
sorry.
Carry on. No, carry on, Carl. No, carry on.
And we see actually the Austrians taking into account, probably unintentionally, because they probably don't have Napoleon's maxims in front of them, but Maxim 50. Charges of cavalry are equally useful at the beginning, the middle, and at the end of battle. They should be made always, if possible, on the flanks of the infantry, especially when the latter is engaged in front. And I think we're seeing a hammer and anvil developing here with the Austrian infantry moving forward towards Christian.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Cavalry about to impact it on the flank.
So,
yes,
shall we maybe go to Przebierzewski, as he's done a bit of a march, but yeah, it looks like they're coming in for an attack column around Christian. So let's go.
This is really forming up. What's happening around Christian right now is forming up to be the decisive point. I mean, this is the critical moment in the battle at this stage.
Yeah. So let's.
They could break the French left.
Sure. Let's go to Przebierzewski and have a chat with him and see how he's been doing over the last hour or so.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
Hello.
We see you've been
I
on the
am doing
move.
fantastic. Yes, I have been. I've been getting ready for a little bit of a plan.
What's your plan?
So what are you trying to do?
Well, the plan here is that from what my scouting has revealed, Christian is pretty much empty. I see a couple of French, maybe a brigade, maybe two, but other than that, I don't see much. And I know that I have my ally in the north with a massive cavalry, and I know I have the entirety of the third column. And since I'm not getting any orders whatsoever to do anything else on the field, I am going to implement my original plan from yesterday, and that is to strike as hard as I can from the north, the assistant great goal. So that is my plan right now, is to just as fast and as hard as I can smash and go and pivot south.
And so what is the ultimate objective of your attack, other than, say, smashing the position at Christian? What do you think would happen once that is accomplished?
There is a town called, I believe, Belowitz, which is near the center of the map. And from what my scouting is revealing, I'm pretty sure this is where the French headquarters, or at least the center of their line, is. If there's a coherent line from the north to the south, that's roughly where the center is. I'm going to hope and pray. So if I can smash through the north and continue pivoting south, I would like to approach Belowitz from the rear and the north, and hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, which this is Kriegsspiel doesn't, hopefully catch Napoleon himself in the rear and win the battle. That's it. To beat the French. Quote the Tsar. To beat the French. Yep.
Sticking with the plan. Sticking with the plan. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm beginning to wonder if there's not a single person in IKS who has not seen the movie Waterloo multiple times.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a rite of passage, actually.
I think so too. I'm beginning to think so.
Yeah, not even the movie Gettysburg has surpassed Waterloo as the universal Kriegsspiel movie.
That's right.
Right. Shall we quickly go up to Alexander and have a chat with him?
Yes, let's have a chat with the Emperor. Or
yeah, can we pop back into the box just for a second before we go to Alexander?
Yeah,
let's do
sure.
that. Let's do that.
Okay. I wanted to come back in here because I think this is really interesting. They don't have any orders.
No, I thought that too.
They're in this incredibly great opportunity, which we've been talking about for quite a while now, and they're acting on it, but they're acting on it independently.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating. They may pull it off because they are acting on it independently. They're using their own initiative, but they don't have any orders.
No.
So there's no coordination for it.
Despite Alexander saying, "This is what we're gonna do. We're
Mhm.
gonna win. We're gonna
and-
put." Terrible.
What I'm really interested in is I want to know what that infantry commander there is going to do. Because you've got all that mass of cavalry that he just told us they intend to come straight down into Kritchen.
Yeah.
You know. Now I want to know what this infantry coming down the road is thinking.
Oh, that
Because
was the infantry.
Yeah, he is in charge
Oh,
of the
that was
third
the
column.
infantry. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought we were talking to the cavalry guy.
No, we were talking to Przebieski, which is right in front of the infantry. And he's got some cavalry with him, like advanced guards, but we would go to
sure.
Kyenmeyer is the guy in charge of.
Then I want to know what this guy with the massive cavalry off to the left is going to do.
Yeah. So
because if he comes down at the same time,
yeah,
it's going to be devastating.
It is. So let's see if we can try and find Kyenmeyer. He's probably with the
yeah,
Emperor.
Kyenmeyer, that's right.
He's probably with the Emperor, but let's have a look. Where are we? Yes, Coalition 5. Let's prepare ourselves for shouting, shall we?
Okay, I'm ready.
Not much right now. He says that he sees friendly infantry that is third column, I believe, and he's sending dragoons to go intervene and support them.
Oh wow, there's a lot of support coming in.
Yeah, we are going to either roll up that flank or get completely caught up in a double envelopment type move.
I will see, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, what's going on? Oh, sorry.
Well, we want to give orders.
Let us give orders first, and then we can do the interview.
Yeah, let me give you can I have your orders, please?
Okay. Artillery will continue firing. The cavalry protects the artillery. The infantry is to continue the flanking maneuver. Once the infantry is in position, they will fire into the flanks of the enemy, and then the cavalry will charge in along with the infantry, and hopefully we will overcome them in one grand swirling assault. Okay. Until then, the artillery fires.
Gotcha. Emperors, what are you doing?
No orders. I'm staying with Kyenmeyer this turn.
All right. And Emperor Francis reconsidered his decision to lead the infantry flank.
Yeah, he's gonna stay with us.
Yeah.
Good decision, but at least he's not gonna die. Well, hello guys. How are you doing?
Welcome.
So I'm curious. I have a question for General Kyenmeyer. So I heard you give your orders. You're planning to, if I understand you correctly, you're planning to come down with your cavalry to attack Kritchen. Is that correct?
Yes, but he's outflanked now.
Thank you for answering for General Kyenmeyer, by the way.
Sorry.
So, I am currently bombarding and softening up the Frenchies, and waiting for my infantry that is flanking around, which are Grenzers, whom are going to be flanking around from the left, or to the west, sorry, through the woods, and hopefully distracting the French a bit. And then the cavalry and the infantry will go in together, and hopefully we can quickly overwhelm the French here.
Okay. Very interesting.
And what do you think? Because clearly you have the superior force here. With this massed cavalry here. What is your broader vision after this position in front of you has been destroyed?
After this, I am thinking that we fan out towards the west, southwest, sorry, towards this ley line or whatever it's called, or perhaps more towards the south. Find the French baggage or reserves, tie them down. Basically the previous plan, but it's just pushed forward a bit. That's what we will do. I need to win some space for third column to actually be able to deploy his men properly. That's the biggest concern, because this wood is to our west is really blocking us in doing that. I don't want to get stuck on Kritchen for too long either. So.
Indeed,
because I suppose since the French are weak here, they must be strong somewhere else. And if they're strong somewhere else, then they will probably be conducting an assault. So time is of the essence.
So yes, like Frederick the Great said, to be strong everywhere is to be weak everywhere.
Indeed.
Economy of force. All right.
Cool. Well,
you guys ready to go back to the box?
Yeah, good luck,
Or
guys.
did you have something, Dave?
I don't have anything. I'm
okay.
Just scrolling around the map, and yeah, I'm good.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Yeah, good luck.
Hopefully
Thank
you'll be
you.
back once we smash these French.
This is quite fascinating.
It
So,
is.
yes, they're bringing that hammer down.
Yeah,
They definitely are.
I know.
Yeah.
I did say in the chat, if the dice are kind, but yeah, I think it's very much on the coalition side at the moment around Christian. But
they have the numbers. They definitely have the numbers and the position.
Yeah, and Napoleon's not there to see it. He's down, focused on the center, overlooking Puntovitz, where nothing's happening.
Who is the French commander now at Christian?
It would be Bezier.
The Imperial Guard.
Yeah.
Bezier. Yeah. I think we should probably talk
We
to
should
him.
pop in to see him and see what he thinks is about to happen.
Yeah.
Well, maybe don't give him a heads up. Maybe interview him after it happens.
How about I go in solo and
Yes.
talk to him? You guys can keep doing analysis.
Sure,
and I'll just-
sure.
All right, and
We'll send our sideline
telephone.
reporter.
Yeah,
that's right.
You're Michelle Tafoya right now.
That's right. That's right. I'm a stunning platinum blonde. Here I go to go interview Marshal Bezier.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what, Achilles?
Yes, sir.
I did want to go down and have a chat with EJ again because he's been split. He's been split in half down in Menitz.
Has he?
Yeah, he
Oh, dear.
He went on a little venture, and the French came in and attacked him over the last hour and a bit, and he's been split, and he's he's Owen Wilson behind enemy lines at the moment.
Oh dear God, he is. He's way out there by himself.
So let's go have a chat
dear.
with him. Let's go have a chat with him. EJ, how's it going, man?
It's interesting.
Yeah, what's been happening?
So you are with the interview
Yeah.
again?
Yeah. Interview time.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was just thinking that this is like a very good learning experience for me because first game I was commanding all infantry. Second game I commanded combined armies. So basically I had infantry and some cavalry. That was good. I scouted a lot to screen my infantry, but right now I only have cavalry, so that's surprisingly difficult to handle all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching
probably-
you. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I was watching your little scouting mission. I mean, did you do that on your own back, or was it a success for you in gaining information about where the enemy was, or do you find yourself in a position that you didn't want to be, or?
Well, kind of both. I stretched myself too far. I should have committed one way or the other after the initial scouting around. So that wasn't bad. That was okay. I found the enemy, but now I have basically half of my forces are very far, and now I have enemy between myself and some of my other forces. So we'll see in the next few turns.
Do you know how you're going to
things
fix that?
go, if I can. Well, I'm trying to make a bear trap out of it, so we'll see. I gave orders for my other forces to turn around and attack back.
Okay, well, good luck with that, and we'll see how that
we'll
goes.
See. It's a Hail Mary.
Sure is.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Alright, I'm back.
Hey Dave,
Who's the guy in freaking I talked to the guards guy and he was like, I was like, hey buddy, how's it going? And he's like, well, I can't see anything. I'm just sitting on a hill. And I was like, oh, I guess I'm talking to the wrong guy.
Yeah, who? Okay.
Yeah, it's not the guard up there.
Yeah.
Blazertrail. Where is Blazertrail? Well, Blazertrail.
It's not Blazertrail.
It's not Bessier. Yeah.
Well, his piece is there. So
maybe he's moved it forward.
But I remember somebody earlier said that the guard had actually moved into a more reserve position.
Yeah,
so it's somebody else.
Falga, 5th Division. Okay, 5th Division Falga.
Because he
wasn't there last turn.
He wasn't there last turn. There was no one around there last turn, so I don't think they know that this attack is coming. So I think maybe we should.
Oh.
I think we should.
But
maybe
next turn, Napoleon, Bezier, and Falga.
Yeah.
Are all going to see this start developing.
Yeah. No one was.
Okay,
no
so-
one was there to watch it. No one was there to see it. I think. I don't know what happened exactly, but I mean, Bezier did move up last turn, but his forces, yeah, they are. They are.
That's what it
at
says they are.
At Belovitz. So, but I mean, this is. Yeah, line infantry. I guess under 5th Division. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be here. But yeah, we'll have to see how it pans out.
They've got nothing. I don't see. Well, if it was expanded out, but I don't really see anything that can get to them to help them. Is this the guard back here?
Yeah. The guard at Belovitz back here. Yeah.
They'd have to commit the guard to save this flank.
just to try to preserve that flank because they're about to get clobbered.
But at least Davout is making for Koblenitz. At least that's happening.
Yeah, the guard will have to buy time for Davout. And those guys, I was just reading up on some of the chat, like, those guys have marched 70 miles in 2 days, so they're not
That's
exactly
right.
in good condition either.
Yeah, that historically Davout did exactly that. He marched 70 miles in 2 days to get to this battle.
Jeez.
And then they went straight into the fight.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That is an amazing achievement, and even that isn't the biggest, isn't the greatest one that Davout had done. He'd done. There was one earlier or later, I can't remember, where he marched like over 100 miles in 3 days or something like that. It was just incredible. It's just that is amazing.
Davout's foot cavalry.
I think we should probably have a chat with Russian first column Dukatov, because I don't think we've actually had a chat with him. But it looks like if they're going in, they're moving their artillery up down this main road past the Leschen house. So it could be like an echelon attack to kind of fix Lahn at Belovitz. And then the Imperial Guards will have to have a choice of whether to support 5th Division up at Christian, or I mean, we'll see. But yeah, let's just go down to first column.
Doktorov?
Yeah. He's getting the report
That's the
so
one.
we can hear it.
Yeah. Coalition 4.
You are now co-located with second column and the guard. So if you could pop down to Coalition 8.
Okie dokie.
Looks like we're going to Coalition 8 then.
Hello.
Yep.
Oh, many people.
Yeah, only Dr. Koff. Yeah.
All
is
right.
it?
Oh, welcome. While your troops begin advancing, you can now see a very large mass of troops to your north, forming up, and artillery fire begins as it appears they are beginning to assault Christian. To the south, You don't see any movement on this wide field between you and the city. The only troops there are your own cavalry. You do hear some more artillery fire way down south.
Okay. Can I ask my artillery to deploy around the road facing west and to how do you call it? To help the attack of the Austrians?
Right.
And
To
protect
get
the left
in
flank?
range, you're gonna have to move up. To
Yeah, it's fine. I'll ask
crossroads.
them. I'll ask them to move to. Wait, MM, can you
Yeah?
show me the map?
I mean, you should have it
A
from
bit
your
more to the
second.
west.
You should have your report from him.
Yeah, but more to
Like
the
here,
west. Yeah,
like here.
exactly. Can I move up to the ridge? The tip of the ridge, just east of West House.
Wilhor, you mean? Yeah.
Oh,
So-
Wilhelm. Yeah.
The enemy line extends from Christian down
Yeah.
along that creek to the city. About
Oh.
that hill near West
Okay.
Cone, there are French very close to it, just beyond.
Okay, so I just advanced my artillery a little bit, just to support the Austrians.
All right.
And that's about it. Yeah.
Artillery
MM, can you protect my artillery?
Yes, I will try. So I guess my
Great.
orders now. Yes, I want my northern brigade to just move up the road till it reaches the crossroads, the main road. I just want it to move up till it's by the crossroads. And my southern forces, I just want them to move up. I just want them to move up.
In front
till
of the
they're
Stefanis.
in front of the second road. There's he in front of them.
Oh, the second road. All right.
Yeah, and my both my St. Petersburg dragoons, I just want them to go to my left of my infantry and just like in a line, be left of the infantry.
And can you send some of your dragoons or what is that? Yeah. Some of your cavalry to protect my artillery?
Yes. And I wanna send the Isarway 3rd Cavalry Brigade, the other Isarway. You want them here, right? Or here? I will just move them here. I want them right off my other northern infantry. Just right off it. Okay? Well, that's up the road. That's by up the road. And my artillery, I want all my artillery to be can the little height left of the main road.
The hill?
Yeah, the little hill. I want it all up there. All my artillery, but the horse artillery. The horse artillery, I just want them behind my line infantry on my south. Behind it. Just mounted up. That's it. And me and Loritz, we just want to be between the two. So, behind our heavy and light artillery. We just want to be there.
So my artillery will be deployed between the small hill and the infantry of MM on the road. Is that fine?
Yeah, sure. Do that.
Good. Yeah, we probably don't want artillery south of the hill because we want to
Deployed it
protect the. Yeah, we want to support on our right. We don't care about the
Orders. So infantry.
First
in the back.
column. What do you want to do?
All right. I won't
What
be
are you
giving
doing?
any orders right now.
Okay. Or do you want your command token to move?
Yeah, I will be moving. Actually, I'll stay here for now so I can talk to everyone in the location.
MM, don't move my infantry or cavalry. They just stay where they are.
Okay. Sorry.
All right. Okay.
All right. Do I see the rest of my corpse? Is it
See
deployed?
them? Yeah, they're
Are they
deployed
still
as ordered
moving?
behind you.
Okay. I'll probably move the cavalry just. Yeah. I know. No, it's fine.
It's fine.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
Can see that they're about 2,000 paces behind you.
Okay.
Maybe a little
Okay,
more.
fine. How
Each
much
square
is
being
1 square?
400.
400. Perfect. Okay.
Oh yeah, and Lois is moving with me, up the hill. You know, the artillery hill.
You want to be standing on the hill?
Yeah, but behind my batteries, if possible.
Okay, then I'll move you onto the hill.
Did you order MM? How much cavalry did you ask
As you
to
see.
protect the artillery?
4. Entire Ishabe brigade.
Why did you divide your artillery
All right.
in 3 groups?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, bye.
Bye. That's your artillery.
Where is
Lois.
your
This
artillery
is
all
your
over the
artillery.
place?
This is my artillery.
Oh, but I asked.
This is all my artillery.
I
Horse
ordered my
battery and
artillery
these.
to be deployed between the hill and the road, the main road.
So how's it going, gents? Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
It's fine.
I mean, I'm being shouted at by everybody for attacking, even though my orders were to attack. But it's going better, well, right now, I would say.
Good.
So you're attacking into Kristovich? Is that what it's called? Yeah, you're attacking there.
Oh no! I was it was early in the battle. I was fighting a skirmish battle at Lissavi by the creek, and I shouldn't have done this.
Where is first
I didn't
column?
hear any of that.
What is first column?
First column is still holding the hill. We've pushed up some forces up to the slope
What hill?
west of Stepnovich, that city further south.
Oh wait, how far left of
we're
you,
still.
are you?
How far?
Yeah, how
left?
far? Yeah, left
I'm looking at it like the umpires show us. I am pretty much by Krestovich. You know, the 2 villages over there.
Oh yeah, I
haven't
see you.
pushed much further. Yeah, but I just received. I wanted to let you guys know. I believe the French reinforcements are heading up here, so the plan seems to be going accordingly. But there is a chance they might be attacking. I can't really tell if they're going to attack our positions on the hill or not.
Well, I can tell you from my position right here on the artillery hill, the Gretchen on the right side of my line is being right now assaulted by the entire Austrian and Russian army.
Okay.
Both corps. I mean, not corps.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. By 3rd column and the Austrian advance guard.
Okay, so you guys managed to link
and
up.
it seems, yeah, we are linked up, and I'm between them. And it seems like they're taking the village soon because it's lightly defended. But
Good.
And I'm on the left side. But it seems like in front of us, the city by Stefan-Bratz is being occupied by forces.
I saw that too with my cavalry. Is there a lot of forces there? For a little bit, I was thinking they were pulling back.
I heard there was a line
Apparently, they are only defending the west part of the village, behind the river.
Interesting.
Did I say that?
Because they withdrew from this hill that was west or east of Stepnovich into Stepnovich, and I'm worried. They're moving south.
Dr. Koff, yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Yeah.
Dr. Koff, here. You know, you see the little house by Lisavich, where I crossed. I was fighting a skirmish battle against 1 light infantry there. And suddenly, 2 turns later, there's nothing in front of me from here, from the creek all the way to Stepovitz. And I get reports on my right that they're attacking a small village with small French forces. I think they're all moving south.
That's what I think too. I just wanted to make sure with you guys. Because I think they knew most of our strength was up here. So they're going to link up with their reinforcements.
I think what you should do is, did you hear anything from Kutuzov that anything is happening in the south?
I haven't seen him since the beginning. I have no idea where
He's gone to me and to yell at me with Alexander. But anyway, I think you should go. I think you should go maybe on the heights in front of Puktowitz, north of Puktowitz.
Where's that?
Look.
Oh, I
Between
see
the
it.
Stratford
There's
and
artillery. There's artillery up there. French artillery. I think they're trying to hold it.
Wait, by
if
Puktowitz?
I'm right.
North
It's either
of Puktowitz?
there. It's either on that slope south of Slapnovitz. Not the one you know how there's two right there?
Yeah, I
it's
see
not
two.
the one further south. It's the one a little bit to the
The
north.
one that has no road connecting to the city?
The one that is closer to Kresnovitz.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, so I think they might be holding that. I'm not
Let's head
100%
back to the
sure
box here for.
Yeah. Let's go back.
Yeah. So I just got a dispatch from my
Still a lot of confusion.
Yes.
Yes, but this battle is maybe being decided in the far north up here.
Yeah, I think maybe we should go to Falga right away and see what he's experiencing.
Yeah,
I can see you can see the guard is moved. Yes, the guard is moved up to try to reform the line there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's Imperial Guard. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. That kind of looks about right.
Well, you see the 5th Division is getting crushed, and the Guard are forming up behind them to try to refuse the line on that side.
Yeah. So
then it becomes a question of do the coalition commanders realize what they're accomplishing? You know, do they take advantage of it?
Yeah. Okay, let's
yeah, if they see the guard, that means that like they've done something ridiculous. You know, that
exactly.
Because they're seeing the guard. Oh, the guard is the response to what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Interesting. Right.
And if they
and they've
respond
kept the
to
cavalry in reserve, so the cavalry can be used to follow up this infantry push into Kritchen.
Well, let's go see then. I mean, I think they're all clumped together in the same room.
So who do you want to go to? Where Napoleon is?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to go. But I did see someone just.
So Imperial Guard channel.
I think that's where we need to go.
And your Imperial Guard can go into the town and save to engage the enemy.
Cool. So what are your actual orders, Bessier?
What did you say the town you wanted me to be in was?
Kritchen, it's the town to your east, the one that's being assaulted.
Okay, so I'll go. You want my infantry there, and what do you want me to do for my cav?
To attack the unit to the north of Kritchen.
Okay, I should do that then. That's my orders, basically. Whisper.
Okay, I will get it done.
I also sent some dispatches to the others to start the attack on the flank.
So, gents, I guess I'll ask Napoleon first. What's going on?
Well, as expected, the coalition attacked Kritchen, and we are holding the line for now. The Grenadiers are coming from the south, and the Imperial Guard is getting committed to hold this flank. But,
so, if I understand you correctly, the Grenadiers are coming to reinforce this position? Or...
yes.
Okay.
This position with the Imperial Guard.
Okay. And so,
what kind of force are you being pressured by at this point?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's mostly infantry, mixed with some cavalry, but I don't know to what extent. But this should probably be the main attack we talked about.
Okay.
But I would assume mostly infantry, since it's our town.
And
oh yeah.
Sorry. I was just gonna ask quickly, who is Falga in your team?
He's down in Fifth Corps 2.
Fifth Corps 2. Okay.
The voice channel, yeah.
Yeah.
Pietro.
Ah.
So Sam,
he's 5th Division of 5th Corps.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So Sam, this is then what you expected to see then.
Yes. That's what I expected.
Okay.
But I think since now they are overly committed in here, we can start our attack on the Pratzen and turn their flank to trap them in the forest, kinda. Since they didn't move since 0600, they took quite a while for it. But if they had attacked way earlier, then it would be devastating for us.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
All right.
Let's go
Thanks.
to 5th 2 then, and
Yeah.
have a chat with him. Hello, sir.
Okay, hello.
How you doing?
Well, it's a bit of a tense situation, yes. But alright overall.
Yeah, so like what happened? What happened? You know?
Well, we had reports from enemy cavalry going towards us. So fortunately, we were able to intervene in time, and the guard arrived. But I think that we are pretty flux. So yeah.
Deathstrike is here. Let's hear from him.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I just took the reins from Portal in the past hour, so I wasn't entirely sure what was happening. But yeah, you summed it up quite right. What you saw to the northwest was a huge barrage of artillery hitting your units, who shattered and just ran as you tried to scramble. But as you turn to the west, you see your infantry pouring out from the east side of the town, running basically anywhere they can see. Your 1st Brigade tries to stop them. It's basically a traffic jam. It's a commotion. It's loud. It smells of eggs, rotten eggs, gunpowder, sweat, tears, and so on. And then you hear the cavalry rumbling towards you, as well as some skirmishers to the northwest arriving between those two patches of woods. Yeah, you summed it up pretty nicely.
And the Oscar for best report goes to
Most dramatic report.
Yeah.
There will be surely a diary after that.
All right, Falga, did you give your orders to anyone?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I am listening.
Okay, so for now I need my reserves. So the 2nd Brigade, the 3rd Brigade, to go and try and go and form a line northwest of the city. My light battery tries to pin down and fire upon I think that is the 1st Brigade of the Russian units, try and slow them down, while my infantry just basically tries to resist. Maybe the 3rd Brigade, the unit behind the one in front, should deploy on the north of the lead unit, while the unit of the 2nd Brigade should deploy on the right, so the south of the unit of the 3rd Brigade.
I understand. So you're essentially concentrating your forces near the town and
essentially make a line opposed to the one of the Russians.
Gotcha.
While maybe the 2nd Brigade, units of the 2nd Brigade that are currently on the road, try to shoot at the enemy cavalry and do as much damage as they can.
I understand. That goes without saying. Do you have anything else?
No, and nothing else, I think.
I understand.
Maybe
Well,
anything
yeah.
the units that are retreating?
Come again?
The units that are retreating seem to have stumbled upon the cavalry of the guard. They regrouping or some other thing.
It is really hard to tell given the commotion. Basically, past 100 meters, it's like you have more important stuff to
Okay.
attend to. Uh, if that is it, then good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
Back to the commentary box, guys, or do we want to chat to Falger a bit more?
I just had one question for Besseray. Is he here?
No, Bezeray's
he's not here.
Bezeray is not here.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, back to the box then.
Back to the box.
Thanks, man.
Hello.
Well, we're watching this attack unfold as overwhelming advantage and minor advantage, and the cavalry got smashed by the infantry guard, and they're running away.
The guard cuirassier. They're done.
O'Reilly, like the caress. No, what the hell is happening? It's the front. Oh my god, what is this? So they've just launched this cavalry attack, but obviously it smashed into the grenadiers, and it looks like a dog pile, and the cavalry is disrupted. It's chaos. The guard hold.
I guess that's the guard for you.
For the moment.
For the moment.
Yeah, but then they're going to get hit by all this infantry because 5th Division is probably going to get shoved out of there when that massive infantry hits them.
But I was just losing my mind there, just seeing all the disruption tokens coming coming down.
What are the blue squares that tell that
they're in square? They're in square. Yeah.
Okay, so if this infantry on their right, if this coalition infantry on their right, breaks through the 5th Division, which it looks like they're doing right now, they're going to get caught in square.
Yeah, that'll be bad news. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Sam appreciates just how much force is coming down on this position.
No, I don't think he does either.
No.
Yeah.
But Sean Mack is right. Yeah, the frontage is very narrow along here, so I guess Blazertrail is accounting for that. But I was just astonished that the picture in my mind, just everything rumbling down and then horses falling over each other and
yeah, I mean, if I were Napoleon right now, and of course I'm not, but
I've got if you want to chat.
Flabbergasted by the disruption and horses falling over themselves. Blazer.
Yeah, this was a massive cavalry trying to advance across pretty broken up ground. They ran into the guard, the French guard, and were pushed back. And then as those horses retreated, it's just a massive horses, and they're all very chaotic, So
I'm liking the contagious morale and effect and everything. That's brilliant. I think that's really cool. But
yeah, if the thing with the guard is if the French Imperial Guard arrives, more or less the whole army is going to collapse. Just from morale.
Yeah, they're risking a lot.
Them, I mean, they're not engaged most of the army, so they might not just collapse. But yeah, it's not going to be great.
Yeah,
also, the French cavalry guard charging into a wood was not a great idea either.
No, it wasn't. Now, I see that the Imperial Guard, at least those front two formations, are in square against the cavalry.
Yeah.
But as that coalition infantry comes in through on the right, and those guys get caught.
They've just pretty much beaten the French out of the town there. So.
And then now they're going to be in a position where where those guardsmen have a choice of staying in square and getting clobbered by the infantry, or going into line and getting clobbered by whatever's left of the cavalry.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they are the guard, but they're not. They're good, but they're not that good.
Yeah, they're not invincible.
Yeah. It does. we'll take into account that having the guard fighting next to you is probably going to help with the morale of the 5th Division there. Since anyway, I've probably got to go now, but
well, we will probably go down and have a word with Marshall, but yeah, thanks for stopping by. I mean, it's such a key point. It's such a key point as well, but thanks.
Yeah, this looks like a critical point. Yeah,
the first major combat, really. So.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go have a word with Marshall and see if he knows what's going on.
See, I'll bet he doesn't.
Yeah, I was going to put my money on that as well.
I'll bet what he tells us is completely wrong in every respect.
Let's go. Let's go then.
All right.
Oh, where is he? There he is.
All right. So what do you think? What's happening?
Well, we played Wait and Reserve Simulator for a few hours, and then finally some action broke out. I guess a light battery commander spotted some officers on a hill opposite his position. So I'm sending them some holiday cheer.
Now, as I understand it, generals have better things to do than to shoot at one another.
Oh no! I'm not getting my hands dirty. No.
Oh, I see.
That's what light batteries are for. But yeah. So apparently the bad guys. Wait, are we the baddies?
I don't know. Are you a hussar? Because then you could have a skull on your helmet or on your head.
We've got police skulls on our caps. Anyway, the baddies are coming in the north with some cavalry, as I understand. They've got a bunch of cav. I've told 5th Division that we need to hold against them to pull whatever units he needs to hold, because we can't afford to get outflanked by these guys. I said take your whole division if you have to, but you got to block them. You can't let them around. The big move is the light cavalry, or the 2nd Light Cavalry. I've ordered them north, and what they're supposed to do sometime probably in the next 30 minutes is go north and push towards Belknap or whatever and counter that cavalry movement and push through if they can, work that flank. So the idea is, at a minimum, if I turn it into a quagmire, that closes the avenue for the enemy at a minimum. Ideally, we threaten their flank and distract them and cause problems for them. But at a minimum, hopefully, like I say, we create a mess up there that they just say, forget it, we're not going to go that way, we'll find a different direction.
Okay.
So that's what cavalry does, doesn't it? Makes a mess so the enemy goes
yes. Direction. Cavalry is really good at making a mess of things.
So,
especially if you're walking on foot behind them.
Oh boy, yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah, when I graduated college, I was offered this really cool job, a professional job, making almost 6 figures. But at the time, I was working in the circus, and I was going behind the elephants and scooping them up. And my brother's like, "I got you this job. Why don't you take this job?" And I said, "What? And quit show business?"
Do you have any ideas of what's maybe happening south of you or anything like that? Or have you had any reports coming from that way?
No, I haven't heard anything. I don't need to hear anything. That's not my job. My sector is Stepanitz on north.
Fair enough.
So, it would be nice to have some news, I suppose, but it's not going to concern me. It doesn't change my mission.
All right.
Cool beans.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You got it, guys. All right. Hang in there.
See ya.
See ya.
Ooh, well, I think...
So I don't think he told us anything wrong. I just don't think he has the full picture. I just don't think he knows.
No, he for something so close, no, he doesn't. He probably doesn't have the full picture. But but I don't think there's anything for him to worry about right now. But I think it's a cool little cool little move. Honestly, second division Trellard here is going to certainly make a difference. I would think.
They could. They could. It depends on what they do when they get up there.
Yeah.
He has them going to Belovitz or whatever, Belovitz.
Well, Belovitz is past Christian, so he I mean, when he was saying he wanted them to go out there, I was like, okay, yeah, he thinks that there's less forces coming this way than actually is. So yeah, he's got half a picture, but yeah, forget calling this the Battle of Austerlitz. Yeah, this is definitely the Battle of Christian right now.
Yeah.
Well, yes. If that mass of coalition forces is able to push through the guard up there, it's going to get real interesting really fast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then Marshall will be like, "Wait, what happened?"
Yeah.
You know, I think they've got enough troops on the way that this attack, which looked really promising a little while ago,
I think it might stall
it
out.
could bog down.
I think it might stall
Yeah, I
out,
think it might.
And part of that is you've got this big group of Russian infantry and cavalry with their Grand Battery over here.
Yeah.
And they're hanging back. They needed to go in.
Yeah.
They needed to go in when that Austrian attack began.
That's what I said before.
Because-
You need someone pinning down 5th Corps down at Stablitz. Otherwise, yeah, they're just gonna.
Yeah, give Sam somewhere else to commit the guard to make it a dilemma.
Sure.
Yeah,
As opposed to
precisely.
just- Yeah.
And now they've almost waited too long because Marshall's second division would be in a position to help fend them off, but they need to go in. I mean, they need to throw it in, you know.
Yeah, they need to
throw
go
these
into
guys in.
Stepnitz right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now.
Someone should give them the order, but we're not going to.
No.
We're not going to do that. No.
Yeah, is that Kuznetsov over there? Near Stepnitz?
Kutusov. No, that's Alexander.
Kutusov.
Oh,
It's Alexander. Okay.
Yeah. More shouting. More shouting.
Yeah.
Making sure that they're winning. Making sure that they're winning and shouting about it.
You're gonna win, and you're not gonna stop winning, and you're gonna sit here and you're gonna do nothing. Understand me? I'm surprised though. Sam said that like the whole point of
But this
stalling
is
the
the
attack
Russian
up
Imperial
north was so
Guard.
that they could attack the Fritz and Heights.
Oh.
But they're not making any moves in the south.
It looks like there is actually now movement around Staplnitz. It looks like we might have an attack on our hands. We've got.
They need to step on it.
Yeah.
Like I mean, like.
Yeah, they
step
need
on
to
it,
win
step
that.
on it.
They need to win that fight before they lose the one up north.
Yeah.
Because they really need to start moving. Because the Russians are moving towards Stepanitz.
Yeah, that's what I was on about. We've got a couple of brigades and a company, but it's not really gonna do much. I wouldn't thought.
But there isn't anything there. The French have shifted north.
There's a gaping hole there. Yeah.
There is a hole there.
I mean, there's a bunch of French heavy cavalry behind it, but
yeah,
like,
sure.
that's- you know, if they get into the town and just stay there, the heavy
And-
cavalry,
and-
what are they
yeah.
gonna do?
Do the Russians have anything behind this that can help exploit that gap?
We've got some lancers,
Some
back here.
lancers. They got some heavy cavalry.
I'm not sure who is Denisov's, but yeah, I'm not sure who's in charge of them. But they've been there all game, I think. But
Well, there's a whole line of Russian guys up on this back here by. Is that on
the West
where is
House?
that?
Or,
To the-
yeah, I know
Yeah.
what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
West
a whole
of
line of them back here.
Oh, they are sending a column. It looks like someone's ordered them to move up. Oh,
Yeah.
So maybe we are going to see multiple fists coming down on Belovitz and Staplnitz as well in order to do this kind of echelon type of attack.
Well, wouldn't it be just the height of irony that just as Marshall sends off his 2nd Division to go support up in the north, he gets hit on the right by a giant form of
Yeah. And he was just talking about how his losing streak, he was afraid of it keeping going.
Yeah.
Even if the French win this battle, I don't think that's much consolation to Marshall.
It's going to be interesting. As I said, you know, it could be wrong in every important respect.
It could be. But
oh, look.
But you know what?
The French.
Mm-hmm.
You see the French up in the north. They're bending
contracting.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm going to go for attempt number 2 as trying to talk to Bagration, because he's with Kutuzov and they're up on the Pratzen Heights over here, overlooking the stuff. Mate, let's see what they think of the battle, because we haven't spoken to them in a while.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if I can find
Kutuzov. Oh, no.
Hello.
Hello.
Nick, are you giving a report? Must be.
Yes,
right?
that's finished.
Oh, okay.
I'm leaving.
Okay. No worries. Didn't want to interrupt.
Okay, Nick is done, I hope.
I think he is. Yeah, he's just left.
We were quite done.
Bagration, how's your battle been going so far, man?
Super interesting. As usual, the French are doing the best yo-yo they can do. They move, they get shot, they go back.
Is that right? So what have you experienced so far?
French random cavalrymen advancing and retreating. If they are smart, they are baiting.
So your orders at this stage are still defensive.
Yes. To expect the French reinforcements attacking us at the south. Repulse them.
Sweet. When was the last time you heard orders from anyone? Just out of interest.
Well, that must be from beginning of the game.
Interesting.
Like whatever orders I got have not changed.
Sweet. Well, easy game for you then, man. Easy game.
Yeah, when they give me a hill, then that's a hill I'm gonna stand.
They gave you a hill to die on, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Any news from the north or the south at all? Anything, or are you just?
Well, there's supposed to be quite a fight in the south.
Right.
But not a lot of news from the north that I know of or have been received in dispatches.
Nice.
And like I have so much cavalry, and I'm not the best cavalry commander, especially in Napoleonic.
You do have a lot of beautiful cavalry, though.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Well, sweet. Well, thanks for the chat. You know what? I would love to go see EJ again. He's all
right.
He's doing some interesting stuff. So thanks, Bagration. We'll see you next time.
Good luck.
Bye bye.
EJ, what's going on? You did it.
Well, hello. Is my umpire here, or?
No, we're the commentators.
No,
worse, much worse.
Yes, much worse. It's just us.
There's 3 of you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot. Well, my tabletop simulator just crashed, so we'll see. But I just got a report that my 3rd brigade had successfully charged enemy cavalry moving at my artillery, so that's good. I left good orders apparently.
Nice.
And I myself managed to slip past the enemy.
Yeah.
Towards the north, and now they are pursuing me. But we'll see what happens. I'll try to orderly withdraw.
Yeah, because last time we spoke, you were separated from your main force. Yeah, you'd been split in 2, but yeah, you've managed to pull it out of the bag.
Yeah, I managed. Yeah. Well, it didn't quite go as could have that. I could have charged the enemy, but this is pretty good also. And I'll see if they can actually, if they come to the open and are open for my counter charge, then I might actually get to fighting.
Sweet. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Thanks for the chat, and we'll go back to the commentary box.
Okay.
Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers.
Whew.
Well, gentlemen,
it's nice. It's been nice. It's been a nice little stream, nice little commentary, seeing what everyone's up to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, overlook of the actual battlefield.
Jack says he's enjoying Mystery Kriegsspiel Theater 3000. Well, we certainly have enough dramatic personalities.
That's true. Yeah.
There are times when I wonder if just how many of our Kriegsspiel people are wannabe community theater actors or something.
Yeah. Oh boy. It's funny, all these French forces in the south. Napoleon was saying, yeah, while we hold in the north, we're going to make a big attack on the Pratzen Heights.
Mm-hmm.
They're all just staying put.
Yeah.
None of them are moving.
Yeah, that attack needs to come off, and
They've all been sitting here for 3 hours and 40 minutes doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In real life, 3 hours and 40 minutes. Not to mention the however many.
Well,
in-game
let's go. Let's just check the time quick. Napoleon. It is what? It must be 8:45, maybe. His last report was 9:30. So yeah, they've started at 6 o'clock. 3.5 hours. This is a real-time battle. This is really good.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed with the system. I'm loving it. I'm loving watching. It's fantastic. Great company, great commentary. What could anyone ask for? It's fantastic.
I mean, yeah, it's a beautiful way to spend a rainy Saturday morning here.
Somewhat fittingly, it actually snowed last night here where I am.
Oh, perfect.
So we got the snow and ice on the ground just like they would have had during the battle.
Mm-hmm.
So, just quickly, this southern attack at Pratzen Heights, who would we think is the best person to talk to about that? Would that be Jan or we've got a mothers meeting up here with Devu, Walther, Murat. Who do we want to go to first? Jan or the mothers meeting? What do we want to do?
I'm curious. Just looking at the map, whenever it was zoomed out a minute ago.
Sure.
Who's carrying out this attack? Because there's not. The French have a defensive line right now forming all the way down to the south.
Yeah.
But I see a lot of cavalry in there.
Yeah, it must be Murat's cav just hanging around at Koblenitz.
Where's the punching force of that attack? If you just look at the two sides, I don't see any advantage. The French have not massed a 2 or 3 to 1 type of advantage for their attack, so it looks like it would be a pretty even fight. Whereas up in the far north, there's a definite disparity in force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's going to conduct this attack? If that force that's on that plateau that kind of looks like kind of sticks out there, the French force there, if it moves forward to go attack the Pratzen, Yeah, or yeah, okay. Yeah, I see there's a lot of cavalry piled up there. If that force moves forward, the Russians are really weak right on this one area. And there's nothing behind that. But they've refused the line to the north of it. So I'm not sure how successful that attack would be.
Yeah. If I were to make a very premature guess as to who's going to win, I'd guess the coalition has got this at least a draw.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't look like the French are going to materialize any significant attack in the south. And even if they do, you're right. The coalition have a pretty solid defensive line. They're not stretched. They've concentrated their forces.
Yeah, I think it's. I still think it's going to come down to, who wins at Kitchener right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you
I think it could go either way. It's on a knife's edge right at this moment.
Yeah, and if you have a look, Francis II is taking all these lancers. He's going to be coming in, probably looping around. Yeah, maybe even might go for the supplies. You never know. But
oh, jeez, please don't do that.
Yeah, 16th century cavalry tactics.
We're robbing the wagons while the battle's being fought.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. But let's just I don't know, maybe have a chat with Jan down at the very south, down in
let's
Telnitz.
Let's talk to Jan because this is his battle plan. Let's see how he thinks it's playing out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to take to Jan, I assume.
No, after you, sir. After you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm already. You came at the correct perfect moment. I'm done with my orders.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, things are getting interesting for us down south.
Yeah, tell us about it.
We have received, so Davu arrived, and we did make some plans, but now we have officially received word from the Emperor to launch the attack and roll up the enemy's left flank, as apparently the north seems to be where the enemy is committing. That means we are going to prepare an attack formation. I will pull down my 4th division from Sokolnitz to have them form down here at Telnitz together with the 3rd division in attack formations. Behind us will be the 1st Dragoon division of the Rus Corps. His 2nd infantry division will replace my 4th, as they are still tired. And then we will swing against the Pratzen Heights from the south, supported, slightly delayed by 1st Corps under Bernadotte and at least the heavy cavalry of the Cavalry Reserve Corps under Murat, attacking the enemy center, I believe, the Pontowitz-Pratzen sector, just to cut the forces at the Pratzen Heights off from the main body, and then we will push north.
Fantastic. I think Achilles did have a very poignant question to ask you. Achilles, do you want to shoot?
I'm not sure which question you were referring to.
Well, I mean, do you think, the way, you designed this game plan, do you think it's working so far?
I would say so, yes. So what we assumed could happen seems to be happening. The enemy is still focusing on the north. We should be in good positions there, and the reserves are there to cover that position, so that's all fine. And what I find interesting is that the enemy seems to have had the same idea, sort of who cares about the Pratzen, and committed to the north. But that just allows us to now get 3-4 corps into action and push north.
So what is the what's the objective point for the assault?
First the heights. and
Okay.
any forces that might be there. And then we will continue the push if we can further north to attack the enemy flank and relieve our left flank, basically.
Okay.
The difficult thing to do or achieve now is coordinating all the various corps and divisions and whatnot.
Do you have any intelligence on what the coalition force in front of you is?
So far, we still have only seen Ulans, Cossacks, Dragoons, and gun batteries. That's all.
Okay.
So there might be more. Meanwhile, on the Pratzen, who knows?
Okay. This is fun. I'm having a great time, Jan.
The nature of Kriegsspiel. Yeah, let's
yeah.
Shall we go to the commentary box for 1 minute?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You know, I always lose that bloody commentary box where it is. I scroll too high. What do we think of that? He doesn't know what's on the heights.
Nobody seems to know anything beyond their immediate area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody seems to be communicating from one end of the line to the other.
I call that lateral communication. Speak to the guy next to you.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, very much so. You should be doing that. I'm curious because he is forming a strong assault force, but is where he's going actually a critical objective?
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna hit the center of mass. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing. He's forming a force which can easily, should be able to take that height right there. That's just in front of. I can't see it very well. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's to the south of where all those Russians in the Big Bend are that have all formed. He can take that height, that hill, that plateau.
Yeah.
But then what? Because the Russians really, their real defense is to the north of that on that other plateau.
Yeah.
And so it kind of depends on how he does this, but what is the value of that piece of terrain?
Sure.
If you take it, then what? He as he said, he's going to swing north from there, and that's when he's going to run into all these guys that are up there around Pratsa and on the plateau above that.
Yeah, and even if they do carry out that attack, are they going to do it in a timely manner? Will Murat go in?
Right.
I mean, because he was worried about that. He was like, I don't know when Murat would go in. Is it just going to peter out to nothing? Because it's a strong defensive position, and there's plenty of cavalry up there and whatever else, plenty of guns. It's gonna be murder.
Yeah, it's a strong position. It can hold for at least for quite a while, and it's going to take them a while to even get all that mass on the move in that direction. At some point, the Russians are going to see them coming, and and then of course, then you get that communication problem. Does the Russian commander properly communicate to his higher up that there's a mass of French forces coming, and how do they respond to it? And of course, what happens in the north? What are the results of that going to be?
Yeah.
We could end up with the French left being pushed back, bent back, but holding, and the coalition left being pushed back but holding. And at the end of the day, they're just, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. So far, it doesn't look conclusive. That's for sure.
Yeah, I just don't see the decisive nature of that piece of terrain that that the French assault is heading towards. I don't see it. Now, that doesn't mean it isn't there. It just means I don't see it. It's entirely possible they could turn this into a decisive thing. But just looking at it, I don't see that that's the decisive point.
I mean, if I were the French cavalry, and I knew that all I was facing down there was just a bunch of Austrian and Russian cavalry, I'd send Murat and his entire corps on a wide sweep out towards the town of Austerlitz. Because I don't think they're going to be that useful in a frontal assault against the Pratzen. That's an infantry and artillery job.
Yeah, horses running uphill. It's no good.
And
now, it could be that they intend them to exploit once they take it.
That's not
right,
what
but they're all
Jan
in the
said.
front.
That's not what Jan said.
Yeah. No, it's not. So it's kind of curious because yes, once they take Pratsa there, and that hill, the plateau to the south of it, and then if they're able to push the Russians off that plateau to the north of it, with the infantry and everything else, then your cavalry could exploit. They could run right behind that height, and they would be in the rear of the main part of the coalition army. That would be devastating. But yeah, they need to understand the situation well enough to take that advantage of it, and they need to pull it off, which I'm not sure they can.
Yeah. And I also think Napoleon himself is way too tunnel visioned on this northern flank. I think he needs to be able to trust his subordinates there and get this attack moving in the south.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Because if that's his plan,
completely.
he needs to go down there and make it happen.
Yeah, if he thinks that's where the decisive moment's going to be, that's where he needs to be. Yeah. I agree with you completely on that. But yeah, it's playing out interesting. I will be really fascinated to see how this attack in the south goes off, and if they're able to turn this into decisive. Because just looking at it from my perspective, I don't see that terrain as the decisive point in this battle. But
let's perhaps, if you don't mind, speak to Murat and see what he thinks about it, and if he's going in, and when and how, and what he thinks, and then we'll come back into the commentary box, and then you're going to have to give me, some leads on where you guys want to go and chat. But I will say I have received at least 3 messages from our special Zed saying, "Come to me again. This is where it's happening." And it's just like, okay. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I really do. But it's a big battle. It's a big battle, and
he's a prima donna. He thinks that everything's happening to him.
Okay.
Okay. So who is it? Murat is down there in 3rd Corps 1 with a bunch of people.
Yeah, let's go.
There.
Uh-oh.
We came to speak to Murat.
Yeah.
First of all, to congratulate him on the outlandish uniform he's wearing, and personality. And secondly, to see just what are you envisioning for your corps in the coming assault here?
I don't really know what we're going to do, except for we're going to try to outflank the enemy while the main assault happens, but we haven't decided on exactly what we're going to do.
Oh, I see. So you haven't determined the axis of advance or your objective point yet?
Well, we know our objective point is what is it? Pretz, whatever it is.
That's the town?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to try to take that and then try to flank the Russians, I think. That's what our main thing is.
Flank the Russians to the south of Pretza? Or the north of Pretza?
No, the north of Pretza.
I see. Okay.
So essentially, we'll probably be pushing up the Pretza heights
heights
Mhm.
and killing the artillery there, and then pushing north from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's your understanding of what you'll be facing?
At least a division of cavalry, 2 batteries of artillery, and maybe some light infantry. At least
That
two
is the
units.
what we've seen, but we're assuming that there's more.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And your tactical approach? How are you planning to attack it?
We have 5 guns of artillery here, so.
Oh, I hate
could
to
just
break
blast
it
them a
up,
little
but I
bit.
think Blazer's here to do a report. I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, and I'll need to. I just need to Vu and Friant. So.
Yeah, I have a urgent dispatch from the Emperor. Can I read it real quickly, or is it too late for that?
No. You can't this turn.
All right, thank you.
So I'll move you into 3 Corps 2. I'm not sure.
Damn.
How's everyone else doing? How about that? How's your battle going? Oh, he's taking them all. He's taking them all.
Everybody
We
went
could have
away
left.
except-
We could have left, but no. Okay, fair enough.
They all went away.
They all went away. We could have. We could
Oh
have left.
shoot! We had a chance to ask Van Damme what he was doing out there wandering around behind the enemy lines.
I don't think he would have gotten the joke. I don't think he would have gotten the joke.
Probably not.
You would have been like, I was wandering behind enemy lines.
What?
Yeah.
Ah.
Jean-Claude Van Damme. That was who was back there, right?
One-man army. He was going to cut off the
Yeah.
entire coalition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, should we go back to the booth then?
I think that's
Sure.
probably the safest place for us to go right at this moment. I think.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate to leave at such an exciting moment, but I've got real life to attend to, unfortunately, for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Boy, doesn't real life suck?
Well,
Well, I will
honestly,
be-
man, thanks for all your help setting this up. You've been invaluable, and yeah, no, it's much appreciated. And of course, yeah, your commentary is fantastic, and yeah, I'd very much like to do this again with you both. It's been fantastic.
It has been, and I look forward to all of the comments praising you guys on your excellent performance for the rest of the stream.
Oh, yeah, right. I'll be surprised to see any of that.
I mean, sexfind.biz seems to really be loving it. So,
well, we've got one fan then, anyway.
Yeah. All these bots really love us. Anyways, I will see you guys later. Enjoy
Alright.
the rest of the stream, boys.
We will do.
All right.
We will do.
Thanks, Carter.
And with that, I think it's probably good if we both take, a quick comfort break. I think, yeah, it's only
Okay.
right that we do so. And I'll
Sounds perfectly fair.
yeah. Oh, we'll be right back, people.
We'll be right back after this important message from.
And I'm back. Just wait for Achilles to come back. And 15 people watching, but only 11 likes. I would implore you all to hit that like button.
Love.
Yeah, give it some love. You know, bring a friend. Tell them to watch too. Forget the World Cup. It's all happening here.
I don't want to hear anything about it. I'm recording the game, so.
Fair enough. But
no spoilers.
But yeah, you know, just say, look, you know, show your support and give it a like button because it's a great game. I think this is fantastic. I'm loving how the communication is and isn't working. I'm loving the movements by all involved. I'm loving the friction between commands. It's all here. It's all here, and it's live. You don't normally get this. Normally you just get the umpires and, you know, seeing, you know, their point of view, which is nice enough. But when you've got amateur Kriegsspielers like ourselves commentating, I think it gets even better. Don't you?
Now, look at this up in the north. This is fascinating.
Yeah.
They are circling the wagons up here in the north, basically, you know, to use an old euphemism, and refusing the line, holding on.
Mm-hmm.
And now these Russians are hitting at what is that? Stepanitz?
Stepanitz down near Ooh.
Right where Marshall kind of vacated some of his guys.
Yeah.
So they're finally going in.
I think I think we could be seeing a coalition victory here.
Really? Because
I think if these guys at Stepanitz smash through this already disrupted first division under Drouet, right in front of Napoleon at the moment, I think they've cut the French army in two. I think.
Well, here's your key piece of terrain right here, and guess who's sitting on it? Napoleon.
Yeah.
Bernadotte. Yeah, down here at Stepanitz. There's Drouot. Okay. That looks like that is the key. Oh my gosh! Look, they're pulling guys off of the heights to the south of that. You see it? Off that plateau.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, they're pulling those guys off to reinforce.
The heavy cav.
They've shifted all these cuirassiers facing that direction, and they've pulled this infantry off of this plateau to the south of that. They're emptying that plateau. Now, are there any coalition forces anywhere near there? Yeah, there's nothing. There's no coalition forces to take advantage of that. So that's. But yeah, look at him. He's having to pull forces from other parts of the line to try to reinforce because he's under so much pressure here. Where's Marshall?
Marshall Peace is right here at Belowitz. He's at the southern end of this circling wagons movement that you are talking about. But I am also watching Murat, what it looks like, going in. But whether it's going to be supported well enough by the people down in the south and north.
Look how much of his cavalry is now having to face north.
That's true. Well, I think maybe we think that they're facing north, but they may be just getting up into column
or something.
Yeah, to go through Koblenz.
Okay. Yeah, you could be right.
I think that might be it. So this is why I was worried about this attack coming through Stepanitz. And who knows? Maybe if Doktorov over here gets his guys into support, it could split the French army. It could all be over. I think we're probably going to be here for at least another 2 hours. But
well, this is the place right here at Stepanitz or whatever that is.
Yeah.
That has become the key location because it's the weak end of that line. He's trying to bring in people to reinforce it. And if they can break through there, they cut the guard and all those guys up in the north get cut off from everybody else in the army.
Yeah. What a play. It could.
What a play.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fascinating because we see obviously we're getting to see everything. And so you can see the opportunities they don't see down there on the ground.
That's true.
But my goodness, what an opportunity that could be. I mean, what a grand chance that could be. The French are like plugging holes in the dam with their fingers.
It does beg the question. It does beg the question: Is Sam a 10 on attack and a 2 on defense? I don't know.
Yeah, it really does. And the different levels of command. Is he? How much, what is his level that he's really primed for? What's he really good for?
Yeah.
Really good at, and like they say, you kind of get promoted past your level of competence. There's at what point, at what level does he have more trouble in? At what level is he just free to use his instinct?
And that's a question for us all, right? I mean, that's a question for us all. I mean, in the D-Day
Absolutely.
game, I certainly learned a lot as a corps commander. I mean, I've been quite lucky. I think I've been given like corps commands, at least 3 times in a row. So I mean, you can make your judgments yourself on how much I've done. But yeah, I think that's a question for us all. Where are we most comfortable? And for the lucky ones that get to command the entire army and see how their plans pan out and everything, it's very interesting. But yeah, in real life,
you think of somebody like a General Hood as a brigade, division commander. He was extremely effective. Super dangerous on the field, and a hard, probably the hardest hitting Confederate commander in the Army of Northern Virginia. But look what happened to him when he got to be an army commander in the West. He got his entire army destroyed because it's a different, because you have to you're looking at different things from a completely different perspective. If you're the overall commander, the army commander, you're actually looking at 3 different dimensions. Whereas the perspective of a division commander or a brigade commander is 1 or 2 dimension. And you see this frequently where your division commander or something might be arguing with you that no, the best move would be to do this. This is what is good, but his vision is much narrower than the army commander.
Sure.
He's not seeing the same thing, and he's not responsible for the same things. So from his point of view, this would have been the right thing to do, and he could be completely right about that. It could be the right thing to do, but it's still the wrong thing to do in a greater perspective. Even though it's right for his division at that moment, it's wrong for the army as a whole.
Certainly, yeah.
And that happens all the time. You have to balance. Commanders have to balance when do I follow my orders when I think they're wrong, and when do I ignore them when I think they're wrong. And there is no hard and fast rule for knowing when to do that. But this is fascinating. Oh, look at this. Yeah, the Russian force took no damage there.
Madness. Right. Pick a person to speak to, Achilles.
I
Who-
think
who do you wanna
we
go
should talk
see?
to that Russian commander there, or Marshal. Either one of those would be interesting to know what they're thinking right now.
Well, Marshall's a little bit out of the picture because he's still at Delovitz, but Napoleon is in the vicinity. But yeah, let's go to
Who's this
Langeron.
Russian commander here?
Langeron, by the looks of things. Langeron. They need to find.
What?
Well, I don't know. Langeron. Langeron.
Oh, okay. L-A-N.
Second column. Second column.
Second column. All right, let me see if I can find him.
Langeron, second column. Who is? It is MM.
Oh, MM.
Yeah,
Okay.
So
Um,
he is Coalition 10 by the looks of things, just as he's getting his report from Liam.
there he is. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, so
okay, perfect.
we can go in right now. There we go.
Oh, my beautiful viewers.
Yes, your fans have arrived. How's things?
I have here stream. My stream is accurate, up to date. I don't know if you can see my reports. My what's happening right
We
now.
haven't been keeping too much attention to that, but please tell us what you're thinking.
This turn, just a lot of happened. So right now I have disrupted and almost destroyed most of enemies in front of myself in the first time of shooting. My dragoons are currently have broken a French square. They have broken a French square.
Wow.
Straight up, with no preparation. They have broken in and destroyed the square, slaughtering every man. We are currently riding to the guns, or all guns are unlimbering and now preparing to destroy the forces on our southern city in Punktowitz. And both of the brigades are now moving up to destroy the French line that has already been shaken a lot by the successful cavalry charge, and now both Russian brigades. And my second dragoon reserves are coming behind me. And the artillery that I had on the hill in the north, I actually managed to rout successfully a French artillery that has just been not doing nothing yet, and is wreaking havoc on the soldiers.
So, let's say you are successful in your assault on Stepanitz, or whatever the name of this town is. What are your plan? What do you intend to do after that?
I intend to link up with first column that is coming right now from Blazertrail and strike at the heart of Punktowitz, forcing the enemies to give up the town. But if success keeps on mounting, I will take Stepanitz instead.
Interesting.
Okay, so if you take Stepanitz, your preference would be to head south towards Punktowitz.
Yes. Have you already read the news of the Imperial Guard breaking? Have you heard the news yet?
The French Imperial Guard?
Yes.
Oh, really? You heard that they broke?
I have heard that they got rebuffed very heavily in Kirchen, north of me. We took the town, and the Imperial Guard last seen has formed square against Austrian cavalry.
Interesting.
I have not heard anything yet from them, but I hear that we are advancing on the north as well, massively.
Okay then.
Fantastic.
Well, good
Are you
luck,
having fun?
General.
Are you having fun? That's the best thing.
As my second game, yeah, I'm having fun, even though it's my second.
And it's only your second game. Fantastic.
Yeah. My
Wow,
last game was on Monday.
awesome.
This Monday.
So your first game was on Monday, and your second game, and in your second game, you're commanding what amounts to an entire corps in the Battle of Austerlitz. Wow, that's fast promotion.
Well, my Monday game, I actually commanded 3 or 4 brigades, about 22 units.
Wow.
We lost sadly because we were outnumbered 1 by 2, but now the sides have turned.
Fantastic.
Well, have a great time. You're doing really well.
Thank you. Keep up the good work. I
You
have
too.
also been told. I have been told by many that my tabletop map is very accurate. The Tsar told me that he likes it a lot.
Well, there's the Tsar. I mean, if you got the Tsar's approval, that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
I mean,
what else do you need?
Well, in the early game, they have been screaming at me because I was attacking too fast.
The Tsar does that a lot, so don't take it too hard.
I know he is spontaneous in his own special way.
Yeah. That's a good word for it. Spontaneous in his special way.
That's right.
Enthusiastic about some things in life. That is for sure. One of them killing Kutuzov's wife, but
well, I mean, less said about that the better. But yeah, let's go back up to the booth.
All right.
Let's see ya.
Good luck.
Ooh.
All right.
Yeah, so it looks like the Lancers and other kind of hussars, by the looks of things, under Francis II, while they were hanging out at Lech for about the last hour, going in again on the far left of this fishhook that apparently TAC says not even Crisis could save that fishhook.
Save that fishhook. Yeah. I think TAC may be right on that one.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Look at that. Now, those are cuirassiers in front of them, but they're massively outnumbered.
But, I mean, I'm wondering if Blazer is going to have them take the charge at the Halt, because, I mean, they've been sitting on that fishhook. I mean, that's a big thing to maybe consider, taking a charge like that on the Halt. And, I mean, I think it gave them an equal dice or minor advantage to the guys coming in, maybe. But, yeah, we'll have to see how that goes.
They have the numbers. They can even, I mean, they're going to even overlap as they come in. I mean, those cuirassiers, realistically, the odds would be very, very unlikely that those cuirassiers are going to stand on.
You
on
say
that,
that, but we've just seen the Russian. The Russian cavalry.
I've seen strange things happen, but I'm just saying the odds are against them standing. That doesn't mean they won't, but the odds are against it.
Well, I would.
Now look at what's coming down. Look at all of the markers going on.
Yeah, and the stream is about 30, maybe 40 seconds behind us here, but holy crap! I mean, I'm keeping the camera on this charge here, because
well, it's critical. It's absolutely critical. And the one to its left may be more critical, because you see, what is that? Hussars or French hussars?
French
that are about to get hit by lancers.
Grenadiers.
And hussars.
Grenadiers.
The cavalry.
Yeah. Cavalry of the Guards. Grenadiers.
Oh, the cavalry of the guard, which is about to get hit by
lancers and hussars.
8 blocks.
Yeah.
2 to 1 advantage.
But
if they break through in either one of those.
Yeah, but you've just seen here on the screen, Achilles, it's caught up with you. The first charge going in there didn't amount to much, although it did disrupt them.
But there's a second one coming.
Yeah.
There's a second wave.
Yeah.
And now look.
Oh.
See, now the results on the cuirassier are there, and that second wave.
The chasseurs have gone in, and they're running back.
But now you're going to have 6 blocks of lancers are going to hit those disrupted cuirassier.
Yeah. But the just north of them, the chasseurs have got hit. Yeah.
Yes.
And they're running back. It's over. It's done.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Those lancers are going to come pouring through there. Oh my. And that's going to be.
Béziers, Oudinot, Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Meanwhile,
that is going to be something.
Meanwhile, Marshall's there going, "Oh yeah, I'm having a whale of a time."
Yeah, nothing else. See, there's Marshall. There's Lund. He's down here.
Yeah.
He has no idea.
No.
Oh yeah, no problem. But now there's a line of French cavalry still.
There is. Will it
Which
be
could-
enough? Will it be enough?
Yeah. Oh, they could. If they rapidly form a new flank on that side, they might be able to, keep it from becoming a rout. But yes, I would say they're in trouble. Now would be a good time to go ask Marshall, what do you think's happening?
Don't tease him. Don't tease him. Oh.
Teasing him is like half the fun. I mean,
Yeah, but then he knows something's up when you come in and tease him. Yeah, because he does it himself. He does it himself.
Oh yeah, he does. He does. But I suspect he already knows something is up.
Yeah. But over here in the south as well, we've got this
Yes.
fierce,
What's happening with the
fierce cavalry charge
with the main attack?
with Murat charging in front of the guns? Achilles, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that.
Although it's not, it's not a grand battery by any means, but
True. And if you can overlap them, which looks like what he's doing, but I don't like charging the guns. There have been times in these games where I sometimes think that we overpower the artillery. But
last week, or was it like the week before, it proved us wrong. I mean, we used white dice for most of it, but I mean, it still
proved us wrong because somebody we won't mention who kept rolling misses with everything.
Yeah. But
we won't say who that was, but
no, I think everyone knows by now.
Yeah, it rhymes with save and starts with a D, but we're not going to say who it would be.
Yeah, so who do we want to go chat to? Maybe even now's the time to go speak to Napoleon.
Okay.
Yeah. And he'll be like, "Oh, it's all part of the plan."
Yeah, it's all part of the plan. We're winning. Continue the attack.
Yeah.
he
Oh, I cut him off there. Whoops.
Down.
How's it going, Napoleon?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know.
That's not good.
Tell us.
Well, I guess we are holding the line, but I had sent Marshall a letter to take over the defense in the north.
Right.
Because I got organized attack in the south. Since I think they still didn't move out since I got a message from Sud, aka Jan, that he was still preparing to attack, which kinda takes long, and we don't have that much time.
I can
And
tell
if
you
if I arrive and the attack is still not undergoing, then I think it's the biggest waste that I've seen. But
we'll see. I think the 3rd Corps dragoons, who are forming up east of Koblenitz, will be able to attack Pratzen very quickly. There is artillery south of Pratzen that Jan is going to have to get through, but I think he's probably moving. The issue is up near Krishin. If that part of the line cracks, then will be it'll open up the combat frontage for the enemy, who seems to have attacked us in the north with, I don't know, like 3 corps.
well, because if he didn't move out right now, then it will be really difficult.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay.
That is not good.
Well, so it is 10:30. I'm going to have to move Napoleon to a different channel.
Am I with Murat? No. Or...
No, you're actually. I'll just go ahead and give you verbally your report. You have not quite made it to Marshal Murat. You are just south of Puntevitz. So sort of between Puntevitz and Koblenitz.
Yeah, I will move
You're. Yeah.
Well, we'd love to stay
Okay.
with Druye and
Sure,
Bernadette,
well-
so this is great.
Okay, so Bernadette, you ride up to Dre, and he just outside of Stepanitz, just as Dre's line breaks under the weight of Russian infantry on the left and cavalry, Russian dragoons on the right. They have totally overrun the infantry forming up into square. They ride right over the artillery battery. Several artillerymen leave their guns and run to the back. Others surrender on the spot. Both of you and your retinue barely manage to escape as bullets fly around you and sabers clatter. But you've moved back about 100 meters, and you're currently with 2 regiments that have routed that were previously on the left. So you see Suchet on the left. His line is a little bit more intact, but it's being pressed hard. But it definitely seems like the weight of the attack was on your portion of the line. So your line has fallen back entirely. Second Brigade has moved up, and they're trying to get into position, but they're now on the right end of a crumbling line, so they'll need some direction.
I must have misspoke. I did not mean for you to be on the Stepanitz Heights, Drouet. I wanted you to be never mind. Doesn't matter. Form up. I think you should form your division up directly south of Stepanitz on those heights on the left of that kind of marsh ditch.
Understood. Give me one moment to go ahead and make a screenshot, and I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Okay. Do we see? Can I see where Kellerman's division is at all?
You cannot see it.
Okay.
I did write dispatches to Kellerman. Are those being sent through?
Let me check.
I ordered him probably something contrary just a turn ago to what you probably just ordered him to do. I ordered him to support the attack towards Pratzen Heights that our cavalry should be making and to exploit gaps in the enemy lines. But I'm going to see if I can turn him north and see if he can't support us.
Yeah, I just sent him a dispatch to come north.
Okay. Well,
So
that means we
hopefully
sent
he,
him contrary degrees, but hopefully
hopefully he'll see the right side to it. I do have a question if you're still in here, umpire.
Yeah.
What are the blue squares I'm seeing on my report?
Oh, that is an infantry unit that is formed in a square.
Oh, okay. Just want to make
Yeah.
sure. Okay. Yeah, that's not.
I should be here, right?
I'm sorry.
I should be here, right? With
I wouldn't know.
I think that happened this turn, but yeah, you can be here. That's fine.
So it's my understanding that when a unit routes and then it rallies, it's under a permanent disruption.
Right.
Okay. Well, that's not good. Okay.
Just try and reform and hold as best as you can. I'm going to try and organize support to you.
Okay.
May I talk?
Oh yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Oh, you're speech chat. You hang on a second. Dre, I guess you said you're gonna give me a screenshot showing your deployment.
I will. I just gotta reformat everything that's going on right now. So
That's fine. Bernadette, where do you want to go after this?
Dre, I think you can understand what you need to do here, which is try and hold this position as best as you can. Don't let them take Stepanitz. Make sure they can't extend their line south along these heights. Use these heights south of Stepanitz to your advantage, and try and hold as best you can. Dedicate your whole division to holding this down.
understood. We are not the reason why. We are but to do or die.
Exactly.
Bernadette, where?
I'd like to
where
go
are you
to
going?
Bellerman.
Okay.
If I can find him.
All right, you will head in that direction, and then Dre, when you send me that screenshot, I'll know where to put you.
Yeah, roger that. Just give me a second. Bear with me.
Sure, no problem. Take your time. I'm gonna go talk to Kellerman.
Thank you, sir.
So, gents, sorry, Suche, you go ahead.
My division is currently still moving southwards to Austerlitz. I don't know the name. I don't know, but I may have lost a battalion because it was on the east side of the river, which is like really irritating me.
So how's your battle gone so far, gents? What do you think is going on north of you? What do you think is going on south of you? Do you think it's going good? Do you think it's going less than good? What's your thoughts?
Are these the commentators? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
okay. I wasn't sure who joined the channel, so I didn't want to game. So my center is being hit pretty hard. I have just had my whole 3rd Brigade be broken down. I've got half of the brigade has routed, the other half is disrupted, and I have surrendered in artillery. So far not good. I'm just southeast of Stepanitz, and I'm feeling a lot of pressure from the Russian forces right now.
I try to flank them.
I'm trying to. I have sent messages to my second division cavalry guys, and hopefully he'll come and aid me up north.
I'll try to flank them from the north.
That would be wonderful. Whatever help I can get.
Well, it's my position.
Are you the 6th division?
I'm 6th division, right?
Oh, okay. Yes, I am trying my best to help you out.
Yeah, I try to help myself out.
What are you seeing across the way from you right now?
Across from me?
Yes.
We're all in the same position. We see the same thing basically. We should at least.
I don't know what you see further north. I only see the southeast of Stepanitz.
I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 French divisions, like in the city and a little to north of it. I basically only see the Russians to the east and the Southern artillery.
So, gents, do you have any idea what might be happening south of you at all, or?
Well, I believe that we've launched an attack in the south because we believe the enemy is weak there. The issue is we need to really bottle them up on this hill.
Yeah.
If they break through here, they'll gain a lot of space that they can use to use their superior numbers in this sector. We've got to assume they've thrown at least 3 corps at us in this position, and so far it seems like they're bottled up. But if they break through at Stepanitz or further north at Christian, then I'm worried they'll get into these bigger open fields and be able to use their cavalry more aggressively. So, seeing what I'm seeing right now at this position, I am not. I'm very concerned that they're about to do just that.
Interesting. Achilles, anything you wish to ask these gents?
No, I think we've heard it.
Excellent. Let's go back to the commentary box. But thanks very much for your time. We'll let you confer with one another and stuff. Enjoy the rest of the battle.
We'll try.
So yeah, that was interesting.
So, yeah. And you can see he's concerned about that position. He's got every right to be, because there's a lot of Russians there, and you
Yeah.
see all that heavy cavalry,
Mm.
just all that cavalry sitting back there, that Russian cavalry sitting back there that's
Ready
just
to exploit.
waiting.
Ready to exploit.
Yes. If they are able to blow through that gap right there,
Mm.
you know, oh God, you know, what happens then? If they go through that gap and turn north, basically they surround the guard and all those forces in the north. If they go south, then they're coming in. They would actually be coming into a lot of French cavalry.
Yeah, that's right. I think they're just
But,
waiting to go straight through the town myself. But shall we take a gamble and speak to Alexander? let's swap to the opposite side and see what they think of the situation. Are they winning? It's more important.
Well, right now he's probably yelling at them. Why are you doing this?
That's I think he's it's weird because Kutuzov is also is Kutuzov there? Yeah, Kutuzov is there also. So let's go. I think they're getting a report right now, but yeah, we'll gingerly step in.
Okay.
Yes. First column is moving to its second brigade. Does anyone else want to move?
Welcome to our victory.
Alexander,
Enter.
do you want to move?
Seeing. No, I'm saying here. You enter, seeing us in our glorious.
Kutuzov, do you want to move?
No, I do not.
Kutuzov, do you want to move?
Oh,
Kutuzov. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I wish to say.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
good.
I did not.
I'm sorry, but I gotta wrap up these.
I
orders.
know. Yeah, I understand.
I'm trying to be mean. I just need to get this done.
It's under pressure.
As you can see, we are Dave
My
and
Tsar.
Achilles. You enter into our victory where we are about to commit the guard. Smash.
I would not recommend celebrating a victory with
my Tsar, do you like my tabletop?
Yes, you are doing amazing.
So you think it's going well so far?
Achilles.
Okay, is this what I can make out from your posturing right now?
Yes, it is. It is going.
It sounds like you think things are going well.
That Tsar
is going.
certainly thinks things are going very well.
It is
Tsar
going
certainly thinks.
amazing. By the grace of God, we have broken those pesky French motherfuckers away from that.
Wow.
Dr. Koff, have you advanced on Puktowitz? Like
I've got two brigades advancing on it right now. Really one brigade, but the other brigade is defending Kretz.
So you're
from that
telling
huge
me
column.
my cavalry attack will we are attacking with my cavalry the last remnants on the heights here, and I have light guard hussars in my back with a Semoronsky guard, and my left is protected by beautiful first column.
Yes, sir.
Right.
What a day.
Achilles, back to
two
the
brigades
box.
of fully fresh troops.
Oh, beautiful. My Tsar, my dragoons before this charge.
Whew. Let me just see if he actually heard me amongst the rabble. Whew. But yeah, it's all go around the Tsar. It seems. Holy crap! But yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure Achilles gets back to the box so he can hear my joke. Achilles.
Yes, sir.
Maybe we should try and pick up a spot, yeah, for like Anodin Extra or something like that. Whatever headache medication you take. God, it's chaos
Oh,
around the
that's all
Tsar, isn't it? It's chaos. So loud. It's so boisterous.
Oh, jeez, I uncorked my bottle of scotch there. Okay, and it's not even noon.
But I tell you what, I think we should probably now go to Marshall, who's a little bit more calmer, because he is under
Yeah.
attack. He is now facing the pressure. So let's.
He is,
Yeah.
and it's about darn time.
Marshall
Wow.
Land, how's it going? He may be away from the desk. He may have fallen asleep.
He may have. Do you hear snoring?
Not yet. But from the ringing in my ears from the meeting that we've just come from, I
can't hear much of anything.
No, and I've had to turn the sound up just for the benefit of the people at home and everything like that. That, you know, for the sound issues that we had earlier. But yeah, this is really fun. I'm enjoying this. This is really good. But yeah, Marshall Land has just suffered a cavalry charge of the advanced Archduke John cavalry and what looks like some supporting artillery.
Oh my
And
God!
he's been-
Lan himself.
Lan himself is on the
in
front
danger.
line. He has to stop it with a pike himself.
And he doesn't even know it since he's AFK at the
He's
moment.
fallen asleep. He's fallen asleep.
Oh my God.
You bored him to death.
Oh my gosh, when he gets this report, that will be an interesting moment.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Shall we try?
When he returns, he's gonna get a report. You're surrounded by Austrians. and they're
I
asking
tell you
if
what.
want to surrender.
I tell you what. When he gets his report, we'll just invite him in to become a commentator. I think that's the only way forward. Okay, let's just go up to Blazertrail and Uduno, who are probably suffering quite a lot.
Yes.
Sweating bullets. Let's try and find them.
Okay, let's see, where are they? Blazertrail. Oh, here we are. Imperial Guard.
Perfect.
Just
Who
us.
was that?
You can take a breath. It's just us.
Yeah. How's things going, guys? What do we
We're
think so
only
far?
mildly stressed.
Only
Mildly
mildly.
stressed.
Yeah, mildly.
My hat's off to you, sir.
It's not as if all my cav may have rotated or anything. No, like, thankfully Trelli's arrived.
It's not like half of my units are routed and I've practically 4 regiments now. It's fine.
On the bright side, we can write a big book about how epic it went apart from that.
Oh, you've got it right here. You can see everything. Go back and watch the stream. It's been fantastic. It's been so good.
Mm-hmm.
Second division did a live duel.
Oh,
It was pretty funny because we were like looking at the screenshots and going, "This is all going well. This is going well. We can just charge." And then suddenly there were no units on our left, and there's loads of red icons.
Imagine my situation. When I found, when I on the start, I thought that it was only cavalry. I was a bit worried because I have infantry, so cavalry would be difficult to handle. But after that, I saw enemy units outflanking me completely, and suddenly the guard arrived to save the day. With the
You're
cavalry
welcome.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Sounds like
And
it
now-
sounds like a saga. You know,
Yeah.
do you think do you think paintings will be painted about this day?
If we win,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
If we win.
I mean, if you think about it, we've got that saga, and then we've got the saga of my cav breaking and Trelliard appearing.
Hmm.
So we've got like 2 sequential sagas. That's what, at least 4 books in a publishing deal.
I think that's fantastic.
Our
Oh.
diaries will be in your bookshelves tomorrow, so be ready to
Yep.
Yeah, we've already got sponsorship deals from Nike and pain medication people. It's fantastic. So yeah, the more stuff to raise money for the IKS, the better, I think.
There you go.
Oh, holy crap. Oh, holy crap, yes. I like this update.
It arrived.
I've got an update and it looks good. I'm very happy about this one.
Oh, I've not had it yet, and
Who all is up north and co-located, and how many of you are umpires? Because there's a lot of people in here.
Well, Dave and I are the commentators, so we're not umpires.
Oh, okay. I was just checking. It's like, wait. All right. So this is for the Grenadiers and the Guard.
I like this update. This looks good.
The assault went in again. You still see Austrian infantry and cavalry forming up beyond Krichin, but the latest wave you were able to throw back. On your left, the heavy cavalry met with the Russian lancers, and you can see that your most of your heavy cav are falling back, whereas Trelliard, it seems his cavalry have managed to force back the Austrian cavalry and plug that hole.
Just to confirm, are my heavy cav routing, or are they just falling back?
They are routing, so they can be recovered. They can be.
Oh.
They're not shattered.
They can be recovered or can't be.
They can be. So yes.
How would you do that?
You would ride over to them and try to rally them up.
Okay. How many of?
And it would take a lot of time as well.
Yeah. Okay. Will they potentially come back by themselves if they see things going well, or are they just gone? They don't bother moving.
They will be pretty much gone.
Okay. And I can't just send an officer of mine over instead.
Nope.
How far would I be able to get there and back in one turn or no?
To rally? No. Again, it takes time to rally these people together, especially cavalry.
Would it be 2 turns, or would it just take
Longer.
forever? Okay, I won't bother then. The cav's gone. Or all 4 gone.
No, there was one that turned to face the Austrian charge and managed to help throw it back.
Okay. That one... Oh yeah, I can spot see it in the screenshot. Okay. Has it got a marker on it? Because that isn't in the screenshot.
Well, if it's not in the screenshot.
Yeah.
But basically, you can assume that anytime cavalry gets into a fight, it's going to have a disruption.
They're like blast cannons, essentially. Send them in.
And my units in square, that's good. So, can I see anything past what the screenshot shows to the north of me? Like, is there anything there that I can see?
Shall we go back to the commentary box, Achilles?
A mist of smoke and musket fire.
Great. That's all.
So what do we think of this northern attack? I think maybe the Guard and the Blazertrail and Oudinot have really saved it. I think the Austrians are really beaten up. I don't think they've managed to carry it.
They are in bad shape. You can see a lot of markers on them.
Yeah.
However, that said, their situation, they're not out of the French are not out of the woods up here at all, because first of all, there's a grand battery. It looks like, is that a grand battery of artillery?
Yeah, down by W House. Yeah, it looks like it.
Yes.
Light.
That's-
Yeah, heavy battery, light battery, light battery. Yeah, so it's
and there's a hole right there along that road. There's not much in the way of Frenchmen to stop anything that comes through there, and there's a line of coalition cavalry just to the east of it.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the situation down in Stefanitz is going to be critical, because if they're able to, if they break through there, if the coalition forces break through there and turn north, then those French troops are going to be in a circle.
They said they were going
Yeah.
south. They were going south.
Did they? Because
yeah.
I didn't hear them say that, but yeah, which way they turn could decide this.
Yeah.
Because first of all, if they're able to break through, at Stepanitz, and they do turn right, then that French force up there, including the guard, will be completely surrounded.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is, again, a critical decision point. It's gonna come down to what they do, which is the beauty of it. But they have definitely broken through at Stepanitz.
Yeah.
There is a hole there. And what's happening with the attack in the south? Is it having any success?
It's just getting started, I think. I think that's going to be the next focus of where we're going. We've got down at, and I'm going to mispronounce some of these names just because the pieces are in the way. But yeah, down in the south at Stomhof or something like that, or Uge. Yeah, we've got Bursa and Saint Hilaire, all coming up through Hoisterada, and really just starting to hit those heights now. And maybe they might even carry it. And you've got Murat, who's still in front of these guns, and I'm surprised that he hasn't suffered more damage. I think he's been pretty lucky. It looks like the Russians and Austrians have suffered more fateful damage from Murat's attack, which is crazy considering the cavalry, the cannons that are sitting there. And at Pratsa, you've got plenty of Russians just ready to repel an attack that I think they know is coming from what I think is the heavy cavalry division. That's going to be messy, in between Pratsa and Puntovitz.
Thing is, they're having their success against these lightly defended areas down at the tip of the coalition line. But then when they turn to the left to go north, that's when they're going to run into that second line of defense that's right on that plateau up there.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got a free couple minutes.
Oh, great.
Hey.
How's it going? This is fun. We've been having a blast.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're moving towards a coalition victory.
Really?
Yes, I think with the centre, I've just heard that they're shifting the 2nd Division, which is part of 3rd Corps, up to plug that gap. But there's pretty much a gap now in the centre.
Yeah.
Units routing. And they've committed their guard there, the coalition. So if they can exploit that, they could definitely. I think the attack in the north seems to be losing a bit of steam.
Yeah, we noticed that. Yeah, I think.
I think they're trying to sort of recover their units and send them back in, but in this system, you get units that have already been in combat and been defeated aren't so great, whereas fresh units are quite important. So.
The way I'm looking at the way I see it right now, as I'm looking at the map, it looks like if the Russians are able to break through at Stepanitz, which it looks like they're doing, it's going to depend a lot on which way they turn. Yeah. I mean, if they were to turn right and head north, they basically place the guard and those French up in the north completely surrounded.
Yeah.
If they turn left and try to head south, there's more French forces that could stop them or delay them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is
So it
also
really depends on what they do there.
those supply wagons at the rear that Russian cavalry could get to, possibly.
Oh, Achilles hated that
So-
idea.
Yes. How important would that be? we're looting the wagons while the battle's going on. You know, let's win
And
the
the
battle
Emperor's
first.
with them as well.
Yes, yeah. I think that's going to be the critical decision point right there. Is at Stepanitz and which way they go if they are able to break through there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think the attack in the south by the French just took far too long to organize, really.
They're having
we saw
success,
that.
but you see there's a whole second line of Russians, you know, along that plateau down there, so that even if they're able to take the most southern plateau and turn north, they're going to hit a second line of defense.
Yeah, and they're all completely fresh. I don't think they fought.
Yeah,
day.
exactly. Yeah, very much so.
Anyway, I've got to get back to the umpire chat. But...
Sure.
Good luck. You're doing great, man.
This is
has been a great
fantastic.
game.
This is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A great game.
Oh.
What do you think, Dave?
I 10 out of 10, man, for excitement, for it's
still on the nice edge. It could, I mean, there's no telling what's going to happen here.
It could.
I agree with you. The attack in the north seems to have lost its impetus for sure.
Yeah.
But they're still in great danger just to the south of them, and I wonder if they're even aware of how much danger they're in.
It didn't seem to, but again, the lines of communication were a little bit iffy. So it doesn't surprise me that and they didn't mention anything to the south either, did they? So I mean,
no, they didn't. And again, it depends on how the coalition force tries to exploit that.
Do you think?
I mean,
do you think they'll even? Yeah, get a chance to with all the drama going on around the Tsar.
that is a possibility. This is what happens when you bring the emperor to war.
Yeah. I mean, TAC has made a decent enough point about how the Russian lancers needed to get involved, and I'm wondering if Francis.
He's dead on there. He's absolutely correct.
I'm wondering if Francis actually is going for the wagons here, because he's.
If he does, I lose all respect for him.
I mean, he's closer to it than anyone else.
But my question is, what's the point?
I mean, they are disrupted. They are disrupted, so he might just say that they're undefended. Take a torch to them. I think I would. You probably would too.
Well, okay.
Enemy wagons
if
were
there. Out there. Yeah, he's sitting out there and he doesn't have anything to do, and his force isn't going to recover so that he can fight with them.
Yeah.
Then okay, why not? Why not go burn the wagons? Sure, but if you can still use that force for any useful purpose in the battle, and you're out there burning wagons, then shame on you.
Okay, I think we should start from the bottom here and go for. Now I'm trying to find. Saint Hilaire. I think that's. We'll start.
Saint Hilaire.
Yeah, down in. It's 3 Core 3.
Core 3.
Yeah.
Got it.
Cool. Hello, gentlemen. Is anyone there? Hello. How's your battle gone so far? You seem to be on the attack.
Yeah, so far, from the looks of things, from our POV, it looks like it's going well for us. St. Hilaire's has just began, is about to, I'd say in my opinion, have a large advance up against the Russian and Austrians flank, I suppose, I think.
Do you think that your attack is going to be critical in trying to win the battle, or do you think you're kind of out on the far end and it doesn't matter too much? What's your thoughts?
I'd say it's like the start, I suppose. Once we have like a foothold near the heights here, I'd say that's where the main attack will begin, or hell, maybe we're a little bit too late, actually.
Really? What makes you think that?
Well, French hussars has already began their advance here in the center, from the looks of things, and from the looks of things as well, Russian and Austrian cavalry has retreated.
Right. What about you, St. Hilaire? Do you have anything to add to the thoughts?
Sadly, he can't use a mic, so I'll be his translator here.
Oh, okay. But yeah.
So what is his opinion then?
You typing?
It's remarkably exactly like yours. Yeah.
I'm guessing. Saint Hilaire, what's your opinion about the situation right now? Do you think, what do you think, just in general, what do you think of the situation right now? It's fine, yeah, of course. Yeah, it's going excellent, as he says.
All right.
Excellent. I think we should go up the line and go back to Salt. That's
Salt?
Yes.
All right.
All right.
See, where is he?
Thank you very much, gents, for your time.
Yep, no problem.
Where is Salt?
That would be Jan.
Yeah.
So
Trying to find him here.
3-3-1. So 2 channels up.
Ah, got it. Okay.
Welcome back.
Welcome. Yeah.
Oh.
Hello, Jan.
Oh, Moscow. How are you doing?
Well, I'm getting a bit nervous, but
Nervous?
Really? Why?
Why is that?
other than that, I'm good. Because apparently in the north things are not going quite according to plan, so there seems to be a lot of pressure. And the Emperor is prompting me to finally launch the attack, which, as you might imagine, moving 3 corps takes a little bit longer than one might wish. So, but yeah.
You mean you can't just jump on a bike and go?
Yeah, right. I hope that within the next 30 to 45 minutes we've taken the Pratzen Heights and can hopefully start attacking the flank up north.
And are you happy with how the attack is going at the moment? I mean, do you think it was coordinated between? I know last time we spoke to you, you were mentioning that it came down to the critical moment, if you like, of you and Murat coordinating at the right time. Do you think you managed to do that, or?
I guess from the reports I get.
Oh, you've gone a bit quiet. We've lost you.
Did we lose him?
I think we've lost
You
him.
lost me?
Oh, you're back.
Yeah,
you're
we
back.
lost you for a minute there. Now you're back.
Okay. So, I think based on the reports I get from the north that we should probably have launched the attack earlier, like at least half an hour earlier.
Right.
So I guess I don't know, the north just has to hold, and we now have to make haste. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do other than push the men forward.
Fantastic. Well, good luck going forward, and I hope.
Marchand.
Yeah.
Marchand.
I hope the attack goes well for you.
All right, Dave, where are we headed?
Let's go back up to the box for 2 minutes just to recollect our thoughts.
All right. So what do you think?
You can't disagree with Jan. Maybe the attack down in the south should have gone off half an hour to 45 minutes quicker. I'm not sure if it would have changed anything other than speed things along. Certainly couldn't save the north. Although, to be honest, I think the north is fixed. I think Blazertrail has done it. I think he's saved the army. Although you do still have this danger of this grand battery, but it doesn't seem to be supported by much, and certainly there's no general around. I mean, maybe other than Langren.
Well, Look at Stefanitz though.
Yeah, it's taken. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's nothing between those Russian forces and the rear of the guard.
That's true.
If they turn, I'm telling you, if they turn north,
but will they?
That situation in north becomes a disaster.
Will they get blinkered?
Yeah, that's the question. Which direction do they go? Do they go south or do they go north?
I am getting messages from the Tsar saying that we've already won the war. So,
well, yeah.
Yeah, we're also getting requests to interview the Kaiser. So I think we're going to.
Is the Kaiser? Where is the Kaiser?
I think that's Francis.
Oh, isn't he just hanging? Isn't he hanging out? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the only Kaiser on the field, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
isn't he hanging out with a bunch of disrupted cavalry over here?
We haven't spoken to him in a while, so let's go find him.
Okay. Let's go find him. What's he up to?
Yeah, what is the Kaiser up to? Let's go.
Where?
Coalition 9. Here we go.
Oh, Coalition 9. Let me find that.
Kaiser. Are you there?
I am here.
Fantastic. Yeah, we haven't spoken to you for ever, I don't think. How's the battle gone so far?
Just basically running errands for HQ. But somehow I got in command of a Russian cavalry brigade behind enemy lines, and I have come upon what looks to be 2 French baggage trains.
What are you going to do with them? What are you going to do with them?
What's your plan?
Well, disrupted, and I'm not sure that they're going to be much use in the combat. So I'm thinking I just hop on that train and get them the heck out of there. So hopefully I can get back to our lines.
But do you think the attack has gone well, or is it what you expected?
I've gotten barely any information about the attack, honestly.
Really?
I mean, I know that there's something big happening down south. I know that there was another attack up north. I know that we completely murdered the old guard, but that's basically all I know.
Right. Are you having fun though? At least.
Yes.
Good. Fantastic.
So you're right now you're just trying to rally these Russian cavalry and
give them a speech.
You're going to go where?
Give them the best speech they've ever had.
Yeah, give them a really inspiring speech. They're Russian, so they won't understand a word of it. But then what are you going to do with them?
I mean, it's rough because I don't particularly know where any of the French are. All I know is the location of this baggage train. I can only see one of them right now, so I'm not sure if they're escorted. So if there are escorts, I'm gonna murder them and take the wagons back. If there aren't, good for me. I'm gonna take them and try to get back to my lines. But I'm not sure if that's gonna be plausible. So I may just stay behind enemy lines and keep trying to find enemy baggage trains.
Right.
Okay.
Fantastic. But yeah, no, that's fascinating. But yeah, so sorry, we completely almost forgot about you. To be honest, I mean, we did watch the Lancers and everything go in and stuff like that. But there has been people in the chat saying go chat to the Kaiser. So yeah, no, this is fantastic. It's fantastic to hear from you, and we hope you've had a hell of a game. Have fun with it, and yeah, we'll see you at the end of the battle. Take it easy.
Good luck, Your Majesty.
Let's go back to the box.
All right.
Oh, I feel so bad. Yeah. What about the Kaiser? What about the Kaiser?
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, just a little comment on there about the Kaiser. Do you think it's a good idea to try and steal the baggage, or would you set it on fire?
I don't think the Kaiser's aware of just how much baggage there is. When he rides over there and sees that it's just like row upon row, he's probably going to be better off to just set it on fire, because trying to drag all of that across the field,
I mean,
especially since he's behind the lines.
But at the same time, I mean, what do you think? These squares are what 400 paces, something like that. What do you think?
Isn't that? I think that's standard, right?
Yeah, that's pretty standard. So yeah, like 800 paces. On flat enough ground, I think maybe he's been cheated out of a little bit of a sight there, and only seeing.
I agree.
That's
because that's flat, open terrain.
Yeah.
So why would he should be able to see almost all of it?
Yeah.
If not all of it.
But hey, our job isn't to criticize the umpires. It's just to report on what's happening. But I feel like if he was just told, he would have.
We've talked about this earlier in the broadcast about different umpires will give you different vision of things. It's sometimes they're really generous, and sometimes they're a little too stingy on what you can see. So, and that happens. So that's the nature of things.
Yeah, well, yeah, and hell, but I'd go with what the chat is saying, and I'd put the whole bloody thing to smoke. I mean, because what's worse, having a baggage train that you're trying to take out of there for what? I mean, it'll be a hindrance to them now, as the famous.
Well, considering the cavalry he's with is essentially useless for the battle.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an effective force again.
Yeah.
So why not use it that way in this case? I mean, normally, yes, I say don't burn the back, don't be going after the wagons.
Yeah.
But that's only the caveat to that is, as long as your unit is still.
He's going in. He's going in. Oh, he's doing it. He's burning the baggage. Fantastic. Big clap.
Sweet. Okay, sweet. Yeah. I mean, like I said, as long as your unit is still effective, you don't waste time with that. But in this case, it makes perfect sense. Why not? And the psychological effect could be devastating. If the French see their wagons going up in flames, they don't know what force is out there that just did that.
No.
From their point of view, it could mean there's a whole Austrian force well behind them. I mean, the psychological impact of it could be significant. You never know.
Crazy. And just after the morale boost that Béziers and Oudinot and even now Lannes is there, probably running to say, what the fuck have you been doing? Like, I've been down in Belowitz trying to hold on. Like, yeah.
Yes, I would love to hear what Marshall has to say. Right?
Let's go have a chat. Let's go see how they're doing.
All right.
There is whisper there at the moment, but yeah. Imperial Guards.
There
Imperial Guards.
Imperial Guard. Got it.
The units that's currently squared is to unsquare, and all four of them are to start wheeling round to sort of. You see the road that comes out of Kriegsspiel that heads sort of north towards Lech. They're to start wheeling towards being on that line. And then if there's any other cav that isn't being sent south, it's to just stay on their flank.
Okay, so you want your guard to advance, you want your attached hussars to intercept the enemy. Got it.
Oh,
right,
what
grenadiers.
Lance, I trust your experience. Do you think I should continue attacking towards Kritzen and the north in general?
Is that a question to me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're in the north, I want you to wheel around Kirchen and head south towards the main road on that plateau. So basically Kirchen and then Lercher, or whatever that is, Lesher.
Okay,
We need to left hook around there.
have my division form a line in the city, and I want to move my headquarters over to my troops. Thank you.
I'll follow with them largely.
Okay. And then I see Deathstrike's here. He will take, or there's an umpire here, I believe. No, it's
the commentators.
Yeah. So now we can commentate.
Well, Marshal Land, I'm really curious to hear your view of what is happening.
Well, I needed to take a minute to be a corps commander, and after that I think we shook everything out, and the division commanders are going to be division commanders, and they're going to affect the corps commander's will, which in this case is, first of all, throw back the enemy cavalry around Lesh, which appears to be happening. They appear to have broken through with some cavalry on the road to the south. One of our courageous corps commanders has a detachment of cavalry that's been detailed to him. He will be using it for that purpose, to plug that hole. Meanwhile, the rest of the divisions have orders to basically form a line and start wheeling around through Kirchen and then in the direction of Lesher. So they're going to go get up on that height and they're going to push south. And hopefully that's a nice left hook. The left hook I talked about at the beginning, it didn't happen on Napoleon's order, but it's going to happen on mine. Because I have a feeling the enemy is weak there. Now, we could be wrong, but assuming we're right, we're going to create some problems. We got to create problems for the enemy. Because so far, the enemy's created a lot of problems for us, and it's put us on a back footing. We have to turn the table and create problems for him so he starts reacting to us, and then that throws off his plan, you know? And the more we do that, the longer we do that, the more his plan just starts to fall apart, which is excellent for us. So, I think the Schwerpunkt is in the direction of Stepanitz. That's my belief. I have a division down there. I don't know how it's doing because I have not received a report, but I would think that a whole division honeycombed in a town can hold for at least a couple hours or so. So, given that, and that Napoleon has identified that as a key point, he'll reinforce it, and I think we'll hold there. So, holding in Stepanitz, and then a left hook through Kirchen to Lesher is the order, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Fantastic.
I'm going to be fascinated to see how this plays out. Have you got any news from further south at all?
No.
No,
The main
and
attack?
yeah, and I don't want it. I'm not interested. That's a distraction right now.
You're doing
know?
Corps Commander tunnel vision.
Well, and I haven't. If I'm supposed to know what's happening to the south, the Emperor will tell me.
Do you know what's happening to the north of you? More importantly, I mean,
yeah.
Well, I've got cavalry that's on the case, and they need to be sending back reports. They need to do division commander things. If they're not doing division commander things, then we'll have a talk after the battle about doing division commander things. You know?
Great.
If you wanna be a division commander, be a division commander. If you want to be a corps commander, be a corps commander.
I will say this before we go. I've been seeing some interesting stuff about your dank memes that you've been spending most of the game, it seems, creating. You know.
Well, I have the day off announcing and commentating,
Yeah.
so I figured what else to do than my second career, which is creating dank memes.
There you go.
You know,
I'm just going to pretend I understand what you're talking about.
You can just take it. Well, it won't spoil too much. It's all about himself, but yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. But yeah, it's in the meme channel on the IKS. But yeah, thanks for your time, though, gents. It's been a hell of a game to watch so far. It's been fantastic.
Oh my god!
It has been really fun.
Well,
it has been really fun so far.
And yeah, we've got 16 likes on the channel. as well for people popping in and out, and there's plenty of commentary going on in the chat as well of how everyone's doing, and it's been fantastic. It's been a fantastic event. Yeah, couldn't hope for more.
How are you getting more likes than I do?
I think it's just because
They're more likable.
Wow. Oh wow.
It's the charisma, the
Yeah.
charisma. Dave's charisma. It's the English accent.
Support us on Patreon, guys. Patreon.com/Kriegsspiel.
yeah. I mean, we've already got ESPN on the phone. They maybe want to do something after Christmas. I don't know.
Sponsorships, Dave and I are going to have to wear, shirts and jackets with our sponsors' names on them.
Yeah.
And
Wait a second.
Well, you get your own special desk.
I got something on the phone. It's scam likely. Damn it. I thought it.
I just got one of those a few minutes ago too, and when I first glanced at it, I all I saw was it looked like Sam Likely, and I thought, no, it can't be. He's up here. Sam Likely, what?
You guys will be on ESPN 9.
Yeah.
Not ESPN the Ocho. You'll be on the 9. But at least you're on, right? What, and quit
That's
show
right.
business? There you have it.
Right.
There's no business like show business.
Let's go back to our commentary box, Achilles, because there is
Yes,
things going on. There is things going on.
There are things happening that we have to report on.
Guys. Oh my god.
Yeah. So it seems like you've got.
He's attacking in the wrong direction.
He's attacking in the wrong direction. He doesn't know what's happening south of him. He's gonna get some surprise butt sex from Alexander the First coming up from the south. It's.
Well, I mean, I think it was mentioned earlier. We go ask Marshall, and he will be wrong in every important respect.
Yeah. Poor Marshall. Poor Marshall.
I love the man. I absolutely adore the man. But yes, he does have a tendency to do that.
We do have just happened just literally right now. It seems that Cuirassier, Carabiniers and Cuirassiers of the heavy cavalry division have gone against what looks like the Moscow brigade under Dokturov in squares and got pushed off. So this major attack with the heavy cavalry, as well as Murat's been pushed off. I think it's over. I think it's over for the French. They haven't got a chance in hell.
They've shot their arrow and missed.
Yeah.
And
it's petered out for them.
I really want to see which way that group at Stefanitz turns.
Oh, he's turning north.
Is he?
Alexander the First has got some Jaegers and some Grenadiers, and he's coming up from the south to hit 5th Corps and Oudinot and everyone else from the south, as well as assisted by this, quote, grand battery. And they've still got some lancers in reserve, lifeguards even, lifeguard lancers coming in. It's over. It's over for the French. Oh, Blazer's here.
That's what I've come to talk to you about. I think we've decided to play it until 12, so that's another 3 turns. And then we're going to see how well the French manage to form a rear guard and how much they manage to get out. And then we're going to call it at 12. So we'll have done 6 hours
Fantastic.
of battle.
And
Very good.
The stream is just over. Yeah, I mean, this is like real time. This is fantastic.
Yeah, you're running a great game, Blazer.
Thank you. Yeah, I was surprised how quick the turns went. They're getting a bit long now when we've got a lot of combat, but I suppose that's really to be expected. So.
And I really want to see Marshal Lannes' attack going off to the wrong direction when he gets hit from the right. I want to see that play out.
By the Russian guard.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they're kind of breaking out. They're just breaking out in the wrong direction. and there's still
Yeah.
a bit of a reserve there by the.
If
and
only
the
he
guard
knew. If only he knew,
are
he'd
broken.
want to pull back. He'd want to pull back and yeah.
Oh, and have they gotten the reports of the smoke from their wagons behind them yet?
Not yet, I don't think, since they were just burned this turn, but they'll get it pretty soon.
That'll be fun. That'll be a fun report.
Anyway, I've got to go now. I was just letting you know that we've
Fantastic.
decided when this game's going to end.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Oh man, that is amazing. That is amazing.
Final stint now. Oh, 20 bell. 20 bell. We got 20 people watching.
Oh,
ding, 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 ding. Fantastic.
We have 20. We had it for a second there, and we have 18 likes.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. But all credit goes to Blazertrail. I think Blazertrail for a fantastic game to watch and comment on, and
he has run a great game.
It's
been fun to watch.
It's been so amazing. It's been fantastic.
And it is a huge project, ladies and gentlemen.
It is.
There's nothing easy about this.
No,
that's for sure.
You can't dream of it, overnight. You can't just wake up one day and say you're going to run one of these. It takes a lot of effort. I mean, the pieces, the order of battle, finding people that are going to stick around and play. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I know. I've thought of games I would love to see. I'd love to, I think, that would be so much fun to do and to run. I don't have the guts to do it. I really just don't. I don't have the courage to try to make that happen because I know I would screw it up.
You and me both. I mean, I've tried a few things, and I do have a few things in the pipeline that I probably need to just bite the bullet on and see how they go. But you don't want to rush it, and when you're seeing games like this that go on, you just think, how can I even compare to something like Grand Gettysburg or Grand Austerlitz or even some of the red versus blue stuff that Pete puts on. But this is fantastic. This is great.
Yeah.
And hell, I think
totally agree.
I think I know who I'm gonna for 1807 for the battles and stuff. I think I'm just gonna say we need to drag Blazertrail in for help.
Force him to do it.
Yeah. Please,
chain him to it best.
Please come and help us. We'll send the messages. You just but no, this is fantastic. There is stuff going on. Yeah, the flames have gone off.
I see the flames now.
Yeah, I think
the wagon trains are on fire.
I think maybe going to Napoleon again and then Alexander.
So we can hear Sam say, "Yes, everything's going according to plan."
That's it.
By the way, your wagon trains are on fire.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it was a decent enough plan. We loved it at the beginning. We thought, it's.
Well, yeah. I mean, the prediction was even from the umpire that he thought the French were going to win this, and. I could understand why they seemed to be a tighter organization. They had certain advantages in that regard as well. The plan was good. Jan's plan was a good plan. Jan does very good plans. I can tell you that. He does not make many mistakes. Okay, so but the wheels kind of came off. Things went wrong. And I think he's right. They did start off too early. I'm not sure where they were going to hit was the decisive point, and that would have been a big problem. But you never know about the psychology of it, because a mass attack in that region, if it comes off earlier, might get the coalition commanders to react to that and start pulling away from what turned out to be their successful attack. Because they hadn't moved. Remember how long it took them to move. up in the north.
Yeah.
If they suddenly get reports that there's a massive French assault coming towards the Pratzen Heights, do they start ordering, that infantry south?
But I think
you know.
I think at this point you'd call off the southern attack, because the supporting center cavalry charge didn't work, and I think the players are experienced enough to know when is when. And to be honest, I think as soon as Jan hears about the center not working, he's not foolish enough to take it that far.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, if that attack goes off very early, if the French attack goes off early in the south, does it have an impact on the thinking of the coalition and get them to change their own plan and start reinforcing that area out of fear, out of the psychology, because you don't know what's coming? And as a result, they would give up the opportunity that they ended up having in the north that they didn't know they were going to have.
Sure.
I mean, so you never know.
We never know. But we almost must say hello to the Austrian Wars of Sachsen as well. That's an interesting channel. With lots of wargaming and RPG that's going on as well. And they've joined the chat, and so we must say hello to them.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, they're in the IKS as well, and their videos come up from time to
So
time.
you want to pop down to Napoleon?
I think we should go to
Down in
Napoleon.
Reserve?
I think we should
Okay,
say
Reserve Cavalry 2.
Yeah, here we go. And I'll let you do the talking, because I'm busting, man. I'm busting.
Okay.
Where is he? Reserve Cavalry Division 2. There he is.
So I wanted to ask the Emperor, how do you feel about things going? How do you feel things are going?
Do I have to comment on this?
Well, you don't have to do anything, Sam.
I
I'm not
think you know
into your head.
Well, I can already sense where this is going.
Mm.
In that bad
Well,
way, I mean.
Okay. And what do you feel was the root cause of what's happening then? I mean, what do you think is the first what went wrong? Put it that way.
Too much. Like I think already, for example, like it was a minor issue, but for example, the redeployment of troops in the early morning. Since if we hadn't have to waste time in the morning for this, then we could have prepared our attack in the south way earlier, since it also took us time. Even though the coalition didn't attack, it still took time for us. And this was not really good for us.
You feel the timing of the attack in the south was should have been earlier? Yeah. Okay.
Well, since the time we wanted to take to organize the attack in the south was wasted for redeployment of troops, this was like kind of crucial. So the attack in the south logically took way more time. And I think maybe a bit too much time. I'm not sure what Sud did there, but I won't blame him for this, since he has to prepare an attack. But it seems like it completely failed. Like that, I had sent them messages to organize themselves since I was occupied in the north, and it looks like us, the cavalry, just head-on charged a hill that was fortified with a lot of troops and lost most of the combat capabilities. Which I can't use right now for my counterattack at Stepanitz, since apparently the situation there is really bad, and in the north they are kind of cut off. I think I can't really win this anymore. I probably have to call and retreat. Even though it's just one battle, if it was a campaign, I would have to call and retreat. So that's most likely the only logical possibility that I have right now, or option.
Okay.
Well, I don't really know how I would want to turn this battle around.
I hate to interrupt the interview, but where do you want to go, Mr. Bonaparte?
To the north. I think to the north of me there's the third corps and first corps.
Third and first? Okay. Sounds
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Gosh, I hope he wasn't being prophetic by calling him Mr. Bonaparte.
Oh, yeah. Do you think you'll keep your throne?
Well, it depends on how many troops I lose during this battle, but I'm also not sure what Lan is doing, like in Belovitz.
No one knows what Lan's doing, let's be honest.
Lon doesn't even know what he's doing.
Since I was kind of worried that he will stay just in Belovitz in his HQ, but I did send him some one dispatch saying that he is to take over to north, since there were only like division commanders. Yeah, so that's the only problems that I could have seen for now.
Well, we shall leave you to it for the moment, but I think Achilles, it's probably best if we head over to Doktorov just for 2 minutes, and then we'll go to the headache channel.
Oh, great! Thanks.
See you soon.
See you later, Miller. See you later.
See you later.
Oh,
where's Doktorov?
He should be on his own, I think. There he is. Coalition 3.
Ah, Coalition.
Doktorov.
Hello.
We saw it, man. It was it was a thing for the ages. You took that heavy cavalry charge like a boss. How'd you feel?
To be honest, I couldn't believe it.
We couldn't believe it either.
I saw how many of them there were, and I was like, "Well, I can't run away." So everyone, you're fighting for your lives. And I guess that is what the men needed, and we fought them off. And literally before that, I had just sent a dispatch up to my comrades to the north, telling them I need reinforcements because I am about to get screwed. But I'm writing one right now saying, actually, we pushed them back. So
just write, never mind.
Yeah,
exactly.
Now, were you aware at all that Napoleon himself was amongst that lot, or not?
Really? I had no clue.
Yeah,
you were under the eyes of the Emperor himself.
Yeah,
and we defeated him.
You did,
Awesome.
face to face.
Time for this lowly first column officer to finally gain some recognition.
That's right. You faced the Corsican ogre in battle, and you're still here to talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
As are most of your men. I mean, are you gonna stay here, or are you gonna push forward? What's next?
So this square right south of Puntovitz is going to remain there because there's still a lot of cavalry threatening them. But 1st Brigade up on the hill is actually, now that they've been broken, I think they're safe to try and take Puntovitz.
Right.
And since we've got Jaegers up there, once they're in that village, they're going to be difficult to push out. So if we can establish control over that, then I think that will go a long way to establishing control of this whole area.
Well, as we know, cavalry does not like to charge into towns.
No, towns or squares, apparently.
That's right. That does not work well for them.
Any 3D object, I guess.
Well, you can't get a horse to ride through the wall of a house.
No, you cannot.
Right.
So, yes.
Yeah. Well, no, I was going to say thanks very much for the chat. We do have a lot of rounds to go. Well, not a lot of rounds, but yeah, to do our rounds. A lot of people to
we have
talk
to do our rounds.
We have to do our rounds. Yeah, that's yeah, it's this 6 hours of talking. It's playing with my brain. But thanks a lot, man.
I could imagine.
Yeah, but
yeah,
that
looking
was.
forward to watching this after.
Oh, it'll be fantastic, I'm sure. But yeah, see you later, man. Take it easy.
See you guys.
Where are we going?
We're going to the Headache Channel.
Oh, that's right.
Boy, I know exactly.
Where is he?
He is currently in Coalition 8.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it
As
going?
you can see, you have entered into us winning another glorious victory. You
Yeah.
see, I don't have to kiss Napoleon anymore. My new boyfriend is the Kaiser.
Mm.
He lost contact with us, but the last time I saw him, dude took the entire Russian cavalry and went on a flanking move. Don't know what happened to that, but still a based move. If he's still alive, taking him.
As morale is the highest I've ever seen. I even
based.
saw
This guy's-
one of my NCOs dancing while the rest of the regiments were singing.
Yeah. What do you think you're up against now? Yeah.
Nothing.
Okay. Have you heard any kind
Nothing.
of news?
Faces.
News from the south? News from the north? What's your?
No, but I think they're holding.
Who's holding?
Glorious Russian infantry will hold against the pesky. Plus, we don't even know where Napoleon is. He must have withdrawn. Fucking coward.
Oh,
I
okay.
have stayed on the field. He is doing nothing.
Mhm.
I'm betting, crying for mommy back on Corsica. And here I am, into the thick of it. With the Russian Imperial Guard itself. Just
Yeah.
how based I am for doing this. See, this is my victory. It's a huge victory. It's not Kutuzov's victory. It's my victory. I did all of the work. Everything will be printed about me, not the Austrians. And you will see that I have become the first person to defeat the Corsican ogre.
Hmm. And
It will not be-
I'm sure you won't be the
It will
last.
not be.
Yeah.
What did you just?
I said I'm sure you won't be the last at this rate.
No, I am the only unique man to defeat the Corsican ogre. No one else is superior. I am the only one who can do this. You will never find another man who can beat Sam Miller.
Fantastic.
We still have to secure victory.
Hmm.
Yeah, we are confident.
So,
Yes,
where is
so
your
Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. As soon as you get finished here, we need to pop back up to the box.
Yeah, Dave. Look, all I will. Do you know when? I have an idea of when it's ending. High tech, enter into my glorious. As you look upon this field, I enter with the Russian Imperial Guard, my glorious white horse, just facing my victory and looking up to me and saying, "Based Tsar Alexander I," and nothing else is standing before me. I know that Marshall is now in command. And oh boy, once I capture him, he's not having a good day. We know this because Lawrence intercepted a courier from Marshall Land to Napoleon that they are counterattacking.
Right.
But he received that. I was just like, what
Well,
a glorious...
We'll leave you to it. We'll leave you to it for now, I think.
When Marshall realizes that I am exactly here, he will be panicking. That loss streak for Marshall will continue.
Shall we Achilles
Yes.
oh
Goodbye.
no, Achilles has
Yeah,
gone
Achilles
back to the
has
box.
left.
Yeah, he's gone back to the box, I think. All the way up the top. Tack! How you doing? How you doing, Tack?
Hey, Jack wanted to tag in to help in, so I told him
Yeah.
to come on in.
Please.
Oh my goodness.
The Tsar
Tsar is truly the god of war in his own mind.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I'm pretty sure he spells Tsar with a B in front of it.
I think it's like a. I think there is symbols of when you do write that. I've seen it.
Okay. It would be bizarre.
Yeah.
It's a play on words, Dave. Are you asleep?
Dave, I know you're pretty tapped out. I will say I am absolutely impressed. I've been watching it for the last couple hours, and I am absolutely impressed that Marshall and the rest of the Northern commanders were able to pull that out of somewhere.
They did.
Because when they refused their left so far that they let the Russians wrap completely around them, I was like, this is in. That's a cauldron battle. That's over.
Yeah.
And they somehow managed to pull it out. And now they're attacking into nowhere. And although I will say the Tsar is not deploying a whole lot of force.
No, I mean there was a
really
huge
needs to
advantage.
bring it. Yeah, he really needs another brigade in there.
Yeah.
If he had one more brigade, he could let those lifeguards.
I thought it was
ride.
Moses. I thought it was Moses. They just part like the Red Sea in front of him. No.
Well, this is what I've been saying.
I would say he's trying to channel his inner Sam Miller and pick a single brigade and personally lead it into combat.
This is what I've been saying for a while now. Is you got a large Russian force down here in Stepanitz, and if he swings north with that, he just wipes this whole section of the French army off the map.
Oh, we've got a grand battery. We've got a grand battery going on just south of Stepanitz. Yeah, holy crap.
And that's why I kept talking about, it really matters whether he goes north or south with him. Or in this case, he seems to have split and gone both directions. But yeah, with enough force going north, he just wipes those guys off the map. Oh well.
Yeah. On the other hand, by going south, prior to the Kaiser burning all of the wagons, and that is in the Ron Swanson, all of the bacon and eggs vein, the natural route for the French to withdraw would have been to pick those wagons up on their way out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Having done that, the natural route of the French to withdraw is now shifted south.
Yeah.
Because that's where the bulk of their army is, and that's where the troops that are capable of forming the rear guard are.
Time is ticking.
Yep. So by turning south with the bulk of it, potentially he's making sure that the guard has no way of getting clear ever.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing that can come north and save them.
That's true. You make a good point there. But he needs to push out from Stepanitz. I mean, if he sits in Stepanitz, then they do have a route of escape. Yeah. So, wow.
He doesn't need to push south out of Stepanitz. He needs to extend the left of that line. I'm sorry, the right of that line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If he extends the right of that line further out towards...
What is the name of that town? Balin or something?
Belovitz. Belovitz? Yeah.
Well, between Belovitz and the town that's to the left, to the west.
To the west. It's low.
Bellerin or something.
Lubaim?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. If you extend towards that, you cut off. You basically you've cut that whole section of the army off. There's nowhere for them to go.
The northern Austrians are spent, but they're gonna. I mean, they've stalled out the French as well. So both the northern attack and then the northern counterattack have all come to naught.
Yep.
So
yeah, they
almost,
don't even have to advance.
For the French, they broke the attack, which was miraculous, and then they had to pick a direction because they needed to throw a counterstroke, and I feel like their counterstroke should have been towards Stepanitz. They should have made a counterstroke to rejoin their army instead of keep extending the line, and they would have, and that may have gotten them a lot because it would. I mean, the Austrians up north and the Russians it was going to take them at least an hour and a half to recover after their attack failed.
Yeah.
They had time. The French had time to recover their own troops and send their what they had that was still in fit shape down to Stepanitz while it was still contested.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Once Stepanitz fell, once that hole got blown, yeah, it was just a matter of time. Yeah, that was
like. It looks like I'm watching the umpires, and it looks
yeah,
like
me too.
there they go.
There they go.
Are,
yeah,
they are. Yep, they are extending the right out like they need to.
And you can see Marshall's counterattack, which is at the moment driving his forces deeper into the trap that they are in.
Terrible.
Like he's rapidly digging the hole deeper.
This is turning rapidly. This is turning into Marshall's Stalingrad.
Yeah, well, I mean, Marshall's surrounded. Like he's got some advanced guard. Like he's not going anywhere. He's gone.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Well, I tell you what. Let's all three of us. Let's go say hello to the Kaiser again, and then maybe Great Gold up in Kayenmeier, and then we'll go to Przewalski or however you pronounce it. But yeah, let's go to the Kaiser and see how much fun burning the wagons was.
All right. Do you know where he is?
He is Coalition
9. Coalition 9.
There we go.
Oh, hello. Yeah, well, you complete burning the French baggage. It is totally destroyed. Smoke pouring upwards. As you hoped, you and a small coterie of your close friends and advisors loot the French baggage. So, you get several excellent noble artifacts that have been clearly treasures captured by French officers. Sadly, you don't find any sign of Napoleon's personal artifacts, however hard you search. But nonetheless, you feel very confident that you've got plenty of trophies for the war chest back home. Back in a few minutes.
So you're burning of the wagons.
I loaded a few up with cool French people stuff, and now I'm burning them.
It's a spectacular sight. I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
An army marches on its supplies, and now the French don't have any.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. What's next?
You are not wrong.
Are you going to try and refine your lines, or what?
What I'm concerned about is running into a French corps. I'm gonna see if I can find a place in the line where there are no one. I'm thinking about going through the hills all the way up the north to the map, at the most northern edge of the map. Think about riding through there and just getting back to my line and finding the Tsar.
Well, I'm sure the Tsar will be really happy with how you've done. I think he's going to be singing your praises as much as he sings his own.
Oh, I don't know. I have my doubts about that, but yeah, sure.
But no, fantastic game though, man. Fantastic game. I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's only going to be not long now before it stops. But yeah, we'll see you at the end and let the umpire do his job, and we'll go on to the next one.
Okay, we're going up to Coalition 2.
I believe yes, we'll go to Coalition 2. Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Well, General, how are you doing?
I'm doing phenomenal. I hope.
That's what you think.
Yeah. Well, right now, from what I've last seen, I have a brigade of grenadiers and 2, I believe, marshals in a trap of mine. So I believe that's a pretty good step. So.
So you think you're about to capture Marshall, are you?
I would hope so. My plan, if I may briefly step on my soapbox here, was for the past couple hours we've been pushed back slowly in a bit of a slugging match, but I've realized that a mix of my artillery and cavalry broke through the south. So my plan here was to just kind of lure them back further and keep letting them push me back towards the heights and come around with my dragoons and hopefully a bit of assistance from Great Gold from the north, which seems to have pretty phenomenally worked right now. We have, as I said, a good chunk of their high command surrounded, and I'm just hoping that we can pull some marshals, batons, and standards out of this.
Do you have any idea where your Kaiser is?
I have absolutely fucking no clue. I have not received any orders since the very beginning of this game. This whole northern attack of mine was purely of my own initiative, and I decided to just go for it with Great Gold. I've received maybe a total of 4 dispatches. They were vague since then. My Kaiser could be dead for all I know. I have zero idea where anyone is right now. I know where the French officers are more than my own, so
yeah,
it's a bit of
it's often the case, I'm afraid.
Yep. Yeah. Sometimes when you don't know what's going on, you just have to find work and do work.
Yeah.
That's it, exactly.
That's pretty much what's happening, yeah.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Let's see, where were we headed?
Great Gold, I think, up in Kyanmire.
Great Gold, Kyanmire.
I think
Okay,
so,
so
yeah.
Coalition 5?
That's the one. There you go.
All right.
Kyanmire, how's your experience been since the last time we saw you?
Gentlemen, I can't even begin to explain. There are so many things I want to say. I'm afraid I'll miss out on much.
Take your time.
When you were last here, I believe we were just starting our first assault on Christian, and we believed that it would be, a walk in the park, and we would get to smash them away, and we did. But the exact moment a gap opened up for my cavalry to stream through, suddenly an Imperial Guard of French appears out of nowhere. As it does. Okay, so we start fighting the Imperial Guard. We fire artillery at it. We fire with the Grenzers from the woods. We dislodge some cuirassiers with Grenzers in the woods. I make a flanking attack along with the Kaiser to the west, and we break the chasseurs and I believe even the cuirassiers of the guard. And I'm like, great, now we can finally finish them all. No. Up comes more reinforcements from the south. I believe 2 lines at least of French chasseurs, and they throw my men back. So I was beginning to lose hope, but it seems the canister has managed to finally seize us Christian, and I'm hoping to seize this critical chance, this third and final chance to finally smash them apart for good. I hope no miracle will save them this time. Me and my men are fuming with bloodlust. We want to kill as many of these bastards as possible for what they did to us here. I hear Francis has gotten to the baggage. I also see a large pile of smoke coming from the west, so I suppose he's having fun there.
So you are aware of where the Kaiser is, then?
Well, I know he's to the west. He sent me a dispatch that he found the enemy baggage.
Brilliant.
So,
Brilliant.
He's
brilliant.
taking his time looting it or something, which would be good if he instead chose to help me, but whatever, it's the Kaiser, you can't expect. I cannot reprimand him or anything. So hopefully this last final attack will break them apart, and we get to have some glory this day. And I certainly hope the south is going much better than how it went here, because I have no clue what's been going on. I've just been ordered by Kutuzov and everybody to attack. I've been attacking. I've been taking casualties. The enemy has been taking casualties. Hopefully we can outlast them. But I will use every single life I have in my corps to destroy these Frenchies.
What's your specific intent with this current attack that you've launched? This counter attack?
Kill them all. There's no sophistication to it. The guard has begun running, so I don't want them to ever come back. I want to put them to the grave. Hopefully from there they won't come back. And I'm attempting to distract the enemy cavalry with a separate force to the north. I'm also shooting at them with the artillery. I hope we can break them apart here in the north for good. Yeah. And that there's no more reinforcements coming for them. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
Okay.
Well, gentlemen, you
Good
want
luck
to head
with
back
that.
to the box?
Head
Yeah, good luck.
to the box, where we belong, I'm sure.
To the box where we belong. Get back in your box.
Well, I have to say that I think we have just seen the death of the guard.
Perhaps, yeah.
Quite possibly. Quite possibly.
You've got the one guard infantry brigade that's in anything approaching fighting trim is now completely trapped. The lancers and whatever's left of the Austrian cavalry looks like they've made the breakthrough they need. And yeah. The French cavalry on the left will get out. I mean, there's nothing to run them down, so they'll get clear. But the rest, everything else up here is toast.
Yeah. It was fascinating to me listening to him talk. It was a great example of that tunnel vision aspect of he has no idea what's going on anywhere else. You know, all he knows is you know what's confronting him, and he at this point doesn't even know that he's winning. You know, I mean we can see this and see just how devastating this is, and he has no idea. You know, he's still worried that there's going to be more Frenchmen coming up and stopping him. You know, he has no idea how successful this has been, even though he's had to exchange his cavalry in these fights. That attritional fight up there has really cost the French severely. You know.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, and really, the North, we've seen it from both sides. Oh, you've got the coalition. Half of them are supremely confident in their victory, even if they had to take on the entire French army single-handedly.
Yes.
The other half are, we don't know if we're winning or losing, but we are going to continue this plan that we cocked up because nobody came up with a plan and gave us one. And it's worked. On the French side, they made some early mistakes, recovered spectacularly, and were almost in a position to sweep the field, except they had left a hole open in the south. They got blown through.
Okay,
and then instead of fixing it,
I gotta say, I just saw this as I'm looking at the stream. Marshall is now in the Alamo.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's gone. He's gone. If he doesn't surrender now, yeah.
Can we pop in and ask him how it's going?
Oh, let's not rub salt into the wounds. But yeah, let's go. Go on.
Hello?
I'll let Achilles ask.
Marshall.
So how did that left hook attack go?
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, it went amazing. Now I probably died, but you know.
Are you feeling a little bit like William Travis right now?
I am feeling like General Hancock. There are moments when a corps commander's life does not matter.
I see. So what is your intent right now? What are you trying to achieve?
A glorious end, because we ended up, walking into, the jaws of death, and then behind us are angry men on angry horses. And how that happened, I don't know. I know that my 6th Division, well, they didn't hold. So I don't know how the calculus went down there, but it did. And so that's it. That's it. I mean, we're cut off. I can hold position. I'll get captured. If I retreat, I get captured or killed, and then I have the humiliation of retreating. So the only thing I can do is go full Sam Miller, and
attack.
And attack. I hate these kind of antics. I really do. I don't like it as an umpire, but as a player, I don't know. Someone tell me a better decision, because this went off the rails a turn or two before I realized it, which is common. It's how it goes. And I gotta tell you, I had a great time today. I didn't have to work today. I just played.
Oh yeah, this has been a great game, and it's been extremely well run, at least from our perspective.
I have to give massive credit as somebody that is not the best game runner. I have to give massive credit that this game has stayed on time.
Yeah.
It has gone longer than any other game that I've seen without it going into a play-by-post.
Yeah, that is remarkable. And the advantage of being surrounded, Marshall, is that you can attack in all directions.
Well,
that's right.
Just a comment from the chat. Just a comment from the chat. We've got Franz saying that you can always get onto the roof with a fiddle.
Hello?
And
there you go. There you go. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna make my last.
Death strikes here. Death strikes here. So sorry.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh.
Beautiful people. It is 11:45 approximately. You have realized that there's no escape. However, based on your orders, the grenadiers refuse to surrender.
Wonderful.
You're huddled in a sort of triangle position, but there's nothing they can do. It's a stand.
I need someone to bring me a fiddle and a ladder.
Last message is merde.
I mean,
I mean, we duke it out, man. We duke it out. That's all we can do. We go down fighting. That's it. It was a good game.
Yeah. Let's
it was fun.
Let's go down to Murat.
I received a message from Napoleon.
All right.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. You need it,
Yeah,
probably.
Death Strike, can you take?
Marshall Murat.
I think there is an
Hello.
umpire in the room, but I mean, if they're done, I don't know.
I just finished my last word.
Oh, brilliant.
So I will be back. You two have fun.
Murat, tell us about this attack. What happened? Whose fault is it?
It is my fault, I guess.
No, I mean, I'm not. That's not why I'm saying it all. I just, in case you thought that, I just wanted to hear your thoughts.
I was ordered to attack 30 minutes after getting a message. I did that, knowing that there was a lot of cavalry, but I was going to damage them as much as possible, because we were supposed to flank the Russians and Austrians. I damaged them, but they fought back heavily because I was charging up a hill, so I had to fall back.
Ooh. Do you think? Sorry.
What were you saying?
I was going to say, do you think Napoleon is going to make it back to France alive after this, or?
My cavalry will carry him safely somewhere.
Good answer. Good answer.
Whether they're riding to France or swimming to St. Helena.
Yeah, either one's fine.
But
I hear Naples is nice. For Murat. I hear Naples is nice.
Let's just stare at Naples.
but we've also got. Sorry, I keep interrupting. We've also got Walter here as well. Or is his mic off? I think his mic is off. But carry on. Sorry.
Yeah. All my troops are back. None of them rotted or shattered completely. All of them are back. I've written down like 3 speeches in my chat room just to get add extra morale to them, I guess. They're pretty bad, but it got them back, so that's all that mattered.
Yeah, I mean, recovering cavalry can be particularly hard to recover.
Yes.
Because
I got every single one back.
Get out of here too quickly.
Yeah, but I got every single one of them back. Half of them are fine, the other half are mostly red and a couple of yellow. So I'm going to try to give them some more speeches.
Well, good luck.
Magic words.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
then the heavy cavalry was
what it is?
trying to meet. Huh?
Your speeches work like the magic water in a soccer game. You know, the guy's laying on the ground, rolling around like he's been shot, and they just spray some water on him.
Spray it on him. He's fine.
Yeah, gets up.
But I think we should probably go to Bagration now, just to round things off and
to round things off.
Yeah.
Okay. Coalition 3.
That's the one.
All right.
Is a grand battery that is formed on the ridge north of Puntovitz that is ripping into said French infantry.
Where is this French infantry?
On the hill west of Puntovitz.
West. Oh, so the hill right across. Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's
and
awesome.
Your men are in Puntovitz.
Okay. That's right. That's right.
Yes. You all want
Alright.
to deliberate.
I can probably give my orders right now.
Awesome. That'd be cool.
Yeah, get ahead of time. I would say my 3rd Brigade hold their positions and get out of square. If cavalry starts threatening them, they can get back into square, but it seems we've routed most of their cavalry, so I think we're good right now. Same thing with 1st Brigade. They can hold their positions.
Dave, there's a negotiation for something. You're probably going to want to hear it if you want to go to Grenadier Division channel in the French. You're probably going to want to hear this.
Okay.
Negotiation.
Okay,
I can't see too much
We've
here.
got to go.
but
We've got
I
to
can't
go.
see too much into there's other players.
Tell
but
us more.
Grenadier. There we go. Let's go.
All right, continue.
Okay, so the Grenadiers that were surrounded, they're negotiating whether or not they're going to surrender to the coalition forces opposing them, and they're talking to each other here.
Yes.
Okay, I gotta say, if this is heaven, I was expecting way more hot people.
So, as I've said,
you got the 77 Virginians, Marshal.
yes.
Okay.
As I've said before, you can surrender now and spare the lives of your men. Or you can go out, not really a heroic last stand, but one that's going to live on in the asterisks of the history books after your emperor is dethroned. Choose carefully what you truly, truly want. Do you want to be seen as the savior of your unit? Or just another commander?
If I hand over my marshal's baton and surrender, then I'll leave with my life, right?
That is correct. And all of your men.
The only problem with that is I will die 10,000 times, but if I stand here and fight on, I will die only once. Is it better to die 10,000 times or once? I prefer the once.
Well, I will...
Technically, the units here are under Marshal Wiedenau, so it's up to him. Final decision to surrender. So
I will emphasize just quickly is that I can either kill you or you can surrender, but either way, I'm taking your baton and your standards. So it's not really a choice. It's either do you want to be able to walk away, or
Well, I mean, maybe you'll find a nice use for the baton. You're welcome to it after I'm dead.
Your choice.
Okay. At this point, I intervene to stop the general and to say, are you sure that you want our tone and our emblems? I take my general anything basically, and I chew it in my mouth, and I hate it. I take it now.
New to know?
Is it no
The-
here?
The Grenadiers are known for their honor and courage, and surrender is not honorable.
Neither is dying for nothing, Marshal. I will see you in hell.
All right, see you in hell, guys.
Well, I mean, Lan and Pietro, if you want to surrender yourself, and
No.
you know, you can do that. But,
Let's go out this side.
Very well. That's all from me.
okay, if you want to go back to your own channel, yeah, Przewski, maybe. And all right.
I say, okay. I say to the others, it was an honor fighting with you, and I start taking pieces of my ensigns and my gallons and to eat them. They will not fall in enemy hands.
All right, yeah. I salute everyone, and I find a position to shoot from. That's all we can do, guys.
Somehow I have a feeling there are plenty of muskets lying around.
Yeah, they're probably there's enough glory for all, right? Although
Take your sword, draw a line in the dirt.
yeah, he's the enemy is strangely obsessed with my baton for some reason. So, all right. Come over here and I'll give it to you.
It makes for it makes for nice poetry though. Lan's baton.
There you go. There you go. Oh man. You know the cool thing about Kriegsspiel is you have these moments like this, and you have to think, what would I do in real life though? Would I talk so tough in real life?
Almost certainly not.
Yeah, almost certainly not. You don't know. You know, it depends, but you know, I mean, how much do you believe in your cause, and how composed are you, and how much alcohol is there, and I mean, there are other factors involved, but anyway, I posted my last dank meme of the day on this topic. So,
Marshall, on a serious note, do you feel like you're standing and dying with the one brigade that's surrounding you is going to do anything tactically, or is it just the pride of the guard? And we're going to stand here and let them roll cannons up to 200 paces and mow us down with canister.
yeah, there's a certain amount of pride, but also from a technical perspective, I'm hoping to preoccupy the enemy for at least a turn of the game, because in that case, you know, that takes a little bit of the heat off of Napoleon, you know, in the south, where I think the main effort is.
So you're trying to either give the army a chance to win or escape.
Yes, I'm trying to buy time by tying up at least one division or corps or whatever the heck is around me. So yeah, absolutely, and I think that's a valid tactic, you know. And if I thought by surrendering I could do more damage to the enemy, then I would probably surrender. You know, so in this case, I think what ties up the enemy most is to just say no. You're going to have to spend another turn rolling dice to wipe my marker off the map. So, and that's fine too, you know. So, I am real curious about the overall situation, because I don't know what Napoleon's path to victory is. I don't know if Blazertrail turned this 90 degrees, as I say. I know he let everyone march to contact, but the thing with Austerlitz is that Napoleon won against the odds. And I think even if Napoleon fought Austerlitz a second time, the enemy would not fall for it and he would not win. So it's like, how do you win? Now, I'm not complaining. I think this has been a masterful game and experience. I think Blazertrail may be the best umpire I've ever seen, you know, bar none. He is head and shoulders above me. you know, for sure. But which is why I created the IKS, so I can play these games. So mission accomplished. But I really wonder what his solution is for the French, or if he thought the French could win it, or what. That's, you know.
Well,
you'd have
I don't think it's
yeah.
I don't think it's talking out of school to say that before the game began, he actually thought the French were going to win.
Oh wow.
Yeah, his prediction early on in our broadcast was he thought that the French were going to win.
That's crazy. Well,
Mhm.
I hope people are available for coffee and kegs tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time.
Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly.
Because I think it's really going to be worth it to dissect this and talk about it. You know, my perspective is very narrow, and then I have that academic perspective that Napoleon could never win it a second time, obviously. You know, I'm real curious to see what decisions are made leading up to the battle, and then, you know, what happened here.
Well,
Because the way I see it.
Sorry, carry on.
No, I was just saying the way I see it is all the allies have to do is form what I call the big ball of anger, and just plow straight through this main road, and they've got victory. I mean, I don't see how they lose. But you know, it's very interesting. I want to see the other perspectives.
Well, it's all been captured live, so it's pretty good.
Yes, it has.
Absolutely.
And we've got 21.
With award-winning commentary from Dave.
And Achilles, and Tack, and of course, Carter.
And of course, Carter.
Oh wow! So I guess I'm just chopped liver now. All right, guys.
Hey, by the way, we've got 21 likes.
21.
And we've had 20. We've had to ring the 20 bell a couple of times here on watching. Yeah.
Wow, guys. Wow, that's just my feelings, you know. That's okay. No, it's all good. It's all fantastic. I hope people buy a mug or subscribe to the Patreon or join and get involved in the action.
Exactly.
You know, you don't have to watch when you can play.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You know, and I'm very appreciative to you guys, because not only have you clearly done a fantastic job, you know, narrating and streaming the game, but I got to play today instead of having to live stream, and it's been a very fun and relaxing experience, you know.
It's been great.
So,
It's been fantastic.
Oh yeah, it's been fun.
But
yeah,
I do believe that you have been killed, and not to spoil things going forward, but we do, I think, have a couple more people to get seen to just before the end of the battle is called. So
yeah, the still living ones.
The still living ones.
You know what? I bet you my 72 Virginians are going to be really cool dudes. We're going to have brandy and cigars every day, and I'm just going to love it. We're going to shoot guns, and it's going to be amazing.
Well, hell,
so let's do it.
Join the live stream and yourselves and put in a like. So you know.
Oh wow! So you get 22 on me.
Yeah.
There you
I'm
go.
23 now.
Oh
Ooh.
Lord.
Ooh.
All right, thanks guys.
Cheers.
All right.
Cheers.
Let's
Where
go.
we headed?
Let's go back to Bagration really quickly. Then we'll go down to Salt and yeah. And then see
Okay. Coalition 3.
Yeah.
All right.
We're going south. There we go.
Oh, we're just talking.
Good, but yeah, we just wanted to get your thoughts on what happened over like the last 2 hours. Yeah, how do you think you did defending the Pratzen Heights? What do you think's going on now? Have you heard what's going on up north? What are your thoughts?
Pratzen Heights are impenetrable.
Yeah. No, we have this. We've got like a very large battery already facing the French that are approaching, and I don't think they know what they're walking into.
And I already made the comparison that the French here seem to be fighting as mentally ill as they fought in the 100 Years' War.
But no, the French they just haven't been coordinating very well, it seems, between their infantry and their cavalry. I mean, throwing in their cavalry before their infantry even arrived. Like, if they'd saved that and then occupied these heights, we would have been so much more pressed than we are right now, I think.
And
But-
we are about to get the French infantry fist now.
Yeah. By itself, too, likely. Unless they've rallied a bunch of their cavalry. But not sure they'd be able to do that, since a lot of them routed all at once.
Very interesting. Well, thank you very much for your time. Yeah, I think we should just go straight back down to Salt and have a chat with him, and then go back to the umpire's box and not the umpire's box, the commentary box, and yeah, and then see where we go from there.
Yeah, get it through before we finish up.
Yeah.
Fourth Corps 1.
Yep.
Salut, ça va?
And so, what's your picture of the field now?
Well, I still don't know what's going on, but I have first received a very weird message from the Emperor to stop. When we were sitting right beneath the Pratzen Heights, so we continued to take it. We know that there are guns and obviously a mass of infantry between the heights and Pratzen town and Spetzau town, I guess. And then we have received word to retreat westwards, although without any reason or any objective to where and what the overall situation is if we cannot achieve anything. So I don't know. I'm preparing the retreat right now, which also again is something you can't do just with a blink, so hopefully we'll get out of here.
Yeah, you don't turn around a corps on a
Yep.
dime, huh?
Exactly. I don't know where the Wu went, so he never came up on my left flank. I don't know where his cavalry division just went.
Well, Jan, I hate to say this, but you ought to be used to not getting the support on your left flank.
Oh no! Don't rub it in like that. Jeez.
There you go. Yeah. No, I think that's one major takeaway point from this battle. Is that you need someone to coordinate things.
Yeah.
A bit more better and in advance, and provide some sort of picture to your commanders. Because I was sort of in the middle of the battle, I was thrown in the position of being sort of a wing commander for 3 or.
Oh, we lost him.
They took him away.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Oh, here we go.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Yes. All right.
I have done absolutely nothing. I have done absolutely.
Hello to everyone. Back from the dead.
No, I have done.
Oh, okay. Amen. Ah, okay.
I have done absolutely nothing.
Someone always does.
Is everyone here? We've not missed someone, have we?
I'm here. Marksman all game long.
All right. So
I'm
before
long day.
I break fog of war, I'd like to ask both army commanders to go just fairly briefly over how they thought the game went, and I guess whether they thought they won, although that's obvious. So Napoleon, you can go first. So how did you think the game went? Just sort of talk me through your decisions throughout the game, how it proceeded for you. That's Sam. Napoleon?
And nope, I guess we captured him.
He fled the field in a wagon.
Yeah.
No, he's here.
Oh, he's talking.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Oh, am I to talk about the battle?
Yes, so just before I break fog of war, do you want to talk about the stuff you did, how you think the battle went for you, just in fairly broad strokes, before I break fog of war?
I think we lost.
Who could have
Maybe not quite so broad strokes as that.
Well, I think we did our best, considering that everyone knows what Napoleon did historically. So it was already a hard task to pull this. But yeah, we did our best.
Okay, and Kutuzov, which is KB. Do you want to talk?
So, what do you want? How detailed? Just in broad strokes?
Yeah, just how you thought the game went, and maybe some of the decisions you made, and sort of yeah.
So, I'd spent quite some time preparing and thinking about scenarios and giving out orders, so I felt very well prepared. And I was kind of off-put quite early in the game when I discovered the French positions were much further west in the north than anticipated. But it turned out not to be that much of a trouble, as I just modified the orders and extended the planned flank further. And it had its desired effect. And I think we achieved a crushing victory. And I'm very proud of my subordinates. Very great.
Defeat.
I would like to give a special shout out to the to the second column commander. I think it's his second game.
Yes.
And he was smashing through the French lines in the center north.
Wish I had that kind of game.
All right, so now I'm going to go through the whole game all the way back to the play-by-post phase, and describe what happened. I won't go into extreme detail. I'm not going to describe every single die roll, but I'll go over what happens. I'll stream the game and break fog of war, or I don't know if Tunis's internet, who's streaming it, can handle it, but if you want to join, the name I think is IKS umpires or something, and the password is IKS in all caps.
Oh, it can handle it. Oh yeah.
So if you want to watch my stream, I don't know if it's up yet.
Not. It's paused.
And
there, now it works.
What was the password again?
IKS and capital.
Actually, it might be best if you stream Tunis, so that because I'll be loading stuff, so it's probably easier, and your internet's a bit better. So, do you want to stream the game, Tunis?
Sure. Hang on a second.
I'll load up. Have you got a save of the end state as well? Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
So let's go all the way back to. I think I've got. Do we have? Yes, pregame. So I'm going to go over the scenario just to start.
I'll take my leave and.
If you'll let me. Yep. I think some of the units might be missing from this save, but I've got a blank map, so I can go over stuff. I'll probably just draw stuff on, so. Alright. So both sides sort of main problem, for the coalition, I suppose their main problem, what are they two? They're related, but their main problem is command issues. So they had 3 commanders in chief. They had a general who was appointed, but they also had 2 emperors with them, who technically, they had the Austrian emperor and the Russian emperor, who both technically had final say over orders for their nation's units. And then their second problem was that their commands, that they usually had about 5 or 6 brigades, whereas the French only had about 2 or maybe 3. So it's a lot harder for them to keep track of what's going on, and just their commands were poorly organized. They also didn't have a corps level, so they just had an army commanders, or 3, and they jumped straight to things called columns, which are like a sort of like a division, but they're much larger, as I said. So they're pretty poorly organized. They started off map at a town called Wishaw, which is about here-ish. If I draw there-ish. While the French started at Brune. With 1 corps off map here, not that was closer than don't know why it's crying in the air, than their 3rd corps, which is coming up here. Both of these corps had the option to conduct a forced march, and they both picked to. It would it would make them tired, but they would arrive much quicker. So they both picked to do that. And 5th Corps arrived later on the 1st of December, which was the day before the battle, and 3rd Corps arrived on the early, first thing in the morning on the 2nd. So if we now go to 0900. So that's the situation at 0600 on the 1st. Will it load?
It's not started yet.
Look here. Hopefully it doesn't need to reload everything since they're the same assets. Used twice. I don't know.
One trick might be to do screenshots and then just load through the screenshots. You can load them up in.
Yeah, I've got
draw.
Yeah, I've got some screenshots from that I saved, but it means I can't really draw on the map so well, and you can't zoom in and check on units and things.
Yeah, it's a trade-off.
So at 0900, the coalition are still marching to the battlefield. They're still off map, but the French have arrived and begun to deploy. With some forward screens there. Their cavalry's not yet deployed, but their infantry is mostly deployed. The guards in reserve there, and their 4th Corps is where it would remain for another 18 hours or something already on the first turn in the south here. And the Grenadiers are in reserve, with both other corps still off map. So we're still just pretty much marching into battle. Then if we go to, I may, yeah, I'll go to 12 and then I'll. So at midday, since we were doing 3-hour turns during the play-by-post. So at midday on the 1st, this loads. Doesn't seem to be loading.
It's loading.
Oh no, here we are. We start to see the coalition arriving. They're facing off some of the forward French scouts and things. They've got most of their stuff's concentrated in the north, as it would remain for the whole battle. But they do have some things coming in the south, and a large column still off map. So, and the French are not really changed their deployment all that much. They've deployed some of their cavalry, and moved up slightly their 1st Corps. The other corps are still off map at this point. Then if we go to another 3 hours, at 3 PM on the 1st of December, we start seeing the battlefield take shape. In a second. So here, at this point, the French are still at this position in front of Stepanitz, and the coalition are pretty much facing off opposite them. There's some cavalry skirmishing all the way along the line. The second column of the coalition and the Imperial Guard are still moving up. The coalition have taken all of the Pratzen Heights, as you can see, although the southernmost is just defended by some cavalry. And the 5th Corps is beginning to enter onto the map here. And there's, looks like the start of a flanking maneuver at the top of the map there, north. So then if we go to sunset, 1800 on the 1st. Let this a load. There. This is the positions at pretty much at night, or at sunset, the day before the battle. It's almost exactly the historical positions. It's almost exactly the historical positions, bar the coalition have a bit more in the north and quite a lot less in the south, and also like the exact positions of where each corps is slightly different, but the concentrations of stuff's the same. Also, the guards already been placed on the flank rather than in reserve, although they would pull it back tomorrow. 5th Corps is fully arrived, but 3rd is still off map down there. Now if we go to the dawn on the 2nd, we can see moves that were made overnight. The French decided to withdraw from the large plateau sort of around Stepanitz between the two rivers there overnight, although I think some of the commanders were a bit confused about when the orders were. I think some thought they were withdrawing in the morning, some overnight and things, and they ended up, some units withdrew, some didn't, although luckily a mist, or a fog, descended on the battlefield in the morning, which gave them pretty good cover to withdraw later on. But so here, some units have pulled back across this stream, whereas some are still trying to hold this position, and this division in particular is quite exposed. 4th Corps is still, and I don't think the coalition really made many moves overnight, apart from they pulled back these flanking forces to camp here rather than in this valley here. This is pretty much the dawn positions on the day. So if we go, I think Tunis, you've got the next save for 800 maybe jump to, rather than going through every hour.
700, which is the next.
Okay. And now we're getting into the battle itself, really. Well, the battle itself doesn't really start for a while, but I may just delete fog rather than. Okay, so I'm less familiar with this since I was obviously hectically running the game, but the French are withdrawing back to their originally intended positions. The Guard's also withdrawing back into its reserve positions, where it won't actually stay for long. And the coalition are starting a flank march to hit what they think is going to be the sort of actual rear of the French, but they're actually just going to hit this flank, because they still, so far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they think the French are still here since it's so misty, and they can see some cavalry and some light infantry, so they think the French front line's still here. and they're trying to descend behind it, but they end up missing it, sort of, although it did obviously end up still being successful. In the south, the coalition cavalry is moving off Pratzen and skirmishing with some infantry of 4th Corps and some minor other skirmishes around the map. If you want to go to 800 now, Tunis. Next slide, please. Okay, I don't think I can delete the fog. Alright, so by this point, the on the north, the coalition are starting to form up for an attack. They're still skirmishing all along. The French have fully withdrawn from the hill here, and they're still skirmishing all along the line. And 3rd Corps is moving up to almost at Sokolnitz now. So they arrived at dawn on the 2nd day. If you want to go to the next map now, Tunis. Also the coalition are quite cautiously probing forwards in the centre and realising that the French line is far further back than they thought. Alright, so here is this 900, Tunis?
Yep.
So here we are just about to see the first major fighting. The coalition are prepared for a massive attack. They're a bit crammed into this position here, but the French are pretty thinly spread. Really, they've got a village which is a good defensive position, but they're vulnerable to being flanked by these Grenzers here, and they've also not really got any reserves in the area. They've got the guard, but I mean they wouldn't commit the guard this early, would they? But all the main reserves are quite far south, and 3rd Corps is still in very south, which is their main sort of reserve force. The coalition are still quite cautiously probing forwards, very cautiously. I didn't realise they've only moved like 1 grid in an hour, but it's understandable since they still think there's an army here. Which, you know, they had no way of realising that. In the south, they're still skirmishing between the cavalry and stuff. And yeah, so if you want to go to 10 now, Tunis. Alright, so here we have, in the north, there is fighting here. I think we sort of skipped a bit of it, but the main decision here is the Napoleon, I think, I'm not entirely sure how the conversations went, if the guard committed itself, or if Napoleon committed the guards as from high up, or how exactly it worked out. But the guard was committed either way to this flank attack. They were pushed out of Christensen, or the original units were, before the guard came up to relieve them. There's also some flanking units here. The cavalry charge into this town and swamp area wasn't very successful, so they ended up trying a flank attack once they'd recovered, and they're now facing off the guard cavalry. And this position is becoming increasingly sort of encircled from 3 sides, and it's almost like a sort of fish hook, almost, you know, sort of thing, if you look like that. Except their baggage is back here. So, yeah. In the south, the French are very slowly massing up for an attack and preparing. They've got a large cavalry, which I don't know exactly your plan, but I think the intention was this cavalry would smash through the enemy or clear off the enemy cavalry, and then the infantry would come up to reinforce and break through. Although at this point, the Pratzen Heights are really being only held by a couple brigades of cavalry, so plus there's some cuirassiers in the south, but yeah. Alright, so if you want to go to the next turn, which I think is 11. this is probably the decisive transition here. So here the coalition kept on attacking and attacking the French position. The Guard held and the Grenadiers held. A lot of units did not hold though, and the flank attack, they managed to push back the Guard cavalry with this cavalry, and their wagons are now looking quite open there. Further south, there's fighting, and the Russian column here, I think it's first column, is it, or second? Yeah, second column, and the Guard as well. Yeah, and the Imperial Guard have realized that this whole plateau is empty, and they attacked Stepanitz, which was only held by a single line, which they managed to put up a decent fight, but they were facing a whole column and the Guard eventually, so they were eventually broken, and that leaves this massive gap in the French line, so things are not looking great for the French. Meanwhile, this attack in the centre is proceeding. I wasn't managing the south in much detail, but I think what happened was the cavalry charged, and it was sort of back and forth, and then the infantry is now coming up, and yeah, we'll see how that turns out. But if you want to go to the end state, which is 12. Okay, this is the end state of the battle. So the Russian Imperial Guard and some cavalry or I think it's actually the Guard cavalry, yeah, has swung northwards and enveloped a lot of units here and forced a lot to retreat, to be met by more Russian cavalry here, who also, these guys, burned the wagons and then fled backwards. So this is a pretty horrific defeat for the French. They've lost most of their wagons. Meanwhile, the Guard they retreated, they were routed, but they eventually managed to rally, and they're holding here. This cavalry's managed to repulse some flank attacks, so the Guard could probably get out, but it's not looking great for the French. These Grenadiers were not so lucky. They were encircled and they refused to surrender, so this is just a mass of, yeah, not fun. In the south, here the gap. I think the French are trying to form a rear guard to retreat back southwards to Vienna and ultimately Paris along this road, which is their line of supply. So they're trying to form a rear guard here, which I think would be somewhat successful, but the loss of their wagons renders it sort of obsolete, since they've got a fresh division or two, and these units will be okay. They could probably retreat, not entirely destroyed as the ones in the north were, but the result is a pretty decisive coalition victory. I don't think Napoleon's empire is going to be lasting to 1815 anyway. But I've been talking for a very long time, like 8 hours, and I'm starting to actually lose my voice, I think. So I'm going to pass over to, I think we'll go to the commentators. So that's Dave and Achilles, if you've got any thoughts since you watched this whole thing.
I will allow Achilles to go first if he's still there.
Oh, I am still here. Well, first of all, this was a fantastic game to watch, just from the neutral perspective. It was extremely well run, and it was really a lot of fun to watch. And I really enjoyed, going back and forth to you guys and finding out your perspectives on what was going on. It was pretty amazing. I know that at the very beginning, Dave asked Blazer for a prediction, and he actually predicted a French win in this battle. So it's quite fascinating to see how it turned out. You know, I don't know. I mean, you'll go back and forth about different ideas of what could have been done here or could have been done there. But for me, the key to this fight was what happens in the north once that mass of Austrians and Russians actually makes contact. And there was a lot of doubt as to when and if that was even going to happen because the infantry was so far behind. Once they made contact and everything got tied down up there, it really looked like they were going to destroy the northern flank. But there was some incredible heroics up there, and the Guard was able to hold, and the French were able to hold. And for a while there, it seesawed, and it looked like the French were going to get away with it. And then Stepanitz, the Russians breaking through in Stepanitz, and that really sealed the deal. I mean, ultimately, the repulse of the French cavalry at the Pratzen also kind of just put a flourish on it. But in my mind, once the Russians broke through at Stepanitz, it was over at that point. It sealed the deal and finished off the forces in the north. Anyway, that's all I have to say. And I enjoyed it all, and I thought you guys all did a great job.
Yeah.
All right, Dave, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, I'll try and keep it as brief as I can, but I'll echo a lot of thoughts that Achilles had. I thought that the punch in the north and the following echelon attack down by Staplnitz was really quite well done. I mean, obviously we were on tender hooks up in the commentary box for a good few hours for that. And yeah, I think the French were a little bit unlucky in not coordinating well enough in the south to make a difference on that one. But yeah, I think really well done to everyone, and of course for Blazertrail to host this. I think it was a fantastic game to watch and really fun, full of laughs, and you know, you guys were great in accommodating the commentary team. It's not often that we get to do it this way, but it's really shown in the results. You know, 27 likes on YouTube, and people with us all the way through, commentating and being with us. It's been fantastic. So yeah, go on the IKS and give it a like and give comments yourselves in you know, on the stream and the video going forward, because it really was a fantastic event of the year in my opinion.
Thank you, that's high praise. I think we'll go through, I think we'll talk to army commanders, the French corps commanders, and the coalition emperors, and then I'll just open it up to general conversation. So we'll start with, let's start with Napoleon. What are your thoughts? Is Napoleon there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you want to go over your thoughts now you've seen the Fog of War unveiled?
Well, I'm currently leaving the battlefield to Paris. But as for the battle, I think our plan wasn't bad, but like the execution of it was bad. Like for example, our redeployment in the early morning wasted some time, which could have been used to like deploy our troops to the south for the big attack we planned. I also think I maybe overcommitted to the north, since I stayed there for a lot of time before deciding to move south to try and coordinate that. But when I arrived, the attack was already on its way. But overall, I think we had decided on the wrong really committed on the wrong side, since the coalition had our strong position near Protzen. If we still had our cavalry in reserve, then probably we could have fended off the attack, like absorbed the attack and then counterattacked to roll the flank of the coalition. But yeah.
Okay, I'm kind of curious. I saw some of the messages, but what was your general plan going into the battle for everyone else? What's your general sort of high-level plan?
But the plan we agreed on was since we had occupied the heights outside of Stepanitz, like east of it, we had like agreed. It was yesterday we had a meeting. We agreed on retreating from the heights and shortening our defensive line to like absorb the coalition attack, which we predicted right was coming from the north, since we had gotten some scouting reports, and well, we kind of tried to mirror their attack, like defending their attack and flanking them, which they were also doing basically. No, just they were doing it at Pratzen.
All right, let's go over to Kutuzov then. So, what was your general plan, and any other thoughts now the Fog of War has been unveiled?
I remember the commentators came into our chat before the first turn and asked my plan, and I told them to beat the French. Our main thing was we were gonna flank them in the north, and we were gonna put such heavy weight very northern flank that we would turn and quite possibly collapse or envelop the French center by just outweighing their very northern flank. And deploy the cavalry in the south to harass and delay the incoming reinforcements, and spend their time just walking around doing nothing. I think considering our main issue was that the French retreated off of the heights, which made us have to kind of improvise and make a new plan on the go, but it was still mostly the same plan as we previously had. We just moved it further west. But I had some concerns when we were walking over those heights and didn't find any French people. I thought that the French would have redeployed to the south or something.
Okay, let's go from, I suppose we'll start with Bernadotte, who was First Corps, since the First Corps. So what are your thoughts now you've seen Fog of War unveiled?
So, I think I agree with Sam. I think we knew. So part of our problem was that we initially assumed that the coalition was going to make a big punch in the north, but then we started second guess, or at least I started second guessing that would actually occur when we really didn't see much infantry. Just the way that the screenshots were shown, you know, we saw artillery up there, we saw some cavalry, but we saw maybe a division of Austrian infantry, and then it became nighttime. So we were kind of like, well, we think that there's going to be a big hook up there, but we're not sure, so we don't want to overcommit. And we were expecting the coalition to make a big hook somewhere, but we didn't want to overcommit anywhere, so we chose a pretty flexible deployment, where the 5th Corps would move the north, because that's where they were pretty much positioned at the time. I would move to the center from my forward position on the Stepanitz, and then the 4th would hold the south, and then we could bring up the 3rd wherever we needed it to. I think overall we made some errors in our deployment. We didn't deploy as heavily into Stepanitz as I thought we would, And I kind of found that out to my horror when that attack started getting manifested, and I think we didn't respond to that attack as effectively as we could have. And in the north, I didn't know what was happening for the whole part of the battle, but I agree with Sam. I think if we had maybe kept the cavalry reserve behind the 5th Corps and just brought the 3rd Corps up north, we would have been in a much better position, and we may have just withheld or withstood that enemy attack in the north. But none of those things were manifested, and the enemy managed to overwhelm us, and that's kind of what we thought.
All right, let's go to 3rd Corps Commander Dabu. I think you're still muted. I don't know if you're here, Dabu. 3rd Corps.
There we go. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Right. Well, the 3rd Corps had a great view of the countryside. We had a nice walk. I think we were in contact for a single turn, and then the game ended. So...
Yeah,
really
you sort of just... Sorry about the marching simulator for you. One of your divisions, the cavalry, did I think have some fighting in the attack in the south, but you sort of I think your orders were a bit indecisive. Personally, I think you ended up sort of marching up and down quite a lot without any real purpose.
Yeah,
Whereas I think if you'd been...
I was told go down south. Okay. Nope, go up north. Okay. Nope, go down south. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I gotta go up north again. I was like, ugh.
Yeah, although I suppose this does mean that after this battle, you've got a fresh reserve that you can perhaps use as a rear guard or something. Anyway, 4th Corps, I think that's Salt. Jan, if you want to talk about what your game was like.
Yeah, sure. So we've heard about the general plan. We still weren't sure about the enemy intentions or where they wanted to build their Schwerpunkt, because as Sam said, we didn't see their main infantry body yet. So we decided to stay in this defensive position, and once we knew where it was coming, then to launch the counterattack. And I think that what lost us the game was a lack of coordination and communication. So, for example, I never knew about the actual situation up north. So I'd say in the middle of the game, a message arrived from the Emperor to launch the attack, which we had discussed as an option to go against the Pratzen Heights. It then took us some time to get 3 to 4 corps moving, and apparently, as they were moving, some of them got countermanded their orders and sort of fell back. So Davu's infantry division never came up on my left flank, for example, and I don't even know why the cavalry reserve corps was already engaged for what appeared to me to like 1 or 2 hours fighting back and forth there. Maybe that was Kellermann's division before that, but why they went in on their own without support of 3rd Corps and then our attack. I guess I changed the orders in between when the Emperor prompted us to make haste. Then out of a sudden we got orders to stop when we were almost on top of Pratzen Heights already, and now at the end of the game we have orders to retreat, but yeah, no clue what actually is going on the other side of the battlefield, what the purpose is, what the objective is. And it was I guess the main problem sort of I think the plan could have worked still. The main problem was that there was nobody coordinating these 4 corps, which should have delivered the punch against the enemy.
Yeah, I think communication definitely was the decisive factor for the French loss. I think I put slightly more experienced players on the French side, with some exceptions, but it was slightly randomized. But I think generally the French had more experienced players, since historically their generals were a bit better, but those the newcomers were just as good. or better even, since they won. Alright, let's go to 5th Corps, which is Lands, Marshal Lands, who's played by Marshall.
Yeah, our orders were to defend a line that went, get this, 1 corps, 2 divisions with some cavalry from Stepanitz all the way up to north of Kirchenston, or whatever that's town. How's it pronounced? That's a good representation. And I ended up having to send, 5th Division to hold the town and 6th Division entirely to Stepanitz. I gave the order to reinforce Stepanitz several times. I don't think it was enough for Napoleon, but then again, when you only have a division to cover that front, there's only so much you can do. I don't know what he wanted me to do. Make the men? I don't know. That's a bit of a Napoleonic joke for those who get it. I think where this went wrong was we didn't have any kind of scouting that was forward on the enemy. I had no reports that I was facing, the entire Austrian army. There was certainly a lack of command control and coordination. There were guard units and stuff to my north, and then they mysteriously disappeared. So I ended up having to defend the north with nothing with which to do it. I sent cavalry up there, and they ended up having to counterattack to an enemy cavalry attack that had already come in through Lech. So the whole game, we are reacting to the enemy instead of being proactive. We are pawns in their hands, and it's very easy for them to pick us apart. I think we should have had more scouting so that we had a better sense of the enemy's strength and positioning. And we definitely needed more command and control. So we needed a wing commander up north, whether that be me or someone else. We needed at least another corps or 2 up there, and somebody to coordinate all of those corps as one cohesive command. And of course, that did not happen. Instead, I was trying to hold Stepanitz with 1 division while at the same time trying to do something up north, and it just, you can't do it. There are 3 critical points there. That center road got ignored, so they ultimately poured through and came in behind us, which that was that. So it was a tough time, but it was a really good game. And I have to say, it sounds like I'm beating up on someone, our Napoleon, and I don't want it to be that way, because I don't know how Napoleon wins Austerlitz twice. I think Sam was handed a very, very tough assignment. I think he did just about as best as well as just about anyone could. And I think if he had another chance to run it, he would probably make some different decisions. I can't say I would have done any better. So it was a tough game, but it was probably one of the best I've ever participated in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that the mist early on in the day probably didn't help with command and control. I think at one point, the guard who started in the extreme left flank here, they were ordered to redeploy to the reserve, but that must have got missed in dispatches or something, because then Napoleon goes up here and sees the guard just gone missing, and it's misty and foggy, so he is just, as far as I know, he had no idea where the guard went, and and we ended up, he sort of lost them for half an hour or something, which was kind of funny to watch, and probably quite realistic in the fog. And then there was some other instances where people couldn't find their commanders, or they got lost in the fog, which was quite interesting to watch. Alright, let's move over to the coalition side. We'll start with Kutuzov, the commander-in-chief of the coalition.
Again?
Ah, yeah, you have already gone. Sorry. Let's go down to. Let's start with the Tsar, Alexander, who I think is Zendos. Is he here? I think he might have left. Okay, our Tsar's left. Do we have a Kaiser though? Yes, we do have a Kaiser. So, Kaiser Francis, do you want to talk on what the game was like for you? And yeah.
The game basically doing very simple errands for HQ, going up north, putting people places, just doing that kind of HQ. Basically, I did what a messenger could do. Then things got interesting. I pushed along with the Tsar on one of those northern attacks, and I was given a command of 2 brigades of Russian cavalry. And I engaged with the cavalry of the guard, and then with 1 brigade, I went and sacked the French baggage and burned it. And then I was starting to go back to run down some of the retreating French, and that's when the game ended. I read some of the comments from the live stream, and let's just say the Tsar and I are bringing our relationship to the next level.
Okay. I think Cookie Hunter, since you were sort of the co-umpire of this from the start, do you want to talk on any thoughts?
Sure.
We probably don't have time to go through every single umpire since there was 14 or 15 or something in total over the game. So yeah, but since
honestly,
you were quite involved.
at the end of the play-by-post phase, I had the same thought as you, that the French would probably win this because the coalition had sort of bunched up in the north in pretty unfavorable terrain up here. 1 second. Up here. And then they had hardly any forces in the south and to oppose the French force corps. And from what I read in the chat and what I heard, the French were able to identify this, and also, from what I understood, took steps to counter that. But admittingly, I was mostly umpiring in the south for the force corps. It took them a long time to actually push against the single cavalry reserve, which did a pretty good job actually, wasting a lot of time for the French, and then managed to fight a skillful retreat back towards the Russian advance guard position. And then some points which I found pretty funny was, for one, the coalition managed to actually use the Grand Battery, while that was Napoleon's, one of Napoleon's favorite tactics here in the center.
We did twice.
Yeah, and the other part, it was basically the coalition plan was basically what they did in real life in Austerlitz in reverse, but this time they actually managed to break through because the French didn't have enough reserves in the area to actually plug the gaps and stop them, while the French counter-thrust went basically nowhere.
All right. I'm now just going to open it up to general conversation. So anyone else who wants to step forward with any thoughts or anything, now's your chance. I'll moderate it a bit to stop people talking over each other, but we don't have time to give every person time to go by a blow of their whole game. So yeah.
I was umpiring the northern attack by the Austrians, and I think there's sort of 2 factors that contributed to their ability to take the initiative, which were somewhat coincidental. So the first was that I think they got a communication that the Russians south of them were unexpectedly moving forward, and hearing this news, they sort of moved up their attack and really felt they had to get going. And then the second factor was that the third column, the Austrian third column commander, moved up through the fog right to the heights above Kishin right before the fog lifted. So the fog lifts, and he's got this sort of panoramic view over the French in Kishin positions below him, which means that he was able to sort of instantly coordinate with the Austrian cavalry that had deployed to his north to launch that attack. So those sort of 2 factors, the fact that they thought that the Russians were moving forward south of them, so they moved up their attack, and then the fog lifted at just the right moment for them to launch it immediately. That combination really helped them have that initiative.
Yeah, if I may follow up on that, because I'm the third column with the Russians, I think a large part of the success there was exactly what was just stated, is that we had reports that some units to our south were advancing, and that was not part of the plan whatsoever. So me and Great Gold decided we just had to, get going as fast as we can and try to make sure that they don't get encircled. And the timing was just perfect. By the time that the bulk of my column was reaching and getting ready into combat, the fog lifts, and in front of us lay maybe 1 or 2 French brigades max in comparison to, I think I had 4 infantry brigades, and we had a massive ton of cavalry in the north. So at that point, we just said, you know what, we haven't received orders this entire game really. We're gonna go forward, and we're just gonna, you know, it was just a mix of perfect timing that really sealed the deal up there.
Did you not receive my dispatch?
Not many, no.
O'clock.
I sent the dispatch.
Well, I think we'll try and drag Achilles up to the umpire to see if we can see if he's still around, to the commentary booth down here. Achilles, are you there? Or have you left us? You've probably gone for some well-earned dinner and another cup of tea. But yeah, I think we'd love to hear all the comments all night long. This will probably go on for another hour and a half, knowing some of these fellas, and I don't blame them, because it's been a fantastic game. I've had a blast commentating. Big thanks to Carter McNish, obviously, for helping me set up the stream and go through some of the technical things to begin with. Sorry about the sound issues. That's on me. I tried to fix it going through, but that's life. That's you know how it's live and everything like that. But hopefully, it won't be too much of a problem going forward. But yeah, thank you very much all for watching and spending time with us. It's been great. It's been really fun. Good game all. And yeah, I'm going to close the stream now. I don't think we need to listen to anything more. Oh, or is Achilles back? You're back, Achilles.
I'm here.
Yeah. Do you want to have a final word and say thank you to the viewers and thank you for stopping by, because I know we've probably got to be somewhere else in an hour.
That's right, we do. We have another whole battle to fight.
We do. We do. So yeah. Closing thoughts, Achilles.
Well, first of all, I appreciated the opportunity to do this. I really enjoyed it, and I want to thank Dave and Carter and Tack, and of course Blazer, who ran a fantastic game.
Fantastic.
And everybody that played in this, you guys, you got really into it, and hopefully you all enjoyed it as much as we did. And those of you who watched, I mean, what the heck's wrong with you people?
Yeah. So
it was great. It was great having all of you guys, the people that were watching, and you know, hopefully we did some good for the IKS as well. And some of you will see what's going on here and say, you know, I want to be a part of that. That looks like fun, and you know, you can be creative. You can do, you know, almost anything with Kriegsspiel.
Yeah.
So, and you know, come join us.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe Borodino next.
That would be something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Leipzig.
Oh. Well, I mean, we could do it, because all we have to do is just ask Jim, and we could do it with actual little models, because he's got all the brigades, he's got them already. It would just be a matter of just getting the players. So we could ask. But yeah, let's just shut the stream down. I'm going to have some dinner and yeah, just take a breather, and we'll